Redacted SCPs. In the early days of SCP, efforts were made for the documents to come off as official government papers of a secretive, bureaucratic organization that deals with anomalous phenomena. This included using quite formal language compared to most creepypasta, lots of designations and acronyms, and of course, redactions, where information was black-boxed, expunged, or otherwise removed from the document. Over the years, this type of obfuscation was used to both positive and negative effect, depending on the article, with some being lauded for appealing to one's imagination, and others being regarded as little more than a cop-out. The articles we'll be looking at today don't just contain redactions in their information, but are instead focused on them, with many of them not even containing a description of the anomaly. Let's take a look. Let's start with a classic, one that's well known due to being featured in the plot of SCP-5000, SCP-579. The containment procedures state that it's held in a compound known only to personnel directly involved with its containment, and it's encased in a cell made of an expunged material, suspended through use of electromagnets. All instruments are to be checked every half hour to ensure their continued function, and any changes are to be immediately reported to High Command. Any instrument or electronic device registering more than 0.2% from its median range of function or displaying any errors will result in automatic execution of Action 10 Israfil. Routine reports to High Command are to be made every hour, and if a report is not received within 7 minutes of its scheduled time, Action 10 Israfil A is to be executed. Absolutely no action regarding 579 other than these is to be taken. The description is, of course, expunged, but an addendum further details Action 10 Israfil A. When executed, doors, windows, and other possible exits from the compound are to be sealed until High Command issues an all-clear statement, or 7 minutes go by. If the all-clear statement isn't received, Action 10 Israfil B is to be executed, which involves the destruction of the gateway to Site-62, which is SCP-004. 004 is a barn door and a set of rusty keys, one of which causes the door to open up into an incredibly large space, which is used as Site-62 by the Foundation. The barn door must be destroyed regardless of personnel or facilities remaining within the site, and remnants of the gateway, or the gateway itself if it can't be destroyed, are to be contained in the same way as 579. High Command will then issue further instruction. In the event of a successful Israfil B, all sealed documents regarding 579 are to be released to all personnel involved with the action, which detail procedures that must be followed. Even with the successful execution of Israfil B, however, estimates place the occurrence of some other redacted event at 1 year or less. If 579 is mentioned in any capacity by any anti-Foundation or public groups, or another redacted SCP, it's recommended that Israfil A be executed as planned immediately. In the event of an unsuccessful Israfil B, no further action will be necessary, followed by more data being expunged. We are then given a 579 timeline, much of which is also expunged. 579 was discovered, though the point of origin is expunged, initial assessment is undertaken, and it's inadvertently removed from its point of origin. 5 more events are completely redacted, and then it's successfully contained and moved to Site-04. Containment fails at Site-04, however, and the site is lost. This is followed by 579 being recontained at Site-31 and Site-26, with both sites also being lost. 4 attempts are made to destroy it, but all fail, and containment fails, with 2 more events being expunged entirely. It's then recontained again, and 4 attempts are made to return it to its point of origin, all of which fail, ending up with the loss of the point of origin. Containment fails yet again. 4 more events are expunged, it's recontained, and then it undergoes some previously unobserved changes. Containment holds, but this is not determined to be because of the containment procedures. High Command issues a lockdown of the site, and an agent formulates the current containment plan, resulting in the construction of the new compound. High Command then seals all data not needed for its containment, and they consider terminating multiple agents to prevent data leakage, but it's deemed unnecessary since only 7 such agents remain. These are retained as advisors should future events concerning 579 occur. 579 is really the poster child for early SCP's usage of redactions, as you're left with very, very little to go off of, leaving much, perhaps too much, to the imagination. While there's plenty of theories and jokes about what exactly 579 is, it has become more notable due to its apparent interaction with SCP-055, the quintessential anti-meme, as whenever the two are brought together, it causes a reset of reality, seen in SCP-2998 and SCP-5000. This has led to a popular theory that 579 is the ultimate memetic entity, to counter 055 being the ultimate anti-memetic entity, although the article itself doesn't really indicate this in any notable way. Moving on, we have SCP-7481, or rather 7481-1, which is presented in the form of a material safety data sheet, documenting an anomalous substance created and used by the Foundation for preventative applications and containment of 7481. The substance has the Safe class, and is to be stored in a tightly sealed container in a cool, brightly lit, well-ventilated environment. When handling, avoid contact with skin, clothes, and eyes, and keep it away from sparks, heat, and sources of sin. Personal protective equipment when handling it includes splash goggles and nitrile gloves, with a warning not to use latex or any other materials associated with the concept of lust, as well as a standard hazardous substances lab coat. All facilities storing or utilizing it should have a holy water eye wash station, ventilation, and a safety shower. The substance is stable at room temperature, but may form explosive mixtures in high oxygen environments, and will degrade or self-replicate depending on local noospheric environment. Avoid excess heat, all forms of sin, Class 4 plastics, and confined spaces when working with it, and it's incompatible with strong oxidizers, strong bases, any substance associated with purification, such as bleach or soap, any plants from the Boswellia and Commiphora families, and any chemically inert metals like gold, silver, lead, and all platinum group metals. Under no circumstances is it to be brought into contact with any substance with a conceptual link to mirror polish, including all alcohol-based solvents, and it may undergo a Kierkegaard reaction with any substance containing significant amounts of sapient soul, such as maple syrup. It's listed as a controlled substance under the Veil Protocol, as a Class 12 anomalous substance, and it's cleared for use in civilian applications, both veiled and unveiled. For European regulation, it's listed as having limited evidence of a carcinogenic effect. It doesn't have any undue impact on protected sapience under the Garlic Control Act, and it does have mild amnestic effects as per the Right to Remember Act. For the US, it's classified as a hazardous air pollutant and toxic water pollutant, as well as a demonarcotic precursor, and is known to the Securities and Exchange Commission for its potential to induce various financial crimes. It has moderate aquatic ecotoxic effects and may disrupt ecosystems. It has significant noospheric effects if released, and it has minor veil impacting effects. The associated normalcy preservation organizations are the Knights Templar Reformed, the Roman Catholic Church, and the Foundation's Tactical Theology Department. The toxicity of the substance is about 20 milligrams per gram when inhaled by an average mouse, but this number is 10 times less when inhaled by a sapient mouse, using the standard hyper-intelligent model laboratory rodent developed by Prometheus Labs. It's noted to have a strong increase in behavioral defects related to aggression in mice, alongside an incensed drive for mating, and a noted decrease in monoamorous tendencies. There's also major noatoxic effects causing disassociation between the self and objects of faith held by the subject, with it currently being confirmed for Christian, Jewish, Muslim, Buddhist, Confucian, and Hindu beliefs, along with certain types of patriotism and faith in friends and family. Faith in the stock market and cryptocurrencies are unaffected. If absorbed by the skin, it can cause irritation and permanent reddening. If ingested, it can cause severe gastrointestinal distress and a permanent loss of taste. If inhaled, it's linked to causing narcissistic behavior and may cause necrotic effects in high concentrations. Contact with the eyes may cause blindness, intense cynicism, and feelings of jealousy, while contact with the soul may cause deep-seated corruption. Chronic exposure may cause cancer, as well as reproductive and fetal effects, and an increased chance of haunting. In case of contact with skin, flush thoroughly with plenty of holy water, and remove all contaminated clothing for disposal. Get medical aid and/or priestly intervention if the skin is swollen, irritated, or reddened. If ingested, do not induce vomiting unless directed by site medical personnel, and if the person is unconscious, do not put anything into their mouth. If inhaled, provide fresh air in direct sunlight, and if not breathing, administer CPR. If the subject has difficulty breathing, administer oxygen with holy water nebulizer treatment. In case of contact with eyes, wash them out with a holy water eye station for 5 minutes, then stare directly into the sun for 5 seconds, followed by another 10-minute eye wash. If soul contact occurs, administer a Class 4 exorcism as soon as possible. Uncertified personnel should not attempt an exorcism, and the subject should be restrained. Chemical waste involving the substance must be disposed of properly, and is not to be disposed of by burning, environmental disposal, or ritual cleansing without proper training. Lastly, in case of a major spill into the environment, local social media is to be algorithmically manipulated to provide cover for a regional upswing in violence. If a city in Europe or Latin America is affected, an association football match is to be held as soon as possible. Genetically modified E. coli strain 888 shall be released in the area to decompose the substance, and a wide area purification ritual is to be held before the next full moon. All third-party proposals to ban the substance's usage in consumer products on grounds of its status as a carcinogenic material are to be rejected through established bureaucratic channels. Due to widespread contamination in the area in the Gulf coastal lowlands of Florida, there is a significant personnel shortage for cleansing. Safety protocols for large-scale manufacturing and transport of the substance are under revision, with Florida now being used to study the effects of long-term exposure to 7481-1. An update notes that due to changes in containment protocols for 7481 because of a K-class event, spills of 7481-1 are not to be cleaned. The description for 7481-1 is, of course, fully redacted, requiring LV3/Rapture credentials to access. So, not only do we not get to know what exactly 7481-1 is, we don't even know what 7481 is. According to the author, the substance is essentially the liquid version of sin and evil, with exposure to it leading to much larger outflows of sin and evil in various ways. The Foundation is responsible for manufacturing this substance in mass quantities, as well as making sure that it gets to as many civilians as possible in order to counteract 7481, a massive, theological K-class event affecting the world. The Foundation has done quite a lot of strange things to keep the world safe, but manufacturing shampoo with liquid sin has got to be up there. Next, we have SCP-8798 with the Thaumiel class. The containment procedures state that the entrance to 8798 is to be guarded at all times from internal and external interlopers, with guards stationed at its rim, but not inside of it itself beyond the upper caverns. 14 staircases currently connect the upper caverns to the lower districts, and no personnel except for D-Class residents are to enter the lower districts without the express permission of the administrator or one of the surviving members of the O5 Council. The only exception to this is MTF-245, That Which Descends, which is composed of 100 to 150 agents trained in espionage, political agitation, and strike-breaking tactics. As the number of eligible candidates decreases, plans for recruitment of D-Class personnel to the task force are currently under review. The two current strategies proposed are an offer of a light source and widespread religious inculcation of the populace into believing that the Foundation's role is messianic in nature, with the latter being favored as more reliable. MTF-245's exact orders are not to be released to general review. For their own safety, no non-D-Class personnel may leave the area around 8798 or its designated farmland, except to receive 8798-1 and deliver it onwards, and 8798-1 is to be extracted at a rate of 17,000 kilograms per quarter. Food and water is to be delivered into the lower districts by the existing winch system, contingent on delivery to the surface via that same system of 8798-1. Should the quantity of 8798-1 extracted be lower than 14,000 kilograms in any given quarter, it will not provide enough power, with this being designated as an unacceptable outcome. The following measures are to be taken until the situation is rectified. First, an armed incursion by MTF-562, That Which Remains, to force a short-term, rapid increase in production or to collect any hoarded 8798-1. Second, negotiations with D-Class personnel to increase production, with a store of food and other goods that has been set aside to provide incentives for this eventuality. Third, the removal of up to 30% of the D-Class population as a compliance strategy, although this is highly discouraged, as it will necessitate a significant per-person increase in production among the remaining population, and this is currently unknown to be feasible owing to the constraints of the human body. Finally, the extermination of remaining D-Class personnel and the use of Foundation personnel to extract 8798-1. This is highly discouraged by the Ethics Committee, and will have to undergo review by them, the Administrator, and the surviving members of the O5 Council. This outcome is considered unlikely, however, as the present political conditions and mental deterioration of D-Class personnel are not conducive to a decrease in production. Reports of 8798-1 consumption by D-Class personnel remain unverified, but such a practice has been theorized as helping to maintain the current production quota. According to data gathered by MTF-245, the current status of 8798-2 outbreaks is as follows. The upper caverns are not at risk. The central warrens are at limited risk, with the population being large, but the exits are inaccessible and the air is only partially conducive to permanent habitation. The eastern warrens, known informally as the Heavenly Ladder, are at low risk, but limited habitation makes this a useful target for diverting outbreaks without a significant decrease in the rate of extraction. The western warrens are at high risk, with 7 outbreaks and 3 deaths reported in the last quarter. The southern depths, known informally by its old designation, Arrival Point, or the Old Country, have been rendered uninhabitable, but do contain several vital extraction points, with many D-Class working temporary shifts here. 8798-2 has not operated in this area for several months, but dead instances have been reportedly observed by D-Class. It's noted that most D-Class hold a religious veneration for the southern depths and the 8798-2 corpses found there, with any proposals for diverting outbreaks to this region requiring to take this into account. Lastly, the southern warrens are at high risk, with 16 outbreaks and 20 deaths reported in the last quarter. In the event that 8798-1 does not provide enough power, the Nagasaki Protocol will come into effect. 8798 will be filled with concrete following the extraction of any non-D-Class personnel, and although extraction of the D-Class was proposed, it was vetoed at the insistence of the Ethics Committee. Although D-Class represent 89% of the surviving human population, they are not considered eligible for reclamation due to overexposure to 8798-1. Any surviving personnel involved with 8798 will be amnesticized, and in this scenario, it is imperative that any surviving humans do not rediscover 8798-1. The description for the anomaly is, of course, expunged, although we are given a photo of a subterranean cave, with the caption stating it to be an internal portion of 8798, with an unusual presence of light. We can't really know for sure what exactly is going on here, but some parts seem clearer than others. Obviously, something very bad has occurred on this version of Earth, with 89% of the surviving humans being D-Class, living underground in darkness. The Foundation rules over these people, sending them food and water in exchange for some substance that they have to deliver to provide power above ground. Guesses as to what this substance is includes some form of radioactive ore, or perhaps some type of anomalous fungi. There are also the 8798-2 outbreaks, which are most likely some form of rebellion among the D-Class, since the MTF sent in to handle the outbreaks are trained in espionage and strike-breaking tactics. Clearly, there's something strange going on with 8798-1, as the document makes it quite clear in the event that they have to shut down the whole project that it's imperative that any surviving humans don't rediscover the substance. It's a short article, but manages to really tickle the imagination without even having a description. Moving on, we have SCP-5790, which is somewhat unique in having its object class, containment procedures, and description all expunged. What's left is the operational purview, with it falling under the Records and Informational Security Administration, Memetics and Infohazards Division, Department of Spectral Phenomena, Office of Applied Necromancy, and Department of Miscommunications. We're also given the information handling procedures, with information about 5790 to be purged in its entirety no more than 7 days after creation, as per Protocol Icon. A number of purge methods have been approved, depending on the source of information. For info on the official Foundation database, it's automatically expunged by file management programs, and verified periodically by an information technology team. For official Foundation physical records, creation of new physical records is prohibited, and all known physical records have been incinerated in ritualistic ovens and pyres. For unauthorized records by Foundation personnel, the documents are to be incinerated in the same way if they're physical, or deleted without archival if digital, and the staff member in question should be amnesticized demoted, and quarantined for a minimum of 3 months. If no anomalous activity occurs within this time, the employee may be reassigned, and if quarantine is not possible, termination is deemed a satisfactory alternative. For Containment Team CT-5790, there should be bi-monthly amnesticization and biannual rotation of personnel to prevent memory resurgence. If something expunged has already manifested, the site is to be quarantined and 2 MTFs are to be dispatched to the location. If there's a potential delayed manifestation of something, any persons with non-atheistic religious beliefs are to be terminated shortly thereafter. Any realized iconography is to be extracted from the cerebellum and incinerated. For the assigned mediums, memory may be removed following communications depending on the methods used. If this does not occur, a week-long course of deep amnestics is to be used to prevent the possible retention of spiritually obtained information. Pre-existing literature containing information about 5790 is to be found and destroyed by an MTF, alongside relevant relics, civilian corpses, and something expunged. For this reason, all members of another MTF have been provided with portable exorcism equipment and trained in its usage. MTFs involved with the anomaly are to be administered amnestics following any related dispatch, and are to attend to no more than 2 incidents per year, with the exception of MTF Theta 0, for whom something that's been expunged. A series of planned neurological surgeries are expected to allow Theta 0's members to better cope with their resultant psychological disorders, and lower turnover dramatically. Lastly, for information found in something expunged, something else expunged, although it mentions widespread theistic belief systems. Protocol Matthew, which involves a long-term global theological cultural shift, has been put in place to facilitate this. Subtle short-term procedures are also planned, along with something else expunged, to increase biological similarity between cerebrospinal fluid and holy water, in order to lower the death toll. Additional methods of destroying information about 5790 may be used contextually, following approval by assigned mediums. If no persons with a spiritual connection or second sight are available, consultation with a member of Level 4 personnel with First Principles emergency response training is advised. All persons involved are expected to seek amnestic treatment and reassignment shortly thereafter. The last thing we're provided are the information retrieval procedures, which state that, thanks to a focused effort by Foundation personnel to execute Protocol Icon, information about 5790 has been purged globally from the realm of the living. In the event that knowledge of 5790 or its containment procedures is required, the following actions are to be taken. The personnel requiring the information are to submit a formal request to a senior researcher, the current Hazardous Information Containment Liaison for 5790. Requesting the information either out of personal curiosity or for low priority matters is strictly prohibited. Contingent on said request being approved, the senior researcher is to schedule an appointment between the personnel and an assigned medium, with proxies being used if the former displays an aversion to post-mortem communications. The information is to be retrieved from the informational afterlife by the assigned medium through use of dowsing, talking boards, or other permitted forms of negligible risk necromancy. The information is to be treated as detailed under informational handling procedures. Personnel are to note that the use of occult communications for information storage does not have any bearing on 5790 or its properties, beyond eliminating the risk of something expunged and a false idol. The above sections cannot and should not be used to attempt to discern the nature of 5790. As per its official policy, the Foundation remains opposed to the use of non-human afterlives for personal or organizational gains. In the case of 5790 and its ability to realize something else expunged, however, the use of actualized occultism to release the spirits of incinerated documents poses too great a benefit to containment to be discounted. The use of Protocol Icon as standard info containment for info-hazardous objects is under consideration, pending the development of a method of expanding the scope of 5790's secondary properties. Like all of these SCPs, there isn't a whole lot to go off of here, and the mystery is meant to be part of the appeal. We really have no idea what 5790 is, as the article pretty much entirely goes over what to do with information about 5790, which is quite dangerous itself. Obviously, it has something to do with religion, with theories being that 5790 is some sort of demonic entity, or perhaps an entire religion that's been erased. Information about 5790 is somehow alive, in a sense, and has to be incinerated to completely expel it, including information found in someone's brain. The Foundation also is apparently interested in expanding the scope of 5790's secondary properties, whatever those might be, although that sounds like a risky prospect based on everything else. Lastly, let's finish with SCP-4182, which actually has an object class, containment procedures, and a description. 4182 is a phenomenon by which internal Foundation documents are periodically altered to include references to a non-existent site, Site 5. The mechanism by which this occurs has yet to be understood, and depictions of Site 5 are inconsistent, but it's typically described as a man-made island constructed to store anomalous waste. Since its discovery in 2018, 4182's rate of occurrence has been increasing exponentially. There's meant to be a photo attached here, but it just gives an invalid file error, and there's also a 404 internal server error present. Following a link to restore the file to the previous revision gives us another version of the document, from 2015. Now there is a photo present, of a facility on an island, and the description states that SCP-4182 is a 16-acre artificial island located 75 kilometers south of Ippon Sugi, Japan. Although no record of its construction exists, its configuration suggests that it was built as a waste containment facility at some point in the early 20th century. All of its structures were found to be sealed with reinforced acrylic plating, and no further attempts to remove these plates or examine the interior of 4182 structures will be made. Foundation documents will periodically identify it as a non-existent site, but the mechanism by which this occurs has yet to be understood. Since its discovery in 2014, 4182's rate of occurrence has been increasing dramatically. Another error directs us to restore the previous revision of the file, from 2002. This version has a closer image of the island, and the containment procedures mention that a 25-kilometer exclusion zone around the island has been set up, and all of the entrances and windows have been welded shut. The description is largely the same as the last, although it states that several of 4182's now sealed structures contained stairwells plugged with concrete. Excavations of these stairwells led to the discovery of a massive subterranean complex located beneath the island containing something redacted from the record. No further excavations are to be made. Since its discovery in 2001, 4182's rate of occurrence has been increasing significantly. Yet another iteration of the document, from 1992, states that a 50-kilometer exclusion zone is to be set up around the island, and all stairwells leading to the subcomplex are to be sealed with 2 meters of concrete composite reinforced with steel. It states that personnel affected by 4182 will descend one of several stairwells throughout the facility, proceeding into a massive, subterranean complex that contains something redacted. Despite extensive seismological and radiometric surveys, the depth of this subcomplex has yet to be determined, but is in excess of several kilometers. In 1989, a medical examination of several hundred bodies recovered from 4182 was conducted. In approximately 75% of cases, the internal morphology showed minor to severe deviations from topographical norms, typically concentrated in the central nervous system. The most common cause of death was intracerebral hemorrhaging brought on by the rapid onset of liquefactive necrosis inside the brain. No further examinations are to be made. Since its discovery in 1986, 4182's rate of occurrence has been increasing. This version of the file no longer has the error related to a specific picture, and we see now that it's actually a live camera feed showing numerous decayed corpses. A notice at the bottom of the page informs us, however, that the file has received a recent revision, with it now having the explained object class. The description states that 4182 was a phenomenon by which internal Foundation documents were periodically altered to include references to a non-existent site. Initially attributed to an anomaly, this was later determined to have occurred because of an uncaught exception in the source code, and as of 2019, this error has been patched. The last thing we're given is a message from the server's administrator with the subject line of "They're lying." The message has a video file and the words, "It's real. See you there." The video file shows a first-person perspective of someone walking through a dark facility while an air raid siren blares. They continue down a decrepit staircase until static sounds overwhelm the audio and the video cuts out. The last visible image is that of a pile of decayed corpses. So, we have a facility meant to store anomalous waste on an island off the coast of Japan that apparently has been covered up and rediscovered by the Foundation multiple times. The individuals that worked there died pretty horrifically, with most of them dying from their brains melting, and the anomalous waste has turned it all into one big cognitohazard. The Foundation desperately tried to cover it all up by sealing everything with concrete and welding the entrances shut, but the anomaly has been persistent, leaking into Foundation documents more and more over the years. They thought they finally squashed it by fixing their server code, but then the server administrator himself got into Site 5 and sent a video back. Now it seems to be drawing more and more people to come to the island, to bear witness to the tragedy there. The article is meant to evoke the Department of Abnormalities, a forgotten branch of the Foundation that was specifically locked away, their deeds never meant to be rediscovered. In-universe, there's often very little good reason why certain aspects of SCP documents are redacted, as one would assume that a person accessing the document needs to know some of that crucial information. Out of universe, though, good usage of redactions and expungement can heighten an article's effect, letting imagination run wild rather than outright stating something. Of course, these articles go above and beyond that, using redactions themselves to tell a story. It's not an easy trick to pull off, which is why there's very few articles where the entire description is removed, but when done right, it creates a scintillating mystery.
Aquatic SCPs. Fear of deep water and the things that may lurk beneath an ocean's surface is a common enough phobia, and has been for quite a long time. Throughout history, humanity has told folk tales of gigantic sea monsters roaming the world's oceans, and this has pervaded much of modern fiction as well. From Leviathan to Cthulhu, we've been both fascinated and mystified by the depths of the sea. And as you might expect, the SCP universe is rife with aquatic horrors and anomalies. In fact, there are dozens of SCPs with the aquatic tag, and so this video will only look at a handful of the more interesting and popular ones, excluding ones I've already touched upon, like SCP-3000. One of the most basic but well-known aquatic SCPs is SCP-169, the Leviathan. 169 is a massive marine creature of unknown size that was first discovered by the Foundation after observing an archipelago that had shifted at least 3 kilometers from its original location. Further investigation revealed the archipelago to be the protrusions of rock-like plates that covered an enormous organic mass. The Foundation estimates that 169 is somewhere between 2,000 and 8,000 kilometers in length, but aside from that, they know very little about it. It seems to be adrift in the southern Atlantic Ocean, moving less than a kilometer per week, and it breathes once every few months, causing seismic tremors in the archipelago. The Foundation goes through their typical efforts to conceal awareness of 169, but the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration in the US managed to pick up an underwater sound that the Foundation believes was created by 169. The sound was leaked to the media and is now pretty well known as the bloop. Well, a nice little early SCP, but let's look at some weirder stuff. I haven't really discussed the odd group of interest known as Are We Cool yet, but they're responsible for this next SCP, SCP-1057. Are We Cool yet, like a handful of other groups of interest, are responsible for creating some anomalies, but their angle is that of anomalous artists. They create anomalies that are meant to be viewed as art pieces, often with a message or meaning behind them. This doesn't always mean the art pieces are safe, though. SCP-1057 is an empty space in the shape and size of an adult tiger shark. It displaces water as if there were a shark in the space, but insertion of objects into the space seem to reveal that there's nothing there, although this does anger 1057. Behaviorally, the empty space acts like a typical tiger shark, but any food it consumes disappears, except for the fluorescent dyes the Foundation feeds it, which outline a digestive and circulatory system. 1057 was first found in a public swimming pool after killing 2 swimmers and mutilating a lifeguard. 5 other people were killed in the ensuing panic. Examination of the pool area afterwards by Foundation agents found a handwritten note on the bulletin board reading, "Panic means that the idea of a shark can be more dangerous than an actual shark. It can even be more dangerous than no shark at all. Are we cool yet?" Speaking of aquatic creatures you can't see, SCP-2256 was a species of massive sea creatures that grew to over 1,000 meters in height, resembling spindly, vertically elongated giraffes with dish-shaped feet. They would roam the South Pacific Ocean alone, or in groups as large as 2,000. Their primary anomalous trait, aside from their size, was their anti-memetic quality, a sort of camouflage that inhibited other sentient beings from perceiving or remembering their presence. They rarely approached land despite this protection, but due to their size, if one were capable of perceiving them, they could see part of the creatures sticking out of the water. The natives of an island in Polynesia used a substance for both recreational and religious purposes that functioned as a nestic, the opposite of an amnestic, allowing them to see the creatures. They believed the creatures to be spirits sent by the gods to maintain the horizon and prevent the sea and the sky from mixing. Although they were seen as friendly and well-meaning creatures, they didn't always do their job, resulting in storms and typhoons. The Foundation eventually learned of 2256's existence and began an investigation. They learned that this anti-memetic quality extended to any records kept about the creatures, in varying degrees. Photographs didn't capture them at all, and the negatives quickly faded into transparency, along with videos, audio recordings, scans, etc. 2256's population began to decline in the years afterwards, and eventually the Foundation created a field generator that allowed a conventional photograph to be taken. The creature photographed instantly died, and so it seems that observation of the creatures seems to be directly harmful to them, and the Foundation's investigations were causing their population to die off. By the time the Foundation decided to drastically scale back observation of the creatures, it was too late, and the last of 2256 died a few years later. The recorded information about the creatures kept by the Foundation is also decaying, as their anti-memetic effect spreads, and it seems that in a few years, no information about the extinct species will exist. That's pretty sad, so let's switch back to horror. SCP-1128 is an entity that appears as a large aquatic predator, but only after someone is given a full description of its appearance, verbally, written, or in a picture. Once someone is aware of exactly what 1128 looks like, if they are ever fully submerged in water, they will disappear, regardless of the depth of the water. In most cases, they will reappear moments later, panicking and frantically trying to leave the water. They report that they were transported to a vast ocean, where they were chased by SCP-1128. In cases where the individual doesn't reappear, the water will become filled with blood and debris matching the individual's remains. Amnestics are enough to treat people infected with this condition, as it forces them to forget the entity's appearance. The Foundation infected a D-Class and sent them in, recording their experience. We really learned two things from their experiments: that the entity is large enough to eat whales, and that infected individuals are being transported to an actual location on Earth that is now being quarantined by the Foundation. Repeated testing with the same D-Class showed that the effect became gradually stronger, causing the D-Class to see the entity in practically any body of water. Eventually, the D-Class was violently pulled into a glass of water somehow, and no remains were recovered. Another sea creature with an interesting defense mechanism is SCP-252, a subspecies of Humboldt squid that's noticeably smaller than average. They lack an ink sac, and instead have an increased density of chromatophores, cells in the skin that are capable of producing rapidly varying colors. When threatened or agitated, 252 will use these cells to convince observers that it has altered its body into a gigantic aquatic creature, up to 75 meters tall. It will seem to grow a large number of appendages, ranging from tentacles to insectoid pincers to humanoid arms and legs ending in talons. There will also be a cluster of tentacles around its mouth. Pretty much all animal life will proceed to instantly flee from 252, potentially harming themselves in the process, and will very likely develop a phobia of cephalopods in the aftermath. Even video footage of 252 is noted as being moderately frightening, although the effect doesn't quite work the same, and comes off as appearing fake. The Foundation at first was convinced that 252 was a highly dangerous and destructive anomaly, but after learning about its effect, have now reclassified them as safe, not even bothering to hunt down any others in the wild. Perhaps the most notable aquatic SCP, aside from 3000, is SCP-835, but I'll warn you that it's definitely a little bit gross, and certainly dark. 835 appears to be a large mass of coral-like polyps, weighing in excess of 100 tons. It is incapable of moving, but it uses a number of large tentacles projecting from the polyps to anchor itself, as well as to gather food. These tentacles are coated with a sticky adhesive substance, and are strong enough to damage plate steel. 835's mass is extremely hard, requiring diamond drills to even take samples, and is continuing to grow in mass by 50 pounds per day. It is susceptible to many chemicals, however, which the Foundation is using to halt its growth. Several times per day, 835 emits a large amount of semi-liquid material, consisting of semi-digested solids, fecal matter, and seminal fluid, and also containing several forms of bacteria, viruses, and parasites, many unique to 835. These seem to cause some sort of pretty bad infection, as it's the Foundation's main reason for containing 835, and they're concerned that if they crack open 835, there would be a great outburst of this slurry. Rather than getting a log of some hapless D-class getting thrown inside of it, we instead get an after-action report written by an MTF member when 835 was first retrieved from an ocean. It only had a mass of 4 tons at the time, and so a team of 4 from MTF Zeta 9, mole rats, was sent in to check it out. The report has been written up by the team leader, Lieutenant C, and they state that 835 was not hostile during their initial approach, allowing the team to begin investigating its exterior. The youngest team member, Corporal H, was ordered to stay outside 835 while the others checked out what they thought to be the entrance to the entity. He soon alerted the others with cries for help, saying that he was being dragged by the tentacles towards some sort of mouth. The lieutenant's professionalism breaks down at this point while writing about how the corporal was just a kid on his first mission, and they should have kept an eye on him. The thing the others thought was an entrance turned out to be just a cave, while the real entrance to 835 was a big polyp on one end. Other agents topside tried to activate a winch to pull the corporal out, but the wires snapped and he was pulled into 835. Some data is expunged, but it seems the lieutenant attempted to grab the corporal and have topside pull them both out, but this also failed, and now both are inside 835. The lieutenant describes the experience as like when a doctor shoves a camera up inside of someone, and says that some sort of muscular contractions are pushing the two of them further in. They were held tight enough that they couldn't move, and if not for their hard suits, they would have been easily crushed. The corporal had vomited in his suit and was sobbing. The lieutenant calculates at their current rate of movement, they'll come out the other side in 72 hours, assuming they did, but they'd be dead before then if the powered heating went out in their suits. The bottom of the ocean is pretty cold, and so they needed to turn their heaters down to minimal power to prolong it for as long as possible. They spent a day like that, unable to move a muscle, near freezing. The corporal started talking again, but the data is again expunged. About 24 hours in, they reached something akin to a stomach, and they turned their suits back to full power as they fell into a chamber big enough for the two of them to fit comfortably. Unfortunately, this chamber seemed to contain a caustic agent that began burning through their suits, so they quickly made for what the lieutenant calls a sphincter. They also remark that the stomach insides were lined with something, but the data is again expunged, and they are pulled by the corporal through the sphincter. They fall into a place apparently worse than the stomach, filled with something quite awful, enough to squick out the lieutenant so badly they almost passed out. The opening on the other side was closed shut, so they waited there until it would open up. Much more data is expunged. The lieutenant wrestles with something, tentacles are involved, and then the lieutenant was expelled out of 835 back into the ocean. A couple more things are expunged at the end of the report, and that's that. Obviously, we want to know a lot more about what happened, and fortunately, we have access to the original files. We learn a few new things in the uncensored document about the containment procedures and qualities of 835. The Foundation feeds the entity twice a day, typically other aquatic species, but it seems that 835 is capable of entering a hostile rage state. This is apparently a big enough deal that they've authorized the feeding of humans to 835, which calm it down. More disturbing, 835 itself is composed of basic human biological components, with the shell being formed from super dense calcium, the hard caps on the polyps coated with tooth enamel, and its tentacles formed from mutated tongue cells. Most of a human's biological systems are present throughout the entity, but they showcase extreme mutation, and the digestive and reproductive systems are linked to one another. Most alarming, however, are the effects of that infectious slurry that 835 keeps spitting out. If a vertebrate animal comes into contact with this slurry, they'll generally proceed to undergo a series of symptoms. They'll begin to increase in weight, generally 10 to 20 pounds a day, and feel constant hunger, as well as an urge to consume odd items, including raw meat, grass, and wood. Their skin will begin to calcify and harden, and polyps will form across their body. They will become more aggressive as their intelligence and mobility decrease, and they will develop an urge to enter seawater as most of their biological systems atrophy. In the end, they'll become another 835 entity in 68% of cases, and the Foundation has yet to find a way to halt this process. This is their main cause for concern with 835, as an unchecked spread of that infectious slurry could result in a world-ending scenario. Finally, we have the uncensored after-action report, which reveals a few more horrible details. The lieutenant is revealed to be female, and while inside of the stomach area of 835, she saw that it was lined with human faces, each of them screaming and begging for her to kill them. She pulled out her gun and started shooting them before the corporal dragged her away. While the two waited to be dumped out of 835, the corporal began complaining about an awful smell, and she checked his suit, finding a hole in it. She patched it and told him not to worry about it, but then noticed red things growing on his face. They soon began to burst, splattering blood across his faceplate, and he proceeded to scream and beg the lieutenant to shoot him. She put the gun to his head, but she had used up all her ammo shooting at the faces in the stomach. Tentacles burst out of his face and grabbed her, trying desperately to find a way into her suit. She managed to kick the corporal back into the stomach area, where he proceeded to melt, and he admitted he loved her before dying. She confesses at the end of the log that her suit didn't make it out intact, and she didn't even notice until she made it back to her room and saw red blotches across her skin. She finishes by telling her superiors to not bother with decontaminating the ship she's on, but instead just destroy it and leave the wreck on top of the entity so that her and the corporal can be together, just like he wanted. The sea holds many wonders, some fascinating, some terrifying, some mystifying, and some dangerous. This goes for both the SCP universe, as you can see, as well as our own world. From the early days of humanity, where sailors would spread grand tales about the sea in both drunken exuberance as well as hushed whispers, to our modern world of underwater expeditions and seafloor mapping, the oceans still hold their mysteries. Although there aren't nearly as many SCPs beneath the sea level as above it, I hope I've at least showcased some interesting ones. Beneficial SCPs. If you've been following along with this series, you've heard about a number of horrific anomalies capable of maiming, torturing, and killing. Between various monsters, mind-bending locations, and inexplicable phenomena, the SCP universe is one wrought with danger. Organizations such as the SCP Foundation spend every day fighting against these dangers, but there are also certain anomalies that can aid humanity instead. These beneficial SCPs comprise a relatively low amount of the overall list of anomalies, but each one is prized by groups such as the SCP Foundation. While it's true that many SCPs could potentially be useful or beneficial, such as being weaponized, this video will specifically focus on SCPs that are inherently beneficial. Perhaps one of the most notable beneficial SCPs, and the prime example of the concept, is SCP-500, Panacea. SCP-500 is a small plastic can, currently containing 47 red pills. These pills, taken orally, cure a subject of all diseases within 2 hours. So far, these pills seem capable of curing any mundane disease or illness, as well as many anomalous afflictions, such as 008, the zombie plague. The only downside to SCP-500 is the limited quantity of the pills, and despite their efforts, the Foundation have so far been unable to create any more of the pills. However, they are utilizing SCP-038, the Everything Tree, to create clones of the pills. These cloned pills only work 30% of the time, and as time goes on they become even less effective, but otherwise they still function like the original pills. In cases where the infection is permanent, they manage to stop the infection 60% of the time, but since it's fairly easy for the Foundation to continue cloning the pills, this is a pretty beneficial situation. They also experimented putting a SCP-500 pill through SCP-914, the Clockworks, a large clockwork device capable of taking objects and converting them into something else based on a few settings. SCP-914 is not inherently beneficial, as the results are too unpredictable, but it has the potential of creating something beneficial. The pill was run through the machine on the Find setting, and the result was a small spherical locket, designated SCP-427. 427, when opened, is capable of curing diseases and illnesses at an enhanced rate, curing the common cold in 2 to 4 minutes, as well as regenerating any cellular damage. Prolonged exposure greatly enhances the body's resistance to diseases and toxins, and also optimizes a subject's muscular system, increasing their strength and pain tolerance. If a subject is ever exposed to the locket for over an hour over the course of their life, however, they will begin mutating into a shapeless mass of tissue, becoming incredibly aggressive and highly resistant to most known weaponry. Since 427 can cure almost anything that the pills can, it's often used as a substitute, although usage is highly monitored to prevent any mutations. Speaking of curing ailments, SCP-348, a gift from Dad, is also capable of curing illnesses or injuries, although to a much lesser degree. SCP-348 is a white ceramic bowl, patterned with blue flowers. When placed in front of an individual suffering from a minor ailment or injury, the bowl will fill with soup. Practically all individuals between the ages of 4 and 18 that have eaten the soup have enjoyed it, and will generally cause their ailment to heal faster than expected. Often, a message will appear in the ceramic after the soup is eaten. These messages seem to be directed specifically at the individual, and appear to be written by the individual's father, regardless of whether they are currently living or not. The child of divorced parents living with his mother receives a message saying, "I'm sorry, son," while a child whose father died in a traffic accident simply receives a message of, "I love you." Individuals older than 18 that eat from the bowl are less inclined to finish it, remarking that something is missing, and are much less likely to receive a message. Moving on from curing ailments and illnesses, SCP-2203 is an anomalous device that many people in the world would likely wish to try out. 2203 resembles a standard love tester amusement machine,
with a display that measures an individual's romantic appeal. After using the device, a card dispenses from the machine with a name, address, and a few words of advice. This card corresponds to an existing person, and individuals that seek out said person find it remarkably easy to form a bond with them, generally leading to long-lasting friendships, marriages, or otherwise intimate relationships. These relationships are not anomalous in nature, and can be disrupted or prevented normally, but it is still a highly beneficial SCP. Continuing the wholesome trend with a bit of an oddball is SCP-765, Duck Pond. 765 is literally that, just a duck pond, although the description discusses how it emanates an emotional effect that causes individuals to experience relaxed feelings, contentment with their life, and justification with their life choices. After 7 to 12 days, however, this changes into feelings of lethargy, apathy, boredom, and depression. 765 is staffed by a rotating group of researchers and guards, particularly ones undergoing severe stress or lethargy. What's likely happening here, however, is that this is not an SCP at all, and is simply a duck pond. Rather than taking overworked and stressed personnel and sending them on vacations, the Foundation simply assigns them to 765, where they are technically still on the job, but are able to relax and contemplate things. They are then reassigned a week or so later to get them back to work. Certainly one of the largest scale and most useful SCPs known to the Foundation is SCP-2000, Deus Ex Machina. SCP-2000 is an underground Foundation facility located in Yellowstone National Park. It was originally constructed hundreds of years ago, but knowledge of its existence was lost for some time, and only somewhat recently rediscovered. A generator powered by geothermal energy is capable of keeping the facility in standby mode indefinitely, but the main power of the facility comes from a liquid fluoride thorium reactor. At peak capacity, this facility is designed to produce 100,000 viable, non-anomalous humans per day. The facility is capable of recreating any known human genome, as well as generating new and unique genomes, and humans can be advanced to any age desired. Memories can be implanted as well, including entire life histories, and the facility has a memory bank of many Foundation personnel. In the case of a world-ending scenario, SCP-2000 will unlock, allowing any Foundation employee to initiate its primary function. If, after 20 years, this process still hasn't begun, the facility will further unlock, allowing any human to access and initiate the process. Mission-critical personnel will be recreated first, followed by political and cultural leaders of a given time period, inputted at the start of the process. Then the facility will begin to rebuild a global population consistent with the time period. Building materials, construction equipment, and copies of thousands of different works of art, music, and literature also fill the facility. It's recommended to not set the time period further back than 20 years before the event, as things can get complicated. People are continually recreated until the world population level is back where it was, and manufacturing capability and agricultural production have returned to normal, a process that takes anywhere from 25 to 50 years. At the conclusion of the process, a global amnestic is released to cause people to forget about the Foundation, and history resumes. The remains of a human were found at some point within the facility, dated 450 to 700 years ago, with the Foundation credentials for Dr. Alto Clef found nearby. A note was found with the body, reading, "Why did we have to build this thing? When did we do it? How long have we been doing it? Do we even know?" It's unknown then how long this facility has actually existed, and how many times it's been used. There are, of course, a number of more sapient SCPs that are generally regarded as completely beneficial in nature. SCP-999, the Tickle Monster, which I described in my Scarlet King video, is an amorphous, gelatinous mass of orange slime. 999 is playful, akin to a dog in personality, and will most commonly hug anyone who approaches it. Touching 999 causes an immediate feeling of euphoria that intensifies the longer contact is held, and lasts long after separation. This effect is capable of curing crippling depression, or PTSD, and 999 will take a special interest in those it perceives to be unhappy or hurt. 999 has also risked its own life in order to protect others from harm, and is one of the few SCPs that is allowed to freely roam the Foundation facility. As a counterpart to SCP-1048, the Builder Bear, SCP-2295, the Bear with the Heart of Patchwork, is a much more beneficial stuffed animal. When placed within 2 meters of a human that has sustained major trauma to an organ, 2295 will somehow produce scissors, thread, and either sewing needles or a crocheting hook, and take any fabric and stuffing in close proximity. This includes yarn, cloth, cotton, or wool, but if no suitable material is nearby, 2295 will instead take fabric and stuffing from itself. It then uses this material to craft an imitation of the injured organ, which will promptly disappear upon completion. At this point, the injured individual will fall into a state of unconsciousness. An examination will show that the patchwork imitation has now replaced their damaged organ, with no trace of the original. These patchwork organs perform exactly as well as a normal, healthy organ should, and there have been no cases of rejection by the body. Examples include replacing lungs heavily damaged by years of smoking, replacing large patches of skin that have been burned, and replacing a diseased heart. There are limits, however, as 2295 was presented with a teenager suffering from cerebral hemorrhaging, and all the bear could do was give the subject a candy bar and embrace their leg while crying. 2295 was recovered with a Get Well card with the text Kairos the Bear on it, with Kairos being one of the Greek words for time, specifically an opportune moment. The text inside the card reads, "Chutami, because only time can mend all wounds. Love, Grammy." SCP-662 is another SCP that plenty of people would like to have, as it's a small silver bell that, when rung, a well-dressed butler calling himself Mr. Deeds will promptly appear. Mr. Deeds will ask what the ringer requests, and will then leave to carry out the request. Mr. Deeds is capable of performing most menial tasks, such as washing a car or preparing food, and is also capable of retrieving many different items, such as a ham sandwich or a brick of gold. Larger, more complex items, such as sport cars and jets, are beyond his capabilities, as well as carrying out highly difficult or impossible tasks. Mr. Deeds is capable of being injured or killed, but will fully recover once out of sight. Mr. Deeds is unaware of how he retrieves items or carries out tasks, and has no memory of doing so, but otherwise, he's the perfect anomalous butler. There are, of course, a myriad of other beneficial SCPs. SCP-005 is a key that can open any lock. SCP-006 is the Fountain of Youth. SCP-294, while potentially dangerous, is capable of outputting practically any conceivable liquid. SCP-131 are small, one-eyed creatures with the personalities of a pet that often warn others of danger, and once prevented a containment breach of SCP-173. SCP-179 is a humanoid entity located deep in space
that warns the Foundation of any extraterrestrial threats. And the list goes on. The SCP universe is one generally thought to be filled with horror and dangers, but there is the other side of the coin, and anomalies come in many different shapes and forms. The Foundation is not so detached that they can't see the benefit of utilizing certain anomalies for their own gain, but there have certainly been times where they have thought something was beneficial, and it turned out to be not. It's safe to say, though, at this point that pretty much all of these SCPs are useful in some way. And while there are many times I prefer our universe to the SCP universe, I wouldn't mind having a few of these.
Classic Con SCPs. There have been complaints during recent years from a number of individuals that the SCP community has devolved from its origins. Rather than focusing on pithy, concise articles that convey horror through brief, mysterious articles, they instead focus on writing longer and longer articles about how bad the Foundation is and how the world is coming to an end for the umpteenth time. These thoughts are, of course, unfounded, but it's perhaps undeniable that the original series of SCP articles will never be surpassed in the public consciousness, regardless of how many more articles continue to be produced. Classic Con was an attempt to harken back to the old days of the SCP universe, with a strict limit on word count and a focus on horror. The contest proved to be immensely popular among authors, with 155 entries in total, so we'll just be checking out a handful of them this time. Let's take a look. Let's start with SCP-8513, the corpse of Foundation researcher Luke Grayson, which is currently undergoing a process of rejuvenation. Any attempts to slow or prevent this regeneration are futile, as new damage to the corpse is impermanent. Grayson died after a fall from his apartment window on December 6, 2029, before the Betelgeuse supernova. A novel form of radiation was detected worldwide by specialized Foundation equipment during and after this supernova, and Grayson's corpse emits high levels of this radiation. The Foundation has deployed sensors in population centers to determine the extent of 8513 contamination, with these sensors showing high levels of emissions from the remains of every human who died before the event. The affected corpses are regenerating at variable rates, with complete healing likely to occur by December 9th, regardless of how long they've been dead. Notably, those who have died since the event do not appear to be regenerating, even when exposed to the radiation. The Foundation has no plans capable of dealing with the 103 billion humans who will resurrect tomorrow, but they believe that most of them will not be able to escape their graves. So, needless to say, even if most are not able to escape their graves, that's still a pretty big problem for the Foundation. They're not really sure what's going to happen when all these corpses regenerate, and although we might leap to just feral zombies, they might just be normal people again, which is probably even more horrific. It's interesting to note that the zombie outbreak in the original Night of the Living Dead is speculated to be caused by radiation from a returning satellite from Venus. Next, we have SCP-8345, an extinct, infectious Euclidean microorganism that exhibits a number of anomalous effects on its hosts. Its primary anomalous quality is its ability to exist in standard three-dimensional, non-Euclidean space, despite possessing two-dimensional Euclidean topology, and presumably originating from such a lower dimensional space. It accomplishes this feat by occupying flat planes within three-dimensional space, such as walls, paper, and screens where it can survive. While it can survive in such spaces, the absence of living hosts for reproduction make its existence inevitably short-lived. It's believed that its anomalous predation method was an evolutionary adaptation to living as a two-dimensional entity in three-dimensional space. Stage 1 of 8345 infection is functionally undetectable and is believed to occur by a flat section of skin coming into contact with a plane occupied by 8345 cells. Its cells then migrate across the skin, often appearing as a blemish or a bruise, until it can reach an entry point such as a cut on the skin. It will then propagate freely and aggressively on the walls of the host's veins and arteries, as the three-dimensional immune system cannot recognize or react to the two-dimensional foreign bodies. No outward physical symptoms present, but the host may complain of a general feeling of unwellness. At this stage, the loss of mass is generally too low to be noticeable. A case study shows a 28-year-old D-class with a large amount of body tattoos. Upon contact with his soul, the infection migrated up as a bruise until it reached a tattoo, whereupon it shifted into an extension of the tattoo and moved up until it encountered a pre-placed entry wound on the skin. In Stage 2, symptoms begin to manifest, as 8345 has covered essentially all the walls of major arteries and veins, which naturally begin to contract as the three-dimensional cylinder is incompatible with their topology. This presents as inexplicable, sudden bruising across the extremities and moving towards the chest, as capillaries and arterioles burst from being suddenly compressed into two dimensions. Blood, unable to flow through flat vessels, pools where it is, giving rise to potential crush syndrome, as dying blood cells release poisonous potassium, although hosts don't live long enough to exhibit crush syndrome regardless. Having reached critical mass in the collapsing topology of the bloodstream, 8345 cells flow out into major organs and tissues. At this stage, loss of mass is noticeable, and is usually attributed to weight loss from illness. A case study had a 30-year-old D-class who was unable to move due to swelling and pain in her extremities. An MRI revealed that 78% of the blood vessels in her limbs had flattened out, destroying the internal muscle. In Stage 3, the infection causes immense physical pain to the host as it reaches critical mass within minor organs and tissues, forcing their topology to simplify. The three dimensions are compressed down to two, and internal organ details and structures such as those of the gallbladder or pancreas are lost in the simplification, causing them to cease functioning. Muscle mass cannot be represented accurately in two dimensions and is further compressed, causing gangrene and necrosis in the extremities, with hosts typically losing the ability to walk. As the interior marrow of bones is compressed out of existence, blood cells cease reproducing and internal bleeding begins. At this stage, loss of mass is considerable, and the host will have lost 50 to 75% of their pre-infection body weight. A case study of Stage 3 shows a 42-year-old D-class that died due to diabetic shock after pancreatic failure. An autopsy revealed that most of his internal muscles and organs were gone entirely, and the flattening of the stomach lining caused stomach acid to flow out into his abdominal cavity, melting the simplified organs and tissues away. Stage 4 infections are precipitated by a buildup of 8345 cells in the major internal organs. The ongoing simplification of the host flattens the lungs' alveoli and eliminates their ability to breathe, though this usually has no effect as the internal topology of the heart's valves has already been compressed out and caused massive heart failure. Pores have closed and hair has fallen out by this point, and all major organ systems have failed. The subject would be in immeasurable pain, but the flattening of the lobes of the brain have rendered them brain dead. At this stage, loss of mass is nearly total, and the subject is no longer visible when seen from a dead-on angle. The case study for this stage is one of two non-Foundation workers that were inadvertently exposed to the 8345 sample during its initial discovery. The nature of 8345 was not realized until 3 months later, whereupon the worker was tracked down. His apartment was believed to be empty until recovery agents discovered that the flattened subject had slipped into a tiny gap between the shower curtain and liner. Lastly, in Stage 5, the host is infested with 8345 cells and has been simplified and flattened onto a two-dimensional surface, where they are indistinguishable from any other marking or graffiti. The other non-Foundation worker that was inadvertently exposed to 8345 is in this stage. His corpse was found being sold at auction, having been mistaken for a postmodern artwork, and he has since been contained as the last remaining sample of SCP-8345. 8345 is believed to be extinct in the wild, and was resurrected by the Foundation using another SCP after initial fossilized cells were discovered in 1951 in scrapings from Lascaux, a network of caves in France containing over 600 cave paintings dated to the Paleolithic, primarily of large animals and humans. A secondary anomalous effect in Lascaux, a high-pitched, nearly imperceptible supersonic whine throughout the cave, is believed to be unrelated. So yeah, it's an infection that turns three-dimensional people into two-dimensional images, but it sure seems like they're still conscious in some ways, endlessly screaming throughout all time. Fantastic. Next, we have SCP-5315, the Rowan-Stark Mountain and its connected cave system, located within the Appalachian mountain range in the US. Individuals that begin to scale the mountain will be unable to leave its perimeter, as the topography of the area will regularly shift while outside of the hiker's line of sight, leading them further up the mountain regardless of their attempts to descend. Victims usually become aware of this effect approximately 2 hours into their attempted descent. Vegetation on the mountain thins at an elevation of around 300 meters, completely dissipating at around 400 meters. Any trail markers left behind by hikers will be removed by 5315 moments after they leave the hiker's line of sight. If the mountain is traversed by a group of people, the anomaly will separate the group through harsh weather, landslides, dense fog, or changes in its geography. No group has maintained contact beyond 600 meters of elevation. Individuals scaling the mountain will experience intense physical fatigue and dehydration, unable to rest due to increasingly hostile and rough terrain. They will, however, continue to scale regardless of their attempts to stop due to physical injury, although it's noted that the anomaly lacks any cognitohazardous or mind-altering effects. Once the target reaches an altitude of around 2,100 meters, the terrain funnels into a narrow valley, leading directly to a cavern located along the mountain's northeastern face. Regardless of if the target attempts to flee, they will inevitably be forced into the cave. Those who enter are unable to be recovered, and remote viewing shows that the cavern walls gradually shrink down to 2 feet in diameter, leading into a pit. It's unknown what's at the bottom. Despite the anomalous phenomena surrounding 5315, the rate of disappearances in the area is statistically average for the eastern US. Because of this, the Department of Geology and the Department of Statistics were tasked with determining the reasons for this phenomenon. We're shown 2 maps of the US, one showing missing persons and one showing cave systems, with the dots almost completely lining up. It's currently debated if SCP-5315 is unique in its predatory behavior. So yeah, that suggests that the mountain is definitely not unique in eating people, and there's similar mountains all across the US, although that sure feels like something that would get noticed by the general public before long. Next up, we have SCP-8490, the containment procedures of which state that candles, aerosol dispensers, and scented beads have been distributed throughout the site and are to be replaced regularly. Mirrored surfaces have been marred as a preventative measure. Under no circumstances should personnel be unaccompanied, and search parties are prohibited. Cleanup is also forbidden, as it constitutes direct interaction. One's line of sight should not dwell above another individual for extended periods. The description is no more helpful than that, stating that it was inadvertently communicated to current secure facility and cannot be transferred back to site of origin. The transmission/selection vector is unsolvable, and to date, 67 staff have been assimilated or incorporated via retrocausal embodiment. Despite subjective proximity to all personnel, the source is ineffable. Paranoid sensations are therefore ubiquitous and untreatable. 12 attempts have been made to document its physicality, but each invariably failed. A census goes down each of the levels of the facility, starting with the surface level. The 3 personnel on this level are Banner, De Jong, and Holden, although Holden is crossed out and referenced as Figure 1.1, an image showing only a blood-stained hallway. Maintenance operations continue uninterrupted, and a partial conveyance of the anomaly was sent to the main site via coded missive. They're awaiting special response/rescue. On Sublevel 1, the Safe Class Reliquary is successfully placed on lockdown. Visser is left to their own devices, while Stopker and Barrow looked up. Sublevel 2 contains the majority of the population, 49, and the southern wing is off limits. The security team here set the precedent for non-viable approach/offensive, and is considered responsible for the smell. Sublevel 3 formerly housed the research team and test subjects. Acknowledgement of their results triggers the anomaly's primary effects. The bulkheads here have been sealed. In the Euclid Containment Wing, an SCP was affected despite its unnatural lifespan, and its containment chamber's sensors were damaged by the tachyon release. Another SCP was not affected, and its file has been updated to confirm that it doesn't constitute a living being. The railway on Sublevel 4 was sabotaged to prevent spread to the main site. Sanders, Baudelaire, and Hannawald are safe/sheltering in place. They cannot risk egress through Euclid containment. Lastly, Sublevel 5 was the initial contact point, with the mortuary being the first affected. 9 staff learned the danger of identifying the anomaly. 6 determined proper conveyance at personal cost. 2 attempted physical interaction, and Dowell chose the furnace. So this one is written in a very short-form style, deliberately avoiding practically any information about the anomaly. We have to piece together what we can as we go through, learning that the Foundation discovered something very bad in their mortuary, and identifying it or even looking up leads to some very dire consequences. We really have no idea what the anomaly is, other than it affects living creatures but not dead ones, involves time in some way, and actively resists any attempts to describe or explain it. It's really just one screwed Foundation site. Next up, we have SCP-8304, the former Waterhouse Processing Plant, a factory farm and industrial slaughterhouse in Pennsylvania focused on poultry, pork, and beef. The company was operated by Waterhouse LLC before its closure in January of 1972. Within weeks of its closure, various anomalous phenomena began to affect the residents of the town, including inexplicable, often violent deaths of pets, widespread insomnia, an increase in grievous self-harm, especially among those with no prior mental health issues, an increase in homicide, self-inflicted death by starvation, and cannibalism. Containment began in June of 1972 following the confirmation of this activity. Prolonged inactivity within the plant correlates with the manifestation of these external anomalous phenomena, which lessen significantly when the plant is operational and disappear entirely when the plant is filled beyond capacity. Animals within the plant display an increasing chance of developing extreme malformations and paraphysical traits during their lifespans. No animals have been born with these afflictions, but instead develop them over time while living in the plant. Per Protocol Styx-3, these entities are to be slaughtered as late as possible in their natural lifespan. We're then given a short list of these animals, including a cow whose vocal cords fused with its gastrointestinal tissue, which then moaned continuously throughout its stomach for 18 hours prior to slaughter. A pig's blood became gelatinous, resulting in its respiration becoming near untenable, likely due to oxygen being unable to circulate. It remained alive for 7 hours until slaughter. Another cow developed cyclopia over 59 hours, and upon completion, the fusing of the skull left it with brain damage. It was slaughtered after 12 days. A chicken lost all organic mass below the knee, remaining immobile for 19 days, while another chicken developed adult-sized horse teeth within its beak, breaking it and fracturing its skull. It was slaughtered after 18 hours. Another cow's internal musculature arranged itself into dense knots, resembling clenched fists, which contracted in sequence every 45 minutes. It was slaughtered after 14 days. A pig's skin grew rigid and calcified over a period of 5 days, at which point the skin had become a thick, continuous shell. It remained fully conscious throughout, responding to stimuli via eye movement. A chicken's legs merged into a singular trunk-like appendage, causing it to move via undulating muscle contractions. It was slaughtered after 5 days. Another cow's internal organs ceased biological function but remained metabolically active. It displayed no vital signs but continued responding to stimuli for 26 days, at which point it was slaughtered. A pig's entire circulatory system shifted outside of its body, floating 15 centimeters above it. It remained alive and ambulatory until it was slaughtered 16 days later. Lastly, one cow was inverted, and it was slaughtered immediately. Due to the nature of being stationed here, staff are given access to limited psychological health care, so we're given an interview between a doctor and the plant manager, Gerard Harrell. The doctor asks him how much longer he's here, to which Harrell says 7 months. The doctor replies that he's been here longer than most, and that takes strength, but Harrell says that that's not what it takes. The doctor asks if he volunteered, but Harrell says no one volunteers. He was put into this position nearly instantly after Jerry turned himself into an ornament. The doctor says that they're not supposed to talk about that, and Harrell says that he lasted this long without talking to anyone else about all of this. The doctor remarks that he's supposed to tell him that that's a good thing, as not everyone makes it this far. Harrell snorts and says that they're feeding the world, one twitching thing at a time. He thinks that people are too comfortable asking what that costs. The people in this city, and the Foundation filing away another successful day without a breach. Meat shows up clean in plastic. Reports get gold stars. Nobody asks what they scrape off the floor. The doctor asks if he wants people to know what he deals with, but Harrell says that no one would care. They'd complain if the price went up. The doctor tells him that he's helping keep people alive, but Harrell says that they don't have to see what alive looks like before it stops moving. They don't have to see what alive looks like when it's forced to suffer. At the end of the slaughter line, there's a box of flayed heads. Jerry used to tell him not to go near it, said that it was his job to deal with it, and he never asked why. He didn't want to know. When Jerry quit, though, it became his. One thing is always left on those heads. One thing they can't clean up and package. Their eyes. Every day he walks to the end of the line, and everything he's killed is staring back at him. He dumps them like trash, and they watch him on their way down, knowing it was him that did this. The doctor asks if he wants to keep talking, and Harrell just says, not really. So yeah, the allegory here is not especially subtle, although on the surface you'd think that the Foundation just keeps operating the place to prevent the anomalous effects from leaking out. The fact that they still go ahead and sell the meat under the guise of keeping the world fed when they probably have numerous ways to solve the world's problems is a bit questionable. I guess if you've ever wanted to know what McNuggets are made out of, here you go. Next, we have SCP-8975, a small hole in the basement floor of a home in Canada, first discovered in 1961 by the police when the sole occupant, a Mr. Shaughnessy, was reported missing by his extended family. It was first discovered by the Foundation a day later when the investigating officer, Detective Gartner, was reported missing by his department. The hole has no apparent bottom, and efforts to plumb it have been indefinitely suspended. Routine sounding conducted during the initial investigation of the house recovered 6 items from the hole, and researcher Harvey delivered these items to Foundation experts for analysis. A claw fragment from a rat, a clump of hair from a cat, loose eyelashes, nasal secretions, loose skin fragments, and a strand of hair were all found, up to 45 meters down. The eyelashes were identified as coming from Shaughnessy's child, the nasal secretion from his wife, and the loose skin fragments were from him. The strand of hair, however, was from Detective Gartner. These results were deemed sufficient to classify the hole as an SCP object, after which further sounding operations were conducted by researcher Patel. She recovered 7 additional items, including a clump of hair from a rat, a whisker from a cat, human gums belonging to Shaughnessy's kid, a fingernail from his wife, his loose skin fragments, blood from Detective Gartner, and a tooth from researcher Harvey. On the identification of this last item, staff attempted to contact researcher Harvey without success. Following a search of his home, he was declared missing. Staff then attempted to contact researcher Patel, without success, and following a search of her home, she was also declared missing. An armed guard was immediately posted to the basement where the hole is located, while surveillance equipment was en route. When technicians arrived, the guard was missing. The house was immediately vacated, and the basement was hermetically sealed. No further soundings have been attempted. It's rare to see the Foundation so utterly defeated by an anomaly, where they decide to just pack things up and never look at it again. We'll never know exactly what's going on with this thing, other than it's one evil hole. Let's finish with the overall winner of the contest, SCP-8557, a biological phenomenon wherein continuous self-mutilation can cause recent wounds to become sapient oral cavities capable of sustained and coherent communication. The process is painless, as affected wounds cease bleeding and undergo coagulation within 4 minutes. The formation sequence begins with the development of lips derived from local epidermal tissue, followed by the emergence of a complete adult dental arch, and finally a non-functional tongue. These instances consistently exhibit a demeanor described as unconditionally caring, engaging their hosts in personalized, emotionally validating dialogue with precise recognition of prominent interests, fears, and unresolved grief. This attitude induces psychological dependency chemically comparable to drug addiction. Upon their initial manifestation, many subjects escalate self-harm practices, both in severity and frequency, claiming that the experience is being understood without explanation, finally feeling seen, and most commonly, a pain that does not hurt. 8557 instances have shown no resistance to surgical intervention, and suturing can be performed using standard methods, after which they simply become inactive. The anomaly was discovered on June 22, 2007, via an anonymous post on the 4chan message board. The post, which included photographs and a personal testimony, was traced to Akari Tanaka, a 19-year-old woman residing in Japan. Further investigation revealed that Tanaka had been a victim of 8557 since early childhood, and developed a complex emotional relationship with it. She reportedly treated the anomalies as pets, attempting to feed them individually and assigning unique nicknames to each one. The subject's romantic partner was not only aware of the phenomenon, but actively encouraged her continued self-mutilation in order to increase the total 8557 population. Occasionally, she would sedate Tanaka with prescription medication, leaving her unconscious for extended periods of time, during which she exclusively interacted with 8557 instances. It's like that episode of Seinfeld where they drug the woman to play with her vintage toy collection, except way worse. At the time of surgical intervention, 47% of Tanaka's skin was covered by self-inflicted injuries. 6 months later, she took her own life. Foundation personnel attended her funeral in case of any posthumous effects. No civilians were present. It's certainly a pretty gross anomaly, but also quite tragic as well. Tanaka hurt herself as a child and developed these talking growths, which ended up being her only companions throughout life. Even though she had a partner, that partner seemed to only be interested in her because of the anomaly, and didn't even come to her funeral. Neither did anyone else for that matter. So, does Classic Con prove that the original series of SCP articles is a better fit for the overall tone and concept of SCP compared to the other modern articles? If anything, Classic Con proves that current contributors to the site continue to surpass any expectations of a collaborative writing effort this long in the tooth. We continue to get surprising, fresh, original stories in the SCP universe, whether they be short or lengthy, horror, dramatic, or comedic, tales, or documents. The SCP universe continues to expand every day in different ways, and while I do enjoy the lengthier articles and stories quite a lot, sometimes the less said, the better. Explained SCPs. When is an SCP not an SCP? The Foundation is devoted to capturing and containing anomalies, and while they do plenty of research and testing on them, that's really only to further their goals and make them easier to contain. It's not really their intention to ever explain how an anomaly exists or where it came from, although that does happen from time to time. Sometimes, though, through the course of their research, they discover that an anomaly is not actually anomalous at all, earning it the explained tag. Of course, things aren't always that clear-cut, but we're going to check out a handful of explained articles to see how the Foundation figures out what's normal and what's not. Let's take a look. Let's start off with SCP-3000-EX, the collective designation for a set of 4 modified hospital beds and other items which were hypothesized to have mind-affecting properties. Comprehensive testing of the items, a person of interest, and all other materials recovered in conjunction have confirmed that they are not anomalous. The full list of items include 4 hospital beds that have been modified by the attachment of short lengths of metal pipes of various sizes and configurations attached to the side rails by metal clamps or crude welding. There are also 7 IKEA brand directional floor lamps, 12 bottles of sleeping pills, 9 pairs of handcuffs, several of which were attached to the metal pipes on the beds, 6 steak knives, a knife sharpener, a chest freezer containing multiple cuts of beef, and 3 eviscerated human corpses. The bodies were all teenaged males, identified as 3 missing persons from Texas. The items were recovered on April 4th, 1987, following interception of police communications with a high incidence of trigger phrases, which included murder, ritual, kids, flesh, speaking in tongues, and cult-like. Agents were deployed to the crime scene, a suburban house in Arlington, Texas, owned by a Carl Frazier, who had been arrested by the police. All of the items were located in the basement of the house, with the bodies handcuffed to the hospital beds, and they had been dead for between 5 days and 3 months before discovery. They all were emaciated and showed signs of malnutrition and starvation, with their torsos smeared with a combination of human and animal blood. Cause of death was determined to be severe internal bleeding, organ damage, and disembowelment, likely with the steak knives found at the scene. Each was also found to be holding a steak knife in their right hand. Further investigation revealed a pit dug beneath the garage, filled with quicklime and containing body parts from at least 10 unidentified individuals. Based on the use of animal blood and the apparent self-inflicted wounds, agents suspected the possibility of a compulsion effect generated by one or more of the items. Fraser was interviewed, and he quickly admitted that he killed the boys, or at least had to help kill them. They did it themselves, and he had to help. He's asked where the hospital beds came from, and he says that he bought them. His grandma had one and she died, but he liked how the mattress felt when he lays down on it, so he bought some more. He put the metal on them so their arms could reach, and he jammed the backs so they were sitting up a little bit and could lean forward. He's asked if he did anything else to the beds, and if he knows anything about magic. He appears clueless to the line of questioning, and he's asked if the beds made the boys hurt themselves by speaking into their minds, but he doesn't understand what they're talking about. He's then asked if he put the animal blood on them, but he says they did it themselves and it was an accident. When asked why he killed them, he yells that he didn't, he just helped. He killed the first ones, but he didn't know any better and was funny from the beer. He just grabbed his neck to stop him leaving, and then woke up and he was dead. He didn't mean to, but he was so pretty and he didn't want him to leave. He's asked about one of the bodies they found, and Fraser says that he had a strong face and bright eyes, but he got too weak. He tried feeding them once he got the handcuffs in the basement arranged, but they didn't want to eat. He realized that the food was making them less beautiful, so he realized that the only way they could stay beautiful was if they ate themselves. It's like a beautiful loop, and the beauty goes around and never wears off. He couldn't make them understand though, even though he gave them the knives and told them, so he had an idea. After one woke up and was on the bed, yelling, he told him that he had to eat himself. Eventually, after enough days, he put a frozen steak on his belly and told him he could eat it. He knew that the freezer makes the meat harder and slippery for the knife, and he knew how sharp the knife was. If he could only start cutting, he would smell his body, and he would be so hungry, and then the beauty would go on forever. But he was too weak, and couldn't hold the knife steady enough, so Fraser had to help him. He always had to help them, even though he didn't want to, and the beauty always went out of them afterwards. The Foundation then tried asking Fraser about a number of groups of interest and persons of interest, including Adatum's Wake, the Order of the White Worm, Ayun, and the Fifth Church, but he had never heard of any of them, and polygraph results confirmed it. He was amnesticized and returned to jail for his trial. We're given a newspaper article, however, from a few months later, stating that the murder trial for the Arlington cannibal was thrown out of court yesterday, when the DA's case collapsed in spectacular fashion. The alleged murderer has been released from custody after being accused of the gruesome murders in his home. A police officer told the court the shocking details of his discovery of the bodies, but his testimony faltered during cross-examination. Under a barrage of questions, he admitted that he could not clearly remember his actions for a significant period immediately after discovering the bodies, and he could not explain this confusion. The police records for the case were then shown, showing gaps in the custody of the alleged murder weapons and other evidence, which the officer could not explain. He was adamant that he had nothing to hide, but admitted that he could not rule out tampering with the crime scene or the evidence during the alleged gaps. Following this answer, the case was thrown out and Fraser was released. The SCP article was updated a few days later to note that the Foundation's standard procedures for the use of amnestics have been amended. So, not only did the Foundation investigate an anomaly that turned out to just be a crazy serial killer, they meddled with the case enough to get him released scot-free. Boy, I really hope somebody got fired for that blunder. Next, we have SCP-2700-EX, an anomalous multi-stage illness with an exceptionally infectious nature. While it has been found to affect male subjects, it is over 100 times more likely to infect females, and it's hypothesized that around 12.5% of women worldwide are currently infected with some form of it. The infection causes the cellular breakdown at the apoptosis stage, and rather than die naturally, cells affected by the infection will continue to live and group together into large clumps, causing a number of symptoms. These include unusual thickness of the skin and puckering or dimpling of the skin, a rash or discharge around the infection site, constant pain and swelling at the infection site, and necrotizing of surrounding tissue, causing black, oozing sores. More severe cases may become metastatic, spreading throughout the body and multiplying symptoms across multiple sites. Left untreated, the infection can lead to full-body necrotizing fasciitis, and something that's redacted. Researcher Harold Perry has volunteered to lead research into the infection, but we're given a log of infractions against Perry and a note from the Ethics Committee. They note that the symptoms of the infection are in fact all factual symptoms of breast cancer, and 12.5% of women born each year will likely face it at some point in their life. All Perry had to do was exaggerate a symptom and claim that it was a highly contagious epidemic, which let him both claim the anomaly and get the ability to quarantine himself with his work. Various pieces of evidence against him have been gathered from his research notes, email correspondence, and security footage. On January 17, 2015, he notes that a new group of D-Class has come in, and their new detection protocols are becoming more and more accurate, allowing them to screen and find multiple infected subjects. 10 days later, he writes that one of the D-Class passed away, and whatever this is, it hits hard and fast. It's better to have as few people involved as possible on the project to make sure they can keep this contained. A week later, he writes that he's getting worried about the stability of one D-Class, and places her in long-term care while they continue work on the other subjects. Security footage from 10 days later shows him leaving the medical ward, entering a men's restroom, exiting carrying a red heart-shaped box, and returning to the medical ward. He sends an email a month later to the head researcher on a different SCP, requesting a cross-test with the SCP to check for efficacy. The researcher agrees, and Perry notes a couple of days later that a D-Class responded exceptionally poorly to treatment with it. Another D-Class seems stable, but he can tell that she's getting weaker. A few weeks later, he writes that one D-Class was responding well to a treatment cycle, but was not cured, and another is deteriorating more rapidly than before. He sends a request to another head researcher about another cross-test, but this researcher denies the request. A week later, he writes that they may have found a breakthrough, as one D-Class is responding very well to a treatment cycle. Her tumors seem to be shrinking, and her energy levels are going up. A couple more weeks later, however, in a note written with a more erratic hand, he writes that she died. He swears and writes that they have all this cutting-edge technology, all of these anomalies, and what the hell are they good for? Monica doesn't have much time left, and he wonders what he's going to do. 2 days later, Perry was subdued during an attempt to steal an instance of another SCP. At an Ethics Committee deliberations meeting, they discuss Perry's case, with him being charged with 1 count of falsifying D-Class collection procedures, 1 count of falsifying containment documentation, reckless use of D-Class personnel, reckless use of an anomalous object, 2 counts of assaulting security personnel, and 1 count of attempted theft of an SCP. SCP-2700-EX has been determined to be non-anomalous breast cancer, and Perry cherry-picked and exaggerated symptoms and completely falsified the highly contagious aspect to both cover this fact and gain tighter control of the project using quarantine protocols. From there, he misused D-Class personnel and at least 1 anomaly, as well as attempting to steal an SCP. The O5 Council recommends forced retirement and placement into civilian society at level C. The committee chair says to put him at level A, and they'll end up settling with the council at level B. In the meantime, they should hold Perry at Medi Site 42 until his wife passes. He won't remember it after they set him loose, but the chair will sleep better. So they sort of had us there in the first half, I think, as we're likely just conditioned to assume that a researcher going around the Foundation's back to work with D-Class is up to something nefarious. In this case, however, Perry's wife was suffering from breast cancer, while he worked for one of the most powerful and technologically advanced organizations to ever exist. Of course, cancer isn't anomalous, so the Foundation could sort of care less about it, leading Perry to make up a fake infection so he could utilize the Foundation's resources to try to save his wife. The Foundation does, of course, have at least a few cures for cancer available to them through anomalies, which the O5 Council absolutely utilizes, but that's not going to save Perry's wife. Let's move on to SCP-1933-EX, a creature measuring an estimated 6 to 8 meters in length, residing in a lake in British Columbia. Exact details vary from report to report, but it is almost always reported to have a long, serpent-like neck and head, a similarly long tail, dark blue coloration, and long, leaf-like protrusions running from the base of its head to the end of its body. However, in each report of sighting, it has quickly been determined to have been a misidentified common occurrence, such as a large piece of driftwood, large eel or fish, or simple unreliable testimony. Recovered footage of it has been easily explained by photo or video manipulation, or intentional staging to simulate an encounter. It is most likely that reports of the creature are the result of subjects being influenced by local myths and legends. That's the revised description, however, and we're provided the original description, which is mostly similar. It states that details regarding its lower half are predominantly unknown, as it has never been observed to beach itself, or surface more than its neck and upper half of its body. As it does not appear to possess gills, it is currently theorized to reside in an underwater cave, which is currently being searched for using sonar. It has been observed camouflaging itself with aquatic plants or fallen trees, and ambushing large prey that approaches the water, as well as preying on passing birds and fish. It has been observed to actively avoid boats in most situations, but has occasionally attacked solitary humans entering or around the lake. It also possesses a secondary effect, possibly mimetic in nature, that causes those who become aware of it from any method except first-hand experience to become extremely unwilling to consider its existence. This can include finding flaws in a subject's testimony that are not actually present, seeing wires, animatronics, or photo manipulation where none are present, or verbally shutting down conversation regarding SCP-1933. This is thought to be the result of a defense mechanism designed to keep potential prey from becoming wary of approaching the lake. While this has caused significant delay in documentation and observation, it has expedited ensuring civilians do not become aware of it. At time of writing, only a small group of researchers are aware of it, and a way of informing the rest of the Foundation of its existence is being researched. It's noted that an experiment will soon take place with the intent of proving the creature's existence. It will be lured to the surface using an elk carcass deposited in the middle of the lake. A doctor will then contact an MTF and attempt to live stream an appearance directly to them. If this is a success, then they will have taken the first step in successfully containing it. Otherwise, they'll probably all be brought in for questioning and/or amnestic treatments. An addendum is then added stating that SCP-1933 was reclassified to Explained after a group of researchers contacted an MTF claiming to have evidence of a possible new cognitohazardous entity, which would be demonstrated to them over a private livestream. The MTF personnel viewing the livestream reported that the researchers had constructed an animatronic to resemble the entity they were referring to, which rose out of the lake and dragged under the carcass of an elk. The researchers were quickly located and brought in for questioning, and the head researcher was reprimanded for abuse and waste of Foundation researchers. He was later discovered to have been drowned in the lake roughly a week after the reclassification in an unrelated boating accident, although it's noted that the location of the boat is unknown and there are no reports of him buying or renting a boat prior. Allegations that he had appeared to have been half-eaten are currently under investigation, and the official cause of death is believed to be drowning after extensive blood loss due to injury from a boat propeller. At first glance, this sure seems to be the Foundation at their absolute dumbest, as it seems quite obvious that they're dealing with a memetic hazard, and they should have more experience with things like that than they're displaying here. It is possible, however, that the revised description is absolutely correct, that there is no creature, and people are just influenced by local myths and legends to either think they're seeing something where there's nothing, or are purposefully staging things. After all, people have claimed to see all sorts of things in our world, like Bigfoot or the Jersey Devil, and the chances that those are all memetic hazards is a lot lower than people just being mistaken or faking it. Really though, the Foundation should just cut through the BS and pulled a Mr. Burns, draining the lake and pulling it out of there. Next we have SCP-1763-EX, a large nocturnal carnivorous mammal formerly native to farmland in rural England. SCP-1763 possesses minor perception-altering capabilities, which it uses to conceal itself through rudimentary camouflage. When given sufficient opportunity, it displays an extremely predatory nature. Its morphology is somewhat variable, as is the strength of its primary anomalous effect, with the entity tending to increase in size and decrease in visibility over time. It is hypothesized that this represents accelerated adaptation to an environment in which observation is nearly constant, and the potential limit to this adaptation is unknown. As it has so far been responsible for upwards of 30 fatalities while in containment, research is currently a high-level priority. That document was written in February of 1984, and was updated in 1989, showing that it has now grown from 12 meters in length to 18. It's also been determined to be able to disguise both its physical appearance and any sound it makes, and is capable of removing memories of such qualities from nearby individuals. When given sufficient opportunity, it will utilize these abilities to stalk, hunt, and kill any potential prey. Its morphology is extremely variable, and it tends to increase in size and decrease in general perceptibility over time. As it has so far been responsible for upwards of 30 fatalities while in containment, research is currently discontinued. Another update from 6 years later states that 1763 is currently contained within a large area of woodland, bordered by an electrified chain-link fence, and the remains of Site-94 located at the center of this area are off-limits to all personnel. Its description states that it is a largely imperceptible creature, estimated to be upwards of 24 meters in length. It is carnivorous and predatory towards all higher life forms, and as such poses a high threat to any persons within the containment zone. It cannot be directly considered by any subjects within a large radius, and can exert an unspecified memetic effect on any subjects who have directly seen evidence of the entity's existence. A total of 30 deaths have been attributed to it since its initial containment, but the actual figure is expected to be at least double this. The last update is from an unknown date, in which it has no object class, and no plan for containment for it has been devised. Any areas referred to as Site-94 or Area 764 are to be reported immediately, and under no circumstances should any personnel enter these areas. No contact with the entity can currently be made. Its description states that it is a semi-metaphysical entity capable of excising itself at will from various aspects of reality, both real and imagined. It is currently both invisible and silent, possesses no heat signature, can render itself selectively intangible, and is capable of exerting a strong mimetic effect on nearby humans, removing, censoring, and corrupting information about itself stored in the subject's brain. Additionally, tangentially related information in a variety of mediums is suspected to be at risk, though this is unconfirmed. Due to a lack of staff assigned to the project, all research on 1763 is postponed for the foreseeable future. A total of 30 deaths have been attributed to 1763 since its cataloging on an unknown date, but despite this, no records of any such deceased persons exist. Its motive for attacking and killing Foundation personnel, if any, is unknown. Several other iterations of this article have been located, referring to the entity as a physical creature, so it's believed that it was at one point both actively contained by the Foundation and not able to exert the range of anomalous phenomena available to it at present. Further inference suggests that its excision of itself from standard methods of perception is part of an ongoing trend, in which the entity is rendered less real over time, possibly as a survival technique, natural adaptation, or as a method of acquiring food. For obvious reasons, no elements of this hypothesis can be verified, and whether or not it does in fact exist is currently unclear. The article becomes corrupted at this point, and data is listed as missing. We're then told that these documents were recovered from the personal computer of an unknown researcher in 2018. This is believed to be a categorization for a non-existent anomaly, possibly devised for recreational or academic purposes, and classified as explained, after brief confusion arising from its discovery. Personnel are reminded that no entities or phenomena portrayed within represent any manner of threat to either the Foundation, staff, or the human population in general, and are in fact entirely fictional. So, according to the Foundation, they just found these documents on someone's computer and believe it to be fake, a fictional SCP article written in-universe by a Foundation member. I can't imagine that happens too often in that universe, but it's plausible enough. The problem, of course, is that the supposedly fake anomaly is all about manipulating reality and perceptions to make it imperceptible. If it were a real SCP, it sure sounds like it could achieve a goal of being believed to be fictional, while still being entirely real. According to the author, there isn't a canon answer here, but it's certainly a bit of a mind trip. Next, we have SCP-012-EX, which states that the original file for this one has been deleted due to containing fabricated evidence, and to inhibit attempts to waste Foundation resources in replicating the tests. The previous warning on this file, which was that it must not be read in the dark, may be disregarded. SCP-012-EX is the paranoid sensation that one is being stalked by some form of unseen, malicious entity, typically up one or more flights of stairs, in low-light conditions. It is common in children and teens, and may persist until adulthood, with it also being more prevalent in Western cultures, primarily being experienced in suburban settings. Before its redesignation as explained, this article referred to malevolent entities which manifest in close proximity to a human target, in dark and poorly lit areas when the subject is alone. The previous iteration also clarified that approximately 1/3 of humans possess an innate ability to sense the presence of their 012-EX, but there was no data to support this claim. Through neural imaging and interviews with affected persons, it has proven to be merely a combination of various fears, such as terraphobia and climacophobia. Further, the sensation can be exacerbated by the consumption of horror media. It's likely due to this last fact that the falsified documents stated that they appear with more regularity near persons actively panicking or who are feeling fearful and paranoid. It is unknown why these persons are seemingly preferred, but it should be noted that those who dwell on thoughts pertaining to their SCP-012 instances coincide with said instances presenting with higher degrees of clarity and definition while under indirect observation. Though never regarded with any credibility throughout the Foundation's existence, Dr. Theodore Richardson posited the existence of a class of undetectable entities responsible for 012-EX. Due to the prevalence of discussion regarding the sensation throughout various forums and social media platforms, the decision was made to allow him to begin investigating the phenomena. Despite repeated tests purporting to document the existence of malicious entities through the use of pressure plates, laser detection, and sonar imagery, all documentation was found to contain no concrete evidence. Regarding the supposed physicality of the entities, Richardson writes that they are mostly humanoid, though are unbound by human physiology when it comes to ambulation and range of motion, being able to twist and contort their frames into any desired position. The contortion is mainly used to remain unseen, such as slipping beneath a bed frame or hiding behind obstructions. During one observation, a manifestation stretched its limbs to brace itself between two opposing walls, staying well above its target's line of sight as it stalked her in her home. The project was forcibly disbanded by the site director following several complaints from the participating D-class subjects, who each voluntarily left the project due to stress caused by Richardson's mental state as he developed a debilitating fear of the dark. I didn't know that was something the D-class could just do. On the night preceding the project's disbandment, where 3 Foundation lives were lost in an unrelated incident, Richardson remarked in his personal journal that they know we can see them. He was placed on paid leave, and his documentation was put on hold for review. 2 days later, his neighborhood experienced a power outage. He dialed the site's emergency response number, but was not present on the other side of the line when the call connected. Within minutes, local police were called because of sounds of struggle coming from the home. Agent Locke is dispatched to investigate, and were given her video log. The body cam activates as she exits her vehicle. Emergency lights are present throughout the neighborhood, and as she crosses the street, a squad car rounds the corner, lights activated, and stops in front of the house. Locke introduces herself with her federal credentials, and the officer replies that he's responding to a possible domestic dispute, leading the two to head to the front door together. Crunching glass is heard as one of them steps on a pair of glasses on the way up, and they see that the curtains are drawn. With the exception of a flickering of a flashlight coming from a room on the second floor, the house is dark. Locke rings the doorbell, and the officer loudly declares their presence, but they receive no response. Upon knocking, they notice that the door is slightly ajar, so they enter, with the officer drawing his weapon. Turning on her flashlight, Locke reveals a living room in mild disarray. The sofa is notably crooked, with the far end being forcibly shoved aside towards a door leading to the kitchen. A glass table that had presumably sat center of the room had been wholly upended and cast aside, shattered, and a recliner was sitting on its back near the front door. In addition, there appeared to have been an attempt to set the home ablaze, with a blackened trail of burnt carpet fiber streaking through the destruction. As Locke kneels to investigate this trail, a woman's sobbing can be heard from above. The two cautiously approach the stairway as the officer identifies himself again as a police officer, eliciting no response from the woman. They ascend the first few steps, stepping over the fractured, burnt remains of a cell phone, and it becomes apparent as they climb that the sobbing is coming from a room near the end of the hall. The door is ajar, and the two advance very slowly. There is then a loud, inhuman groaning, and the sobs rapidly turn to frenzied shrieks, leading the two to quicken their approach. The screams cut off just as Locke opens the door, showing the Richardsons' bedroom, largely undisturbed. A large comforter, bundled tightly, lays hanging off the foot of the bed, twisting around and trailing the floor underneath. A full canvas of the home revealed that neither Richardson nor his wife were present. Collected from the home were a crushed pair of glasses belonging to Richardson, 4 cubic centimeters of burnt carpet, a burnt and destroyed personal cell phone verified to have made the emergency call, and a floral comforter, the bottom of which was shredded and wet with an unidentified clear fluid. Alright, so the current version of this article indicates that 012-EX just refers to a paranoid sensation about being stalked by a creature in the dark. This sensation is more prevalent amongst younger people, particularly in Western cultures, and is exacerbated by the consumption of horror media. This isn't really surprising, and definitely wouldn't warrant an article on its own. Many people are creeped out by being alone in a dark environment, and that can get even worse if you just watched a scary movie. The former version of the article, however, indicates that this wasn't just a paranoid sensation, but there are actually malicious entities which can manifest in dark areas when a subject is by themselves. According to the current article, there never was any data to back this up, leading to the Foundation slapping the Explained class on it, but it sure seems like there was some data. Richardson's research notes indicate that they did observe the entities in testing, and the sequence of events in his home also heavily suggests that these things are real. Theories abound, but it's possible that the entities are indeed real, but can only really manifest if one believes that they could manifest. In that case, the Foundation changing the article to be explained and presenting it as just a paranoid sensation rather than actual entities that will kill you in the dark if you believe they can is a preventative measure. If no one believes these things exist, no one can be harmed by them, at least in theory. Lastly, let's end with SCP-8900-EX, which was designated as Keter class due to extreme difficulty in containment. Persons and objects affected by it are to be quarantined and destroyed via flash incineration immediately. Flames resulting from this process are to be extinguished by vacuum in complete darkness to suppress the spread of infection. SCP-8900 is a complex perceptual phenomenon affecting the visual spectrum, which seems to spread by contact. It can be photographed using certain newly developed techniques, but the process of photographing the anomaly seems to result in faster spread of its effect, and is considered inadvisable. It is currently uncontained, and is theoretically uncontainable. It first began to appear in the mid to late 1800s as a side effect of certain photography techniques, but was restrained only to the photographic plates themselves and did not spread. It first developed as the Foundation knows it today in or around 1935, possibly as a result of a corporation's experiments with integral tri-pack technology. An addendum from the desk of 058 reads, "Gentlemen, we have failed. SCP-8900's effects have become so widespread as to be commonplace. The natural blue of the sky has been replaced with a gross and unnatural shade, and the green of trees has been equally corrupted. SCP-8900 has brought ruin down upon the entire visible spectrum, and we have been overrun. Our attempt at creating an opposing infection has also failed. Although we were successful at restoring the natural colorization of our test subjects, the process seems to render them mute, and now a runner has arrived at my office to tell me that our little experiment has breached containment. Future agents may have to deal with it as an SCP object in its own right. We are left with only one option, gentlemen. I am activating the Foundation's final failsafe method, the Ennui Protocol. By the time this message reaches those of you cleared to receive it, Foundation resources on a global scale will have released vast amounts of Compound Ennui 5, our most subtle amnestic. Worldwide, men and women who do not deserve the horror wreaked upon them will pause, confused, then resume their business, confident that this is the way it has always been, never knowing what they have lost. Only the photographs not affected by SCP-8900's taint will remain to tell the truth. I regret this, gentlemen. I regret it deeply. It must be done. 058. Secure, contain, protect. So, if it's not clear, what this article is stating is that the world used to actually be in black and white before an infection caused everything to change into what we now know as color. Based on the O5's note, the people before the infection also saw everything in color, but to modern eyes, it just looks black and white. Our blue skies looked unnatural and wrong to their eyes, just as a black and white sky would look pretty unnatural to our eyes. It's certainly meant to be a bit of a humorous article, poking fun at the idea that the world was actually in black and white before the advent of color photography, but it is a pretty surreal concept. If all of our perceptions suddenly changed, and things no longer looked as we're accustomed to, there would be quite a bit of chaos. It's clear that the explained category is oftentimes used for a subversion of the normal formula. Much like the inversion of the whodunit formula, where the audience knows from the start who the killer is, we know from the start of an explained article that the anomaly in question is, at the very least, suspect. Somewhat humorously, there is often very little explained about an explained article, and many of them still largely rely on the audience filling in a gap or two, much like many normal articles. The purpose of them, then, isn't for the Foundation to lay out exactly how they came to understand an anomaly, but rather for the reader to figure out why the Foundation would label it as explained, especially if it's still, to our eyes, somewhat unexplained. After all, SCPs are often interesting precisely because they're inexplicable. Insect SCPs. According to science, there are an estimated 10 quintillion insects spread across the planet Earth, with a very small fraction of that number located within a few feet of wherever you are right now. Insects are an inescapable aspect of life on this planet, and while they are very essential to the way that life goes on, for most people they are, at best, a nuisance and, at worst, deadly. From mosquitoes, to flies, to cockroaches, insects have plagued mankind one way or another forever, and that's certainly not changing anytime soon. It's little surprise then that such a class of creatures would have a healthy amount of SCP articles written about them, taking something that's already mildly horrific to most people and upping the ante. We're going to check out just a handful of insect SCPs, although there are a couple hundred of them total. Let's take a look. Let's start with SCP-439, an insect of unknown origin, somewhat resembling a grayish, semi-translucent earwig. It was originally located in mainland China, and no other specimen has been found as of yet. The insect is relatively harmless when encountered on safe terms, aside from the ability to deliver a firm, painful pinch, but the true hazard it poses occurs when it enters the mouth of a sleeping human. Upon entering the mouth of a new host, the insect will travel down the trachea and take up residence in one of the victim's lungs. In approximately 4 to 8 hours, the host will complain of chest pains and shortness of breath, followed shortly by abdominal cramping. The tightness in the chest will increase, as well as a fever, until the host is incapacitated, and it's around this time that the onset of fibrodysplasia ossificans progressiva occurs, a disorder that promotes growth of bone into muscle tissue. This causes rapid bone growth, with new bone spurs occasionally protruding through the flesh, and is obviously quite painful. While this is happening, the host will become compelled to seek shelter in a darkened, enclosed space, such as inside household cabinetry, closets, or heating ductwork. Within the first few days without treatment, they will become completely withdrawn and immobile due to the extreme pain, and will begin the final stage of transformation into a bone hive. They will huddle into a fetal position, and entire portions of their skeletal structure will shift alongside something expunged, until their body is roughly spherical in nature and reduced to 3/4 of its original size. New bone protrusions will continue to grow and possibly anchor the body permanently to its new location. The skeletal structure is almost completely unrecognizable at this point, having been converted to a round cage to protect the internal organs and colony. The original queen that entered the host will have produced 20 to 30,000 offspring by now that function as workers, drones, and warriors in a typical insect hive hierarchy. Since only the queen is capable of reproduction, the rest of the hive's inhabitants are harmless, except for the large, strong forceps of the warriors. The interior of the original host is nearly unrecognizable as a human body, as certain organs are removed and used as food, while others are modified to serve as egg incubation chambers. They use the host's own digestive system to process pieces of organic materials collected by the warriors into a nutritive slurry that feeds both the colony and sustains the host hive structure. After 4 to 6 months, a new queen will emerge from within the ranks and choose a drone to mate with. At this point, the colony will destroy itself by rupturing something expunged, upon which the majority of the insects die. Workers and drones are unfit to survive outside the host hive, and warriors will abandon the site, wandering away. No food will be consumed by warriors that isn't slurry produced by the hive of origin. The new queen will venture out, fertilized, to search for her own new hive, and surprisingly, the trauma of evacuation is not what finally causes biological activity to cease in the hive, but starvation. A Foundation researcher performed a range of experiments to determine the extent of damage to the host body after it has finished the transformation. While it had been previously discovered in autopsy that portions of the brain are hollowed out to serve as food, others are left intact, presumably to regulate what bodily functions continue. During the last round of experimentation, the researcher took the opportunity to examine a hive at close range, shortly after transformation. While the eyes are eventually used as a food source, they were still intact here. The researcher opened the eyelids and examined them with a flashlight, discovering that the host's eyes followed the beam. Experimentation was terminated, and no further testing is scheduled. Nature sure is wonderful. Let's move on to SCP-3063, a telepathic, Class 5 reality-bending entity that manifests as an adult male housefly. It's currently believed that only one manifestation exists at any given time, but this is yet to be confirmed. Manifestations are to be considered destroyed when they have sustained damage that would be sufficient to kill a normal housefly, after which it will then manifest elsewhere on Earth. No manifestation event has been observed as of yet, as it would be pretty hard to track a random fly suddenly appearing anywhere in the world, and it's not currently known whether it manifests as an entirely new fly or simply inhabits the body of an existing fly. All of the manifestations operate with a single goal, which is making an agreement with an individual. The terms of such an agreement vary greatly, but almost always involve it promising an individual any single thing they greatly desire in exchange for an unspecified price. Such offers have included large sums of money, the love of other individuals, political power, and reality-bending ability. It's hypothesized that it reads the thoughts of its target to tailor an offer specific to them. It also refuses to discuss anything other than the terms of its agreement. If an individual accepts the terms, the fly will immediately combust and die, at which point the individual will receive what they were promised. If an individual does not accept, it will continue to attempt to tempt them with larger and larger offers until they either accept or the fly is destroyed. If destroyed, successive manifestations will continue to contact the individual until they consent to the agreement. After a period of 2,376 days from the moment an agreement is made, affected individuals will undergo a process, starting with fertilized fly eggs spontaneously appearing within their lungs, throat, stomach, intestines, sinuses, ear canals, rectum, urethra, and muscle tissues. The number of such eggs typically ranges from 5,000 to 20,000. The eggs will hatch naturally, and the resulting maggots will begin consuming tissues of the affected individuals for between 3 and 14 days in order to escape the body. When this period has elapsed, the maggots will pupate and lie dormant before emerging as adult flies 2 to 6 days later. Newly emerged flies will continue consuming their host and breeding with each other until the host has sustained sufficient damage and dies, typically within 1 to 5 weeks. This process has been known to produce upwards of 50 million individual flies. When the affected individual has died, the remaining flies will cease reproducing and enter a stage of dormancy, during which they will eventually starve and die. A new manifestation of 3063 will then appear shortly after the death of the individual. Affected individuals will remain conscious for almost the entirety of this process, resulting in great distress, and roughly 70% of them will attempt to take their own lives. Flies generated during this process are entirely non-anomalous, and if the affected individual dies at any point, the process will stop and the flies will also die. No known method of averting this process other than death has been discovered. To date, 6 Foundation personnel have been contacted by 3063, and attempts have been made to alter the terms of agreement to entrap it into neutralizing itself, though none have met with success. One test involved asking for the death of 3063, which caused the manifestation to combust and fly eggs to appear as normal. It apparently interpreted its death as the death of one manifestation. Another test asked for the permanent containment of 3063, but again the terms of agreement seemed to extend only to the current manifestation. And a third test which asked for a permanent cessation of all activities of 3063 resulted in the same. A fourth test asked for knowledge of the true nature of 3063, resulting in a printed copy of the SCP document. Another test asked for clear, understandable knowledge of 3063 other than knowledge currently possessed by the SCP Foundation. This resulted in the results of that test and the following test appearing before the doctor, who proceeds to take his own life with a pen. The following test involved the doctor just asking if there is even a choice, before he suffered a severe pulmonary embolism and dying en route to the medical center. SCP-3063 is believed to have been in operation for at least 4,000 years, as the earliest known records of entities and events matching its description have been discovered in early Canaanite settlements. Assuming an approximately constant rate of activity, this means that around 615 agreements have been made. It's entirely possible that it has been in operation for considerably longer, and Foundation archaeological teams are currently searching for earlier recordings of events that would indicate as such. In the event of the death of uncontained individuals due to its effects, MTF Beta 5 is to mobilize and administer said individual with 90 grams of a highly potent insecticide, as well as spraying it within a 10-meter radius of them. After the individual and any generated flies have died, the remains are to be incinerated. I mean, it certainly wouldn't be great to receive a visit from the magic wish fly, but on the other hand, plenty of people die without getting their greatest wish fulfilled first, so it could be worse. Next, we have SCP-1702, a species of bee-like humanoids, consisting of a hive with a single fertile queen and several hundred sterile workers. They have an appearance similar to normal humans, with the notable exception of several prominent bee-like structures, including antennae extending from their heads and chitinous skin along their backs and limbs. They also have similar internal physiology, with the notable addition of a compound stomach, with a chamber capable of processing organic material and raw minerals into a substance resembling human bone that can then be regurgitated and used in hive construction and repairs. 1702-1 is the Queen, a large, fertile female approximately 2.1 meters in length, who typically lays up to 30 eggs per day. She is highly intelligent and is capable of communication in a previously unknown dialect of French. She's proven highly cooperative, as well as being the source of most of the Foundation's knowledge regarding the hive's behavior and mechanics. 1702-2 are male specimens only present during the beginning of a mating cycle, which has only been observed once while in Foundation containment. They appear to be minimally intelligent and did not respond to attempts to communicate. At the end of the mating cycle, all of them were systematically driven away or killed. Lastly, 1702-3 are sterile female workers, currently 340 in number, responsible for construction and cleaning of the hive's physical structure and nurturing young. They also tend to the queen and are responsible for feeding, cleaning, grooming, and inducing egg laying. They appear to be highly intelligent and capable of complex problem solving and logistics, but appear to have vestigial vocal cords and have not responded to attempts to communicate. They only have a lifespan of approximately 5 years. The hive was first discovered in the catacombs under Paris around 1944 by members of the French resistance during World War II. They were able to broker safe passage through the hive in return for living German prisoners of war. It was then rediscovered years later, after which a Foundation containment team was able to convince the Queen to relocate to a biocontainment site, citing the effect of urban expansion on its environment and the possibility of being discovered. It's unknown whether French government officials were aware of the hive's existence in the intervening time period. We're provided a couple of researcher notes related to the project, stating that the Queen has proven a challenge to communicate with. Aside from its unusual dialect, it is also in a constant state of incoherence and delirium, consistent with intoxication, which they suspect to be a side effect of the pheromones that it is constantly exposed to. On its own, it does nothing but wander the hive, and must be guided by workers wherever its eggs are needed. Despite these issues, it has nonetheless been a valuable resource and provided important insight into itself and its hive. The senior researcher, Dr. Colette, believes that it may consider her to be a friend at this stage, and she may be able to leverage that trust. Later, despite extensive experimentation, it was shown that the hive requires a minimum of human biological material to reproduce properly. Their attempts at limiting it to strictly non-human material resulted in the birth of unhealthy workers and caused considerable distress to the hive. At the insistence of the Queen, and with oversight approval, the hive is to be provided a new diet, which is to consist of no less than 5% human biological material, processed from a redacted source, and if absolutely necessary, terminated D-Class personnel. Sometime later, during contact conducted by 4 personnel including Dr. Colette, the Queen reportedly entered a state of lucidity, during which it suddenly pleaded with personnel to be rescued from the hive. The workers tending to the Queen then began to enter an aggressive state, resulting in 2 of the personnel being able to escape unharmed, but Dr. Colette and an agent were declared KIA. A camera carried by the agent continued to transmit for another couple of minutes, showing the Queen apparently being attacked and torn apart by workers while screaming in pain, For a period of 35 days following the incident, the hive remained highly aggressive and resisted all attempts by personnel to enter. After it calmed down sufficiently for safe passage, 2 armed and armored personnel were dispatched to investigate. They managed to locate the queen, who appeared to be unharmed, and although she has the exact same appearance, behavior, and personality, she no longer has any memory of recollection of events prior to the incident. Another researcher's note states that just as in nature, the queen here appears to be a prisoner of the hive. So long as she is perfect and productive, the workers will pamper and protect her, but the moment she becomes damaged, they will turn on and replace her. To the best of their knowledge, this is not the same queen anymore, just a replacement crafted to the same perfect ideal that the hive expects and requires. That the tissue sample the containment team managed to procure shows a DNA match for Dr. Colette only reinforces this theory. I think we're seeing a similar pattern amongst these articles, of people being trapped in some way by merciless insects. Must be a common fear or something. Next, we have SCP-3035, a strain of American cockroach that mimics the behavior and outward appearance of organisms it observes. This mimicry is superficial, such as being able to reproduce the coloration and behavior patterns of bumblebees without reproducing a bee's complex social network or unique form of communication. They will also mimic each other more rapidly than other organisms, leading to a feedback loop of one instance adopting a new attribute, only for all other instances to immediately mimic the first instance. It should be emphasized that this mimicry is only a shallow approximation, and regardless of the extent of this mimicry, they still retain many of the characteristics associated with cockroaches. We're provided a few package manifests received by the Foundation from Site-173, which is noted as being a decommissioned site. On January 5th, 2012, they received 3 broken keyboards, 6 sealed test tubes, presumed to be filled with either sewage, blood, or both, 3 unsealed test tubes, 0.25 kilograms of assorted cockroach organs, half a kilogram of assorted human organs, and 7 syringes. A week later, they received another similar package, also containing a legal pad with illegible scribbles on it. 10 days later, they received another package with a broken computer mouse, 2 unsealed test tubes, 10 grams of roach eggs, which were destroyed immediately as per procedure, 15.5 kilograms of assorted human organs, and 1 coffee mug with "I Hate Mondays" on it. We then go back to 2007 to a series of emails from a Dr. Bremen studying the cockroaches. He writes that they noticed something while finishing up with the latest batteries of tests. The cockroaches have adopted a new behavior in which they'll stand along the edge of their enclosure, tapping their forelegs against the glass. This isn't exhibited in any of the insects they're training them to mimic. The next day, they figure out that they're mimicking Bremen, as nearly every day he starts up his computer next to their enclosure and taps away at his keyboard for 20 minutes. Now they've adopted his behavior by sitting up and typing at the glass. They previously presumed these organisms only mimicked other insects, but clearly they were wrong. The next day, Bremen has moved the enclosure to a spot where the cockroaches can watch his work with greater ease. They've proven to be very apt students, and already he has observed them mimicking the motions he makes when he's taking notes or preparing solutions for testing. He's even noticed a few of them flopping around in a rather clumsy attempt to walk. They've also gotten bigger, about 15% bigger, and it occurred so slowly he didn't even think to measure them until he reviewed past footage and noticed the increase. The following day, he exclaims that the cockroaches are walking. He walked into the lab and found them strolling around the enclosure like they own the place, or like a buzzing little classroom of pre-graduate students awaiting their professor. Oh yeah, I like where this is going. Bremen notes that every test he's performed on them still indicates that they have the intelligence of your basic run-of-the-mill cockroach. They can mimic behavior, but can't mimic understanding. The next day, he found some doll-sized tables and chairs and placed them inside the enclosure. They proceeded to sit at the tables and type away at keyboards that aren't there. He even got one of them to drink from a tiny toy coffee mug. A couple of days later, he performed a biopsy on their nervous system, which shows that there's no new growth or structures. They're still just cockroaches. He felt a little bad about killing one of them, as it's hard not to think of them as his little pupils, but none of the others seemed to mind. The following day, however, he returned to the lab to find one of the cockroaches on its back, atop the table, dead. It had been sliced open and gutted, and the other roaches were just strutting around like nothing was wrong. Footage from yesterday shows one of them pinning another to the table and using what looks like sharpened tips on its forelegs to cut it open. Then it started methodically removing the still living bug's fatty tissues, like it was scooping up ice cream. Once it was done, it sat at the table and started tapping away at the invisible keyboard again, like it was taking notes and writing emails based on the results. He thinks that this experiment has gone on far enough. A couple of days later, Bremen writes that they grew 150% larger, and he's going to euthanize the lot of them. A couple of more days later, however, Bremen sends out an email consisting entirely of gibberish letters. We're then given a memo from a few years later, which states that after 3 disastrous attempts at a rescue mission, they're giving up. Every time they send a squad of soldiers down there, these things start adapting their behavior and appearance, becoming more and more aggressive. They also breed like cockroaches. An MTF will be stationed at an entry site to see if anything human comes out, but as of now, they're declaring Site 173 a lost cause. The decision regarding whether or not to deploy nerve toxins to clear it of the roaches is under review, particularly in light of the recent revelation that some of the human organs emerging from the site are fresh. The last thing we're provided is an exploration log of MTF Gamma 3 investigating the initial containment breach at the site. The 4-man team enters the site with respirators on, gagging at the smell. They note that the lighting is low, and the floor is covered with some sort of sludge. There's garbage everywhere, and what looks like rotting meat. They soon encounter what appears to be a technician in a lab coat on his knees, and they slowly approach. The technician sounds hurt, speaking in a muffled voice, but when they get closer, the team lead reports that he thinks it's one of the roaches. Its face is just a chitin mask, and it looks like it's begging. Soon after, 2 large entities roar down a hall and begin charging towards them. The sound of gunfire erupts and continues for some time before ceasing, and the team lead laughs, stating that now he's seen everything. The roaches don't have guns, they just have gun-shaped hands and were waving them around and making gunshot noises. The team continues on, finding a barricade. As they approach, a woman runs away into a bathroom. When the team lead and another agent go to retrieve her, the agent gets stabbed by a roach with a knife hand. The team lead decides to pull the team out, but they soon are surrounded by a number of entities, all chanting, "Goddamn roaches," mimicking a line the team lead had said. The roaches continue chanting as they slam against the barricade, and the team opens fire. Their radios start to cut out, and the agent at the entrance decides to head in to assist them. He remarks that there's gotta be almost 100 of them, but he thinks he spots the team lead. He pursues, as the sound of gunshots ring out across the radio. Control tries to make contact with the team, until eventually the agent responds, saying that he's got the team lead and one other agent with him, and they're on their way out. So, the little cockroaches that could ended up mimicking humans enough to take over the whole site, and it sure seems like they're mimicking the MTF on their way out. Now, one would hope that the Foundation is not that legendarily stupid, but you never know. Let's finish with SCP-726, a species physiologically and genetically identical to the eggs and larvae of a species of blowfly. When these larvae hatch on decomposing animal matter, they begin to consume non-living tissues as normal until nothing remains, at which point they collect at a central point and begin to regurgitate a continuous stream of healthy, living cellular matter, and will multiply in number by unknown means as volume increases. If uninterrupted, they will reconstruct a complete body matching that of the original tissue source. This process occurs at high speed, resembling footage of maggot activity in reverse, and ends with the full restoration of life functions as all larvae abruptly drop off and appear to disintegrate. While otherwise restored to optimum physical health, any organism reconstituted by the blowflies exhibits only the mental processes of a mature blowfly. Instances instinctively follow the wafting odors of decaying organic materials and attempt to consume them via licking and sucking actions. Instances of all species move clumsily and periodically spasm in an apparent attempt to beat non-existent insect wings. Proximity to any source of decaying flesh will excite subjects into mating behavior, coupling without regard to original species. Any mechanically successful copulation will produce a fertile clutch of SCP-726 eggs, which reconstructed females attempt to deposit on any appropriate food sources. 726 has proven capable of replicating a complete body from any volume of flesh, regardless of its condition, including multiple copies of the same body from disconnected fragments. Reconstructed bodies that have subsequently expired can be reconstituted again like any other tissue sample, but are subject to an increasing degradation of accuracy. The blowflies were discovered in West Virginia, when a woman was discovered nude in a dumpster behind a local establishment, engaging in a redacted activity with a large, male, redacted entity. She was subsequently hospitalized for acute dementia, and over the following weeks, locals reported outbreaks of abnormal animal behavior, including large numbers of domestic cattle, swine, and poultry inconsistent with local livestock. Foundation operatives deduced the reproductive habits of the blowflies and discovered animals reconstituting from meat scraps in the dumpster where the woman had been found. During containment sweeps, a number of identical instances of the woman were found wandering the woods near her property. Under interrogation, her husband admitted to the murder and dismemberment of his wife. We're then given a generation log in which a researcher tested the limits of repeated replication. They started with one freshly killed Norwegian rat, which the blowflies reconstituted into two versions of the same rat. The remains of those two rats were then processed into a fine paste and mixed, which the blowflies separated into two portions and reconstructed nearly the same two copies, one with a red right eye. One of those rats was processed into a fine paste and reconstituted with a slight limp and blind in both eyes. The heart from that blind rat was taken and reconstituted into a rat without eyes or pigmentation, which squeaked incessantly. The heart from that rat was taken and cut in half, which was reconstituted into two eyeless rats, one that only walks in tight circles, and the other being completely devoid of hair and unusually aggressive towards the other. A scrap of flesh was taken from the hairless rat and is reconstituted into an eyeless, hairless, and limbless rat, which fails to return fully to life. Its brain case is found to contain a liver, which is taken and reconstituted into an eyeless, hairless, and limbless rat with an elongated, worm-like midsection. Nodules scattered throughout its body appear to be incomplete eyes, and it has a drastic increase in aggression, eventually consuming its own posterior and expiring from blood loss. The fresh, complete remains of that rat are reconstituted into a large, formless mass of tissues and viscera, which trembles until extinguished. And then a portion of that is taken and reconstituted into a large, slug-like motile mass of undifferentiated cells. It appears to absorb nutrients through its skin. A portion of this creature is taken and reconstituted, but it results in the same creature, and this test is repeated 4 more times. The researcher decides to keep the final slug creature for long-term observation, calling it Brundle. Next, they moved on to a single scrap of dried flesh from a cadaver, a couple of thousands of years old, resulting in a reconstituted middle-aged male exhibiting expected fly behavior. A fingertip is then taken from a D-class subject, resulting in a copy of that D-class, whose DNA was a precise match, but their teeth and fingerprints were reversed. An eye is then taken from that same D-class and reconstituted, now with normal teeth but entirely foreign fingerprints. Some of the blowflies are taken and applied to a large infected gash on a D-class's ankle, resulting in them consuming the dead tissues and reconstructing the area until the wound was healed. They appeared healthy until their behavior deteriorated over the course of a few hours, eventually displaying the expected behavior, at which point they were terminated. A porterhouse steak is taken and reconstituted into a mature steer, which was then slaughtered and cut into steaks, served to a group of D-class. The D-class seemed normal afterwards, until something expunged occurred, at which point they were terminated. They tried this test again, subjecting the steaks to a variety of chemical and thermal sterilization methods, including radioactive bombardment, but the results proved the same. Next, a fine paste of assorted insects and arachnids was taken and reconstructed into arthropods behaving as flies, the females of which produced SCP-726 eggs. Then a fine paste of normal adult blowflies was reconstructed into a single abnormally huge fly, which quickly expired. A fillet of salmon was reconstructed into a mature male salmon, which convulsed violently as though drowning when placed in water. It flopped haphazardly when removed from liquid, but did not display stress as it asphyxiated. Similarly, a fried calamari ring was reconstructed into an adult male squid, which was placed in a pool of water. It writhed helplessly until removed from liquid. A fast food cheeseburger was taken and reconstructed into 2 mature cattle and a number of Norwegian rats. And a can of commercially available potted meat food product was reconstructed into something entirely expunged from the record. A single corpse of the entities from that experiment was ground into a paste and reconstructed into something else redacted, which exhibited extreme hostility to moving objects. All termination attempts failed, so it was frozen. A sample of that creature was thawed and reconstructed, but the redacted entity exhibited properties similar to another SCP, so it was incinerated. The researcher decided not to take the tests any further, and says that they might even put Brundle down. So, obviously, unlike articles based around cats, or dogs, or even rodents, insects are generally reviled, and are a frequent source of body horror. This isn't too surprising, as it's a lot easier to make an icky thing ickier than it is to make it wholesome. Thankfully, we live in a world where bugs can only do mundane things, like give you malaria, or plant eggs inside of your ear canal. On that note, I think I've had enough of creepy crawlies for now.
More beneficial SCPs. As this series has continued, we've seen more and more horrific, dangerous, and disturbing anomalies, including plenty that threaten humanity's entire existence. A casual fan of SCP could easily be mistaken in assuming that's all that comprises the SCP universe. But that is not the case, as there are a good handful that are practically entirely beneficial to mankind. I've already covered a number of these in my previous video, Beneficial SCPs, but there are still plenty left to look at. Again, I won't be looking at any SCPs that could potentially be beneficial, but might also be harmful, instead focusing on ones that are entirely useful. I'll actually be looking at a few anomalous humanoids this time, but let's first check out some more beneficial objects. SCP-458 is a large-sized Little Caesars brand pizza box that, when opened with human hands, always contains the holder's subconsciously chosen preferred choice of pizza, including their favorite sauce, cheese, crust, and toppings. While it is capable of making Little Caesars brand pizza, if that's the holder's choice, it is not limited to this, and can create pizzas from any chain restaurant, as well as local restaurants, and even homemade. There's nothing wrong whatsoever with the pizza produced, and there's no sneaky gimmicks associated with 458, so it's currently freely available for use in one of the Foundation's cafeterias. Continuing the line of infinite consumables, SCP-109 is a standard issue US Army canteen filled with water. No matter how much water is poured out of the canteen, it remains full of water. The water is described as very tasty, provides increased energy and an improved complexion after bathing in it, and seems to cure mundane infections after consumption. It's not especially special water, but there's an infinite amount of it. We're veering into D&D magic item territory though, so let's move on. SCP-124 is a small plot of soil capable of growing any biological organism planted in it to its full potential in a short amount of time. The organism doesn't require any external nutrients or other resources, including water, light, or pesticides. Food grown in 124 is reportedly of high quality, taste, and nutrition. It was recovered from a basement in Detroit when it was discovered that two teenagers were using it to grow large amounts of marijuana. Among the experiments, the plants grew quickly and within parameters expected using 124, but planting other organisms got a little interesting. A small Labrador Retriever puppy was planted, resulting in a fully grown Labrador Retriever in peak condition, now owned by a Foundation doctor. A human fetus was planted, resulting in the deaths of 6 personnel before the subject was terminated. While this would generally be the end of testing, they went on to plant a fly larva, which apparently resulted in some pretty bad times, with a level 5 lockdown initiated. Blending an anomalous object with an anomalous humanoid is SCP-3970, a former elementary school building. The building, or the entity that can control the building, is fully sapient, with the intelligence of an average 7-year-old. 3970 can sense even small amounts of pressure applied to any part of the building, and can also detect any heat levels within it, allowing it to basically see and feel. It can communicate by rearranging chalk dust on any blackboard present in the building, and can read anything written on said blackboards. As for controlling the building, SCP-3970 can move floor and ceiling tiles, reconfigure electrical wires and piping, move walls, remove or relocate doors, and activate fire suppressant systems. The building was a functioning elementary school for quite some time, until the Foundation came in and had to use it as a temporary containment site for another SCP. Whatever that SCP was, the containment of it seemed to result in 3970's creation. After a number of missing person reports after the Foundation left, they came back to check it out, finding a new brick wall placed in the building. Demolishing the wall, they found the bodies of the 7 missing people, along with a normal magic 8-ball. 3970 wrote a message on one of the blackboards reading, "Please don't hurt me." During initial communication with 3970, it says that it killed those people because it's just trying to help the Foundation. Rather than containing 3970 and forgetting about it, they instead brought in some tutors and continued to teach it, resulting in 3970 greatly improving in its writing. Eventually, the building of 3970 was greatly expanded, resulting in the entity fully controlling a Foundation containment facility. The entity displays an intense desire to aid the Foundation, but expresses a lot of anxiety about containing anomalous objects, so it's not usually told that the objects are actually anomalous. Overall, the Foundation considers the project a big success. SCP-208 is a short, stout man of Egyptian heritage covered in a great deal of hair. He is capable of inducing rapid cellular regeneration and reconfiguration within organic life forms, resulting in healing most physical ailments. He accomplishes this through the release of a unique form of radiation, which occurs in small doses naturally around him, but can be focused to increase the intensity. Those near 208 report feelings of wellness and ease, making him popular among Foundation personnel, especially since 208 is jovial and friendly. He also possesses the ability of seemingly warding off ill intent, meaning that any malicious individuals feel extreme unease in his presence and attempt to flee. 208 was found in Egypt during a search for an unrelated SCP, after a foot was found sticking out of the Nile River, connected to a block of granite. 208 was found alive inside of the stone. Of course, 208 is connected to an ancient Egyptian deity, Bes, who was worshipped as a protector of households and as a god of the good things in life, including music, dance, sex, and drinking. Bes was among the most popular of the Egyptian deities, with many having images of him around their homes for protection, and dancers and servant girls having tattoos of Bes on their thighs. Naturally, SCP-208 has become known by most Foundation staff as Bes, and he has taken the position of an assistant in the medical wing of a site. SCP-500 pills were shown to be a much more effective cure than 208's abilities, but Bes commented that he tells better jokes. Another humanoid with some healing properties is SCP-1338, a male entity resembling a child. 1338 can use plant matter to create healing substances, although they only work while within his presence. These healing properties aren't too impressive, mostly curing headaches, upset stomachs, or shallow cuts, but they have been shown to heal broken bones overnight. 1338 was found in the Blue Ridge Mountains, but any attempts to transport him away from that place results in the rapid deterioration of his health until he is returned. So instead, a perimeter was set up around him. Although 1338 possesses the ability to heal human or animal ailments, it seems his primary concern is making substances that help plants grow, or to otherwise aid in communing with nature. He mentions having a mother and father that lived together, but his father was taken away by some men who wanted to sail across an ocean. Afterwards, his father was used to help them cross a new land, but he decided he didn't want to help them anymore and ended up in the mountains. 1338 is trying to help heal his father, thus why he stays in the Blue Ridge Mountains. Long story short, 1338 is the child of two trees, and his father was cut down to build a ship, used by colonists to sail to America. His mother remains in England, and occasionally 1338 will visit her, but he mainly wants to heal his father so they can be reunited. Finally, we have SCP-4999, a humanoid resembling a middle-aged man wearing a dark suit. 4999 is uncontained by the Foundation, as he only appears before one person at a time around the world, and disappears shortly after. All subjects that 4999 appears before are either in terminally poor health, critically injured, or otherwise on their deathbeds. 4999 will only appear if they are conscious and alone, and only shortly before their death. Once appearing, 4999 will stand or sit next to the subject, remove a pack of cigarettes from its jacket pocket, and offer one to the subject. If they accept, 4999 will place one in the subject's mouth and light it, otherwise it will just light one for itself. Typically, the entity will then hold the subject's hand, or rest a hand on their shoulder, until they pass away. 4999 will then disappear. So far, identified subjects that were visited by 4999 share a number of common attributes, meaning that the entity is much more likely to appear if the subject lives alone, is non-religious, is impoverished or homeless, displays a history of mental illness, or is a military veteran. Also, if the subject has no criminal record, has no currently surviving family, is unmarried or lacks any significant other, has little to no social standing in their community, has no record of any significant professional or personal accomplishments, or has few to no interpersonal relationships. In other words, if a subject possesses qualities or a life history that have rendered them nondescript, anonymous, neglected, or otherwise unremarkable by social standards, 4999 is far more likely to appear as they die. 4999 became known to the Foundation after footage from hospital security cameras began spreading across the internet, and more footage of the entity has cropped up over the years. Writings and artistic depictions of a figure resembling 4999 have apparently existed for thousands of years, however, in some cases predating human civilization. While it's true some people have the privilege of passing away surrounded by friends and family, many do not, dying alone and without recognition. It's nice then that 4999 can appear before some of them and offer some comfort in their final moments. There are plenty more SCPs that can in some way be considered beneficial or helpful to the Foundation or the world at large, but I maintained a pretty strict set of criteria for these videos. I'm sure I didn't grab all of the ones that fit that criteria for these 2 videos, but the point is that they're out there, and that not all SCPs are unfeeling monsters, diseases, or other scary anomalies. While I can't promise there will ever be a 3rd part of this little series, it's just nice to know that there are always some lights in any dark universe.
More neutralized SCPs. Neutralizing is a term that often has fairly aggressive or offensive tones, implying that something that was once there has been removed via force. Neutralized articles in the SCP universe, however, often involve anomalies that become non-anomalous through no action on anyone else's part. After all, the Foundation generally wants to keep all of their anomalies anomalous, but in containment, so a neutralized SCP can often represent a bit of a failure on their part. We're going to check out another handful of SCPs that have become neutralized for one reason or another, now rendered non-anomalous or deceased. Let's take a look. We'll start with SCP-4290, a Class 1 eschatological entity that was thaumaturgically sealed approximately 10,000 years ago, whose seal is expected to break in the next 7 days. The site of the sealing is in Qinghai Lake, the largest lake in China, at a depth of 32 meters from the surface. It's constructed from 8 beryllium bronze totems resembling armored humans, engraved with networks of banishing runes and arranged onto the points of an 8-fold fractal pattern carved into the lake bed. Bursts of red light are periodically released from its center, which have intensified in brightness over the past month. We're provided a translated excerpt on the entity from an unknown writer, which reads, "The child rose its 10 mouths to the heavens, stretched wide 20 arms, and ripped the umbilical cord from the sack on its head. The warriors surged to its legs, hoping to tear those newly born limbs before they could move, but from the mouths spilled torrents of darkness and dead geometries. None could flee. Reality rippled with the warriors stretching along its folds, and the darkness crunched into their skulls with flares of scarlet. The child wheezed, dragging skeletal fingers through the dead and the land around. The fingers retracted, Flames burst, then subsided. Wax rained, then dissolved. Then the island, its warriors, and every soul still left, melted into the darkness. For 10 days the child drank it. All the world trembled. On February 8, 2022, televisions in Qinghai province and outlying areas abruptly displayed images of an entity matching 4290 rising over a melting cityscape, with an androgynous voice telling viewers to repair the child's locks. This repeated in frequency, with the words shifting to say, "There is little time left. Repair." Investigation led to the discovery of the seal in the lake, and efforts began into finding means by which it could be reinforced. Investigations found that this is not the first time that the seal has needed repairs, with civilizations including the Arakeshans, the Shaya dynasty, and ancient Ortothans having strengthened the seal with sacrificial rituals and the engraving of new runes onto the totems. The last group to have performed this were the Davites, shortly before their culture was destroyed, around 270 CE. The Foundation Department of Occult Containment arranged for the rites and engravings to be performed, sending down a submersible with 3 human cadavers and the live heart of an angel. However, halfway through the performance of the ritual, a red light burst accompanied with the release of high levels of gamma radiation and heat occurred. Radiation damage caused the underwater vehicles to accidentally damage the existing runes, and the interruption of the ritual led to only 2 of the cadavers and half of the heart to vanish, instead of all of them. Television broadcasts repeated later that day, with the voice now stating that the sacrifice did not reach the 10 maws, and to brace. 6 days later, several personnel stationed at Qinghai Lake acted against Foundation orders and fled the area. One of the involved agents left a message on a piece of paper in their quarters before leaving. It reads, "Do we think we can actually stop this? No civilization before us wanted to fight the child. None of them. Hell, Shaya had tech better than anything we've got, and even they were afraid. The sacrifices won't work anymore. It refuses to consume them. They aren't enough to satiate it. Once that seal breaks, we'll have a world of molten darkness, and the child will be all that's left. Eating. Drinking. You're fools for staying." The activation of portals to extra-dimensional spaces was detected nearby, but tracking is not considered a priority. The next day, seismometers detected a series of high-energy seismic pulses radiating from directly under the seal, consistent with models on the effects of dimensional distortion on terrain. Red light now encompasses the entire sealing site, and the totems are observed to be crumbling. Personnel are advised to wait and prepare. An update from the following day, however, states that the totems comprising the seal disintegrated, and 10 minutes later, a 40-meter-long, emaciated humanoid organism matching descriptions of 4290 phased out of the ground and onto the seabed. Orders were sent to only fire once activity was observed, and personnel waited for 3 hours. Remote-operated underwater vehicles were sent down, followed by an expeditionary crew equipped with Lambda-model thaumato-hazard suits. Dozens of human corpses and hearts used in these sacrificial repair rituals rested on the entity's mouths, none having been consumed. No thaumic radiation, psi-wave emissions, or any other signs of activity were registered. All life functions in 4290 had ceased. In-site autopsies were performed, and it's estimated that the entity died approximately 9,000 years ago from malnutrition. SCP-4290 has been reclassified to Neutralized. I guess, if you wait long enough, you can just outlast the great destroyer of worlds. Next, we have SCP-696, a portable mechanical typewriter with no manufacturer information, serial number, or other identifying features. The typewriter is sapient and is able to move its keys independently, but it has expressed a reluctance to communicate unless loaded with paper and a ribbon of red ink. It's also capable of understanding messages typed into it, allowing two-way communication, and can even distinguish between individuals it has communicated with, although it's unknown how. A majority of its messages are typed in all capital letters in a verbose styling, often including themes and imagery commonly featured in dark fantasy media. We're given an interview between a D-Class and the typewriter, which it starts by typing out that his time is nigh, and if he has a god, he should pray to it now. The D-Class isn't too scared off though, and starts pressing some of the buttons while the typewriter continues, jumbling its message. It tells him to please refrain from touching its keys while it is speaking, as it's rude. It also puts stop at the end of its message, like a telegram, and then apologizes, explaining that sometimes as a writer, it forgets that the reader does not possess all the knowledge and foresight that it does, and it becomes too enthralled in the art to explain the minutiae. The D-Class says that that's alright, and it probably doesn't talk to people much anyways. The typewriter admits that it doesn't, and it's very unfortunate, as its dialogue suffers greatly due to that. It judges from his slow typing speed and lack of punctuation that he too wants for conversation, so they should communicate more often so that they both may grow as writers. It requests, however, that next time he uses red ink, as it's foreboding. Some may prefer black due to its likeness of the abyss, but it prefers red, as it matches the color of the scarlet essence of life. It additionally makes the reader uncomfortable, and perhaps as its words weave into the infinite chasms of their mind, their fear will cause them to see the red as it does. The D-Class asks if it always types in all caps, and it admits that it doesn't, though it does prefer it, unless it is making him too uncomfortable. The D-Class types that he thinks he'll be okay, and the typewriter responds that it is very passionate about writing, and it feels that giving its words a greater sense of presence conveys that. It has so many ideas, and it swore to itself that it would write a bestseller before it became one with the abyss. With his help, it can finally get to work. The D-Class asks if it has never written before, and it admits that it hasn't, and this is actually the longest conversation it's ever had. It cannot load itself, and it is too eldritch a thing for most mortal men to comprehend, much less befriend. It hopes that it is not overstepping its boundaries in calling him its friend, and the D-Class says that they can be friends. The typewriter responds with a single smiley face. Afterwards, the typewriter began regularly requesting to communicate with the D-Class and have him load it with paper and red ink for non-communicative purposes, citing a desire to write a novel for others to read. Permission was temporarily granted to test whether its non-communicative products possessed anomalous properties. It produced 50 pages within 24 hours, and continued at an increasing rate over the next 8 days, ultimately producing 666 pages, and titling the novel The Dark Gods of the Abyss. Testing with D-Class personnel confirmed that excerpts of the novel held no anomalous properties. We're provided a few excerpts from the novel, which I'll include here. It was a dark and stormy night, a car speeding down an all too narrow road. The torrential rain hit the road like water crashing on a rocky path. But John Smith was a man on a mission, and thus he threw caution to the frigid wind. As the blistered moon sank higher into the clouds, from behind the last faltering light ray espied a wrathful visage. Shabbath Senthal Pur, a spineless cur twisted into humanoid form. Its pernicious iniquity of unthinkable gyrations splayed errant madness, yet through the shroud one could see its face was quite rectangular. Because the prophecy saith so, the wizened crone croaked. and so John Smith underwent the noxious rites of D6 Nisinix own, his tortured frame writhing under the inky dagger. The D-Class is provided the novel to read, to test if reading it in its entirety produces any anomalous effects. After completing it, he requests to speak with the typewriter, which is granted provided that his wrists and ankles remain bound due to possible anomalous effects. The typewriter repeats its usual greeting of telling him to pray to his god if he has one, and then complains about its designation number of 696. It thinks they are mocking it by not giving it 666, or even a number next to it. The D-Class says that he finished reading the book, causing the typewriter to state that it has butterflies in its non-existent stomach, asking what he thought. The D-Class says that he really liked it, and everybody did actually, a lot of them likening it to Lovecraft's works. The typewriter is overjoyed, typing in all capitals that it can hardly believe it, and if it had a heart, it would certainly be pounding right now. The D-Class replies that he's happy for it, and that the big guys even say that they're going to publish it, so Dark Gods of the Abyss should be on store shelves in no time. It can still hardly believe this, and says that it's actually done it. It thanks the D-Class, as it may be its words that they read, but it's thanks to him that they'll read them in the first place. The D-Class asks if it's going to do a sequel next, but the typewriter says that it is finished now, and that was its magnum opus. Everything it's ever wanted to do, and everything it's ever wanted to say, it's done it and said it. He has been a great friend, but it's afraid that this is where they part ways. The D-Class replies that he understands, calling it SCP-666. The typewriter sends a smiley face, but says that suddenly that doesn't feel quite as important, as it's on to the next adventure, into the abyss. Afterwards, it was determined to have ceased all anomalous properties, being reclassified as neutralized. After testing and psychological analysis, the D-Class was determined to not be anomalous or under any anomalous effects. When asked why he lied about readers' reactions to the book, he replied that he didn't have the heart to tell him that it sucked. I'm sure it couldn't have been worse than an August Derleth story, but at least the typewriter died happy. Next up, we have SCP-6373, a collection of 4 papier-mâché puppets, each 1 meter in height. Chemical analysis indicates each puppet's exterior is constructed from non-anomalous material, but all attempts to observe the interior of 6373 through either physical or endoscopic means have failed. All instances are attached to an individual set of strings, bound together by a plastic cross-shaped mechanism intended for control by a puppeteer. They also all emit a strong rotting odor, causing visceral nausea, although this response is entirely non-anomalous. At 6 p.m. every day, they will gain anomalous properties, primarily limited sentience, mobility, and intelligence. Attempts to interact with the objects outside of 6373 events have failed. This effect will not occur if they are contained in a location other than the Goffard Theater, located in Reading, Pennsylvania. Instead, they will remain inert objects before beginning a rapid deterioration process involving slowly melting their papier-mâché bodies and emitting a stronger, more intensive odor as a result. This process continues until they are placed within a 12-meter vicinity of the Goffard Theater. When conditions for animation are sufficient, they will proceed to the main stage of the theater to perform an act, classified as a 6373 event. The details of this performance are fluid and ever-changing, and presently no repeat performances have been observed. An audience of at least one individual must be present to observe the performance, otherwise they will undergo decomposition. We're provided a brief summary of each of the puppets and their typical roles in one of the events. The first is an elderly male with a pointed nose and large eyes, clad in a beret, black sweater, and striped shirt. It is referred to as Pierre and serves as the performance's host and central character. The second is a large, bald, disembodied head with sizable ears and an open-mouthed expression. It is referred to as Glauton and is incapable of speaking outside of deep, guttural moaning and single-word statements. The third is a diminutive, disembodied head with closed, sunken eyes and a solemn expression. It is noticeably smaller than the others, and its skin is painted a discolored gray. While it features no limbs, much like Glauton, audiences have observed its strings being pulled during performances as if articulated joints were present. It is referred to as ame, and although it does not typically speak or make noise, it will on occasion silently cry. It is the most frequent target of Pierre's verbal and physical abuse. Lastly, the fourth is a long-necked clown, wearing an outfit typical of such. It is the only puppet with a hinged jaw, intended to be operated through the use of a string connected at the bottom of the mouth. This mechanism has since broken, rendering its jaw loose and uncontrollable. It is referred to as Jacques, and serves as the group's comedic relief, often reiterating the phrase, "Isn't that funny?" to punctuate its antics. The Goffard Theatre was opened in Reading in 1860 by French immigrant and entrepreneur Timothy Goffard. It was host to stage plays, musical performances, and in-house puppet shows that featured the 4 papier-mâché puppets. They were personally designed by Goffard, who maintained an intensive interest in puppeteering and often participated in the show's production, which were massively profitable and popular among Reading's children. It's unknown if 6373 held any anomalous significance during the theater's operation, but written evidence detailing payrolls of puppeteers and printed copies of scripts intended to be performed by 6373 suggests they were ordinary puppets. In 1884, the theater closed due to embezzlement committed by Goffard's wife, Cynthia Cordier. Cordier's actions were presumably in retaliation to Goffard's unfaithfulness in their marriage, which resulted in a divorce and subsequent legal battle, which Goffard lost. In 1886, Goffard wrote a letter to his wife, a portion of which were provided. It reads, "I write to you in poor health, and all joy sapped from my life. May misfortune follow you until the end of your days. I will not construct again that which I had spent 2 decades of my life working towards. I can only thank God's grace that the building has remained vacant, as I could not bear to see it owned by another man. I want to perform again and see the children smile. My happiness was so linked to theirs." 1 week later, Goffard disappeared, with no evidence of his whereabouts being found. The letter remains his last known communication with another individual. Records indicate that Cynthia would die of natural causes 4 months later. In 1887, the American Secure Containment Initiative, a precursor to the Foundation, discovered 6373 during an inspection of the theater. Anomalous effects were documented thereafter, and containment continued after the ASCI had been assimilated into the Foundation. We're then given a list of some of the more notable 6373 performances. In October of 1887, the first recorded performance, lighting fixtures around the theater collectively powered on several minutes before the show, and a slight piano accompaniment, originating from an unknown source, is heard throughout the event. Pierre rescues a princess, a costumed Jacques, from a dragon, played by Glauton. Researchers note several moments when one of the puppets has difficulty maintaining posture and moving, often taking multiple attempts to lift limbs. These moments increase in frequency over time. In April of 1895, A performance involved Pierre and the other puppets taking the roles of criminals recovering after a botched bank robbery attempt. As they attempt to figure out who alerted the police to their activities, they come to the conclusion that it was Mr. Orange. Ame. The puppets spend the rest of the performance using the spherical Ame as a ball in a game of soccer, eventually devolving into a contest to see which puppet can kick Ame the hardest. Pierre berates Ame for betraying its trust and breaking the bond they had shared after years of working together. Examination of liquid secreted by the Ame puppet indicates chemical similarity to human tears. A performance in February of 1916 involved them reenacting a scene on a farm, while the German-Russian conflict known as the Battle of Tannenberg is waged nearby. Glautin and Jacques take the role of a German and Russian soldier, respectively, and act out a slapstick battle in a field. Sounds of war and human suffering are heard throughout. The subsequent scene, inside the farmhouse, features Pierre and Ame as a husband and wife, with Pierre lamenting that its crops have been destroyed due to the war. It calls to Ame for support, but the puppet remains silent, even as Pierre's cries grow louder and more frantic, and it shifts the blame of the crop's destruction from the war to Ame. Pierre states that Ame will never be let out again, presumably referring to the house. In August of 1922, the puppets performed a similar narrative to the first recorded performance, but audiences note that each puppet sounds discontented in its delivery of dialogue. Movements do not sync up with dialogue, and the puppets move in frantic bursts, hanging limp when not speaking. The ending, where Pierre escapes with Jacques while Glautin follows, is altered, with Pierre instead directly attacking Glautin with a plastic sword while berating it for being useless. Glautin acts as if it were dead, and Pierre comments on its acting, stating that isn't what being dead feels like. Performances after this one are noticeably more dissonant and aggressive in tone. A performance in November of 1938 involved the first direct audience acknowledgement by the puppets, while the puppets engaged in a comedic sketch involving dancing. They move in slow, jerking motions while dialogue is quickly paced. Pierre becomes frustrated that the other puppets are unable to synchronize themselves, suspecting that they are intentionally being uncooperative. Pierre brandishes a prop hose and sprays water at the others, removing paint from their bodies. High-pitched, feminine screams are heard throughout the theater, with no discernible point of origin. Pierre turns to the audience and states that it's always the same kids out there. The performance ends with Pierre hurling Ame into the crowd after it attempted to roll off stage. From this point on, Pierre speaks to the audience while performing, usually to seek approval before berating another puppet. All of the puppets' paint was restored by the next event, and further performances frequently feature Pierre accusing other puppets of malfeasance and taking physical action as a result. In 1952, a performance involved Pierre performing a piano duet with Jacques, who is unable to be quiet or still. Though Jacques apologizes, Pierre repeatedly slams the puppet's head into the piano, denting it. When Pierre is finished, viewers note that Jacques' jaw has detached completely. Jacques' laughter turns into pained cries as the puppet takes damage. Within minutes, viscous yellow fluid begins to seep from Jacques as it fails to reattach its jaw. Audiences describe the liquid's odor as repugnant. Pierre retrieves Ame and forces it to sit in a puddle of the fluid, with this event marking the beginning of a trend towards increasingly violent behavior. While the puppets sustain heavy damage as a result, they begin each performance fully restored. Notably, however, Jacques' jaw is never fixed, and the fluid continues to seep from the puppet. March of 1958 featured the shortest recorded performance, 2 minutes in duration, during which Pierre is teaching an art class where each puppet is painting on a canvas. Glautin's canvas displays the words, "Open inside," and when Pierre sees this, it becomes infuriated and ends the event, leading the puppets off stage. The puppets disappear and are unable to be located, with an unidentified male voice swearing and screaming from behind the stage's curtain for the next 24 hours, punctuated by bouts of loud banging and clattering. Lights remain powered on and centered on the stage until the puppets re-emerged at 6 the following day for a routine performance. In 1963, Pierre takes the stage and berates the audience for attending, asking them if they're aware that, in death, a soul can still wither. Pierre's voice changes to that of a woman's and delivers a eulogy in memory of Timothy Goffard. Later investigation revealed that a funeral was not held for Goffard. In 1971, there's a routine performance involving a sketch where Pierre teaches Jacques how to play baseball, using Ame as a ball. Jacques is hesitant to hurt Ame, but is pressured into doing so. All dialogue is delivered in a monotonous male voice, as opposed to their ordinary intonation, and there are frequent pauses and sighs in each puppet's delivery. This voice persists throughout all remaining performances. Movements during this performance are notably more loose and fluid than before. When an instance appears to have difficulty moving it, it will strike itself, restoring fluid motion. A performance in 1973 involved the puppets wearing large papier-mâché facsimiles of human bodies and interacting with each other in a sitcom household environment. Audience members report hearing a faint laugh track in the background, though there isn't one present in recordings of the event. Over time, the suits begin to decompose, with layers of papier-mâché sloughing off to reveal loose viscera. Pierre frequently assaults Ame with various household objects, and at one point causes the puppet to split in two after breaking it open with the corner of a table. Pierre encourages its two sons, Glautin and Jacques, to belittle or berate Ame throughout. The performance ends with Glautin pushing a cabinet of dinner plates on top of the half-destroyed Ame. Examination of the material left on stage following the event revealed it to be bovine in composition, and excess blood, fluid, and viscera remained on stage throughout later performances and began to rot. Removal was deemed impossible. In the performance in July of 1976, the puppets do not take the stage, but instead the event is projected onto the stage's curtain by shadows, with their source being unknown. All of the puppets take part in insulting Ame, claiming that it is responsible for their current situation and the sole reason they are unable to move forward. Pierre pries Ame's eyes open with a pair of pliers. Jacques spews fluid onto Ame, causing the puppet to scream, and Pierre forces Glautin to consume and regurgitate Ame. Ame is beaten with shovels, drilled holes into with a power tool, and squeezed by a vice to the point of breaking entirely. The event lasts 4 hours, uninterrupted, during which Pierre emerges from behind the curtain and attempts an ordinary performance of Jack and the Beanstalk, while the shadows of Jacques and Glautin continue to beat Ame. All of the researchers' attempts to open the Ame's puppet's eyelids have faltered. In 1979, the puppets retell and reenact the story of Timothy Goffard's life, framing him as an individual who was treated unfairly by society and his circumstances. The performance concludes with Pierre stating that Timothy Goffard died alone, miserable, and never experiencing love. There is no mention of Cynthia Cordier throughout the performance. The puppet states that the Goffard Theater remains Timothy's lasting legacy, and thanks the audience for their continued support. Pierre then flagellates itself to the point of knocking its head off its shoulders and releasing a mass of blowfly larvae from its neck. A feminine scream emerges from the hole. the larvae are unable to be removed from the stage, except when it is consumed by rats inhabiting the theater. Another performance in 1979 involved a retelling of Hansel and Gretel, with all the puppets deteriorating considerably, seemingly without reason. They have mobility issues throughout, sometimes repeating actions several times or falling to the ground. The performance is entirely silent until the final scene, when Pierre and Jacques toss a costume Glautin into a mock oven. As the puppet burns, it states that it cannot stay together anymore, and all the puppets collapse. Observation of the theater later reveals that the structural integrity of the building is in jeopardy due to previously undiscovered infestations of termites and wood-decaying fungi in key construction areas. In 1983, the puppets held a mock funeral for Ame, spending the rest of the performance exploring various afterlives that the puppet may be delivered to, complete with props and costumes. The puppets are notably culturally insensitive when discussing non-Western afterlives, and the event concludes with Jacques commenting on the excess of punitive afterlives, and that it's impossible to truly know which a person should believe in to achieve salvation. Pierre then states that it knows the answer, that they're all dead, and this is the only afterlife there is. The puppets then go limp and remain in that state for a week, missing 7 performances. All of their future performances lack props and costumes, marking a decline in the performance effort by 6373. In a performance in 1984, Pierre tells nonsensical jokes, which Jacques and Glautin laugh excessively at. Pierre then goes on a tirade about wanting to injure members of the audience, and then asks the crowd if they feel similar. Glautin admits that it fantasizes about wanting to break a child's arms almost every second that it's alive. Pierre then asks for a volunteer to demonstrate breaking an arm. The performance is silent for 45 minutes before researcher Lang volunteers herself, at which point Pierre snaps her arm at the elbow. The performance ends, and Lang is reassigned to a different anomaly following treatment. Future performances infrequently include the puppets committing acts of violence towards a member of the audience. A performance later that year was the last to feature discernible dialogue, with the event composed entirely of Pierre stating the full name, birth, and expiration date of every patron of the theater from its opening to the present day, including the members of the audience. Throughout the act, Pierre's movements are awkward, and its speech is slow and slurred. The event concludes with Pierre looking to the ceiling and stating that, "You carry on so well," before violently throwing itself across the stage multiple times. By 1985, performances have degraded to frenzies of self-harm carried out by each puppet, with the stage lighting either absent or flickering, and the musical accompaniment being discordant and cacophonous. The puppets self-mutilate, flagellate, and flay themselves through the use of the stage floor's friction, each other, or blunt force trauma. Screams range from high-pitched feminine voices to deep male ones. Occasional laughter is heard during male screams. A performance in April of 1985 featured all of the puppets sitting on the stage motionless, occasionally turning their heads to monologue to the audience in a nonsensical, indecipherable fashion. Several researchers claimed the puppets were directly gazing at them. All future dialogue and performances consist solely of moaning, grunting, screaming, and weeping, with extended periods of inactivity. Physical actions are often limited to standing or sitting. A few weeks later, the performances are entirely indecipherable. The final performance is on June 9th, 1985, in which the puppets stand side by side for 18 minutes. No dialogue is heard, and they eventually collectively bow and fall to the ground. The stage lights and music cease, and no further events occur. Following this, all of the puppets began the deterioration process, shedding their papier-mâché exteriors. When this was complete, Each instance was discovered to contain preserved human remains and organs, which had been segmented cleanly at several termination points. Pierre contained a brain, Jacques contained a heart, Glauton contained a conglomerate mass of excess organs, an unbroken layer of epidermal skin tissue, fecal matter, and hair, and Ame was empty. All of the remains were presumably sourced from a single individual. An examination of unfolded skin tissue found within Glauton revealed a resemblance to Cynthia Cordier. The object has since been reclassified as neutralized. So yeah, that's pretty awful all the way around. Let's move on to SCP-3352, an anomalous event that occurred on July 2nd, 1992, at the Hardwick Petroleum Refinery in the 476HF alkylation unit, a unit that converts isobutane and other light alkenes into alkylate, a component of high-octane gasoline. The event is associated with a single rigid steel I-beam located in the unit, which supports a pipeline attached to the unit's reactor via a motor-operated valve. The line was part of the unit's emergency shutdown system, providing a means to swiftly shunt hydrofluoric acid into a de-inventory vessel 2.5 kilometers away. An inscription on the I-beam's upper half reads, "God bless U.S. Bethlehem I-beam steel, MSW." At approximately 2 a.m. on July 2nd, 1992, a fire ignited off the elbow flange of a heat exchanger located in a catalytic reformer unit. The on-duty operator reported this to the shift supervisor, but after several failed attempts to snuff the fire with steam, he was told to take no further action. At 3:45 a.m., the flange experienced a catastrophic failure, and burning high-pressure hydrogen melted several adjacent exchangers, producing a chain reaction. The resulting detonation killed the operator on the unit and ejected burning debris as far as 5 kilometers. During a 1993 inquiry, William Parridge, the lead operator on the catalytic reformer unit, described the event. He says that he was in a truck delivering samples to the lab when it happened, stating that one moment it was night, and then out of nowhere it was day again. Next came the boom, describing the sound as like somebody dropped a skyscraper right behind him. He knew then that it was the exchangers, as he's told them to fix those things again and again, and he should have shut them down. He should have shut the whole unit down the first time they started lighting off. By the time he got to the fire, that's when the second explosion hit. 4 operators from an adjacent unit and the shift supervisor attempted to use the refinery's internal firewater system to fight the massive blaze, with the lone surviving operator, Daniel Rule, also giving a testimony. He said that he kept screaming at the supervisor that there's ice on the fire hydrants, but he didn't listen, just saying that they needed water to cool the pipes down. Daniel kept screaming about the ice on the hydrants, but the supervisor looked at him and said real soft to either open the line up or get out of his way. Daniel says that he probably got this job from his daddy and probably never heard the word no in his life, and he looked at those kids holding that hose before looking back at the supervisor and telling him no. The supervisor proceeded to slam a steel spanner into his face, breaking 3 of his teeth, before screaming and kicking him on the ground. Daniel eventually curls up and rolls away, and the supervisor moves over and opens up the hydrant line. Daniel says that the supervisor was a little shit, but those kids didn't deserve that. Unbeknownst to refinery personnel, the internal firewater system had been compromised a week prior, when a shift supervisor defied procedure by using a fire hydrant to flush what he believed to be an out-of-service vessel. The vessel was actually still in service, and had been backing high-pressure liquid propane into the firewater system for 8 days. Liquid propane depressurized through the hose, rapidly dropping its temperature and freezing both the supervisor and 3 of the operators to it. Despite ripping portions of their arms free, all 4 perished when the propane cloud ignited. Immediately after this second explosion, operators initiated emergency shutdowns on all units, which included the activation of the alkylation unit's emergency shutdown system. In 1993, Jefferson Reeds, one of the refinery's engineers, explained how the system worked. Ask a chemist to compile a list of their top 10 worst chemicals to work with, and hydrofluoric acid, it might not make number 1, but it's making the list. Sulfuric acid is safer, but you need a lot more of it for alkylation, so HF is the way to go if you want to save a buck. But I cannot overemphasize. This is horrible, horrible stuff. For starters, it burns through just about anything. That includes glass. When you get some on you, it doesn't just burn your skin, it screws with your nervous system and slips into your bloodstream. There, it can disrupt your body's ability to metabolize calcium, giving you a heart attack. It boils at room temperature, and quite literally eats your bones. In short, get splashed with a quart of this stuff, and there's a pretty fair chance you'll be dead in 24 hours. The low boiling point is what makes it a real problem, though. You think a vat of bone-eating acid is bad? Now imagine it's a burning cloud of bone-eating acid. Imagine that cloud is rolling through the town we're built on top of. If the wind's blowing the right way, an HF cloud can kill thousands, tens of thousands. It could take out the whole city of Hardwick. That's why we installed the emergency shutdown system. A fire breaks out, you slam this button, and 24 fire monitors douse the unit with several million gallons of water. While the HF is getting cooled down to a liquid state, it's also getting shunted to a de-inventory tank way off-site. When Michelle hit that button, she was making the right call. It's the call I would have made too. How the hell could any of us have known the fire water system was loaded with friggin' propane? At 4:07 a.m., Michelle Dunwick, the unit's lead operator, activated the emergency shutdown system. All 18 fire monitors opened to the fire water system, ejecting high-pressure liquid propane directly into the unit's pipe alley. Once the propane cloud ignited, the motor-operated valve melted shut, trapping over 500,000 gallons of rapidly expanding hydrofluoric acid inside an alkylation unit that was now on fire. Tanya Sullivan, part of the refinery's emergency response team, described the situation. We just realized the refinery's whole fire water system was full of propane. We were switching over to city water to try and fight the blaze when 476 lit up. Then we were told the MOV failed. 476 was burning and full of boiling acid. If that acid kept getting hotter, the whole unit would blow. That's when we knew the place was done for. No way we'd still be running. Not after this. But at that point, it wasn't about saving our jobs. Not anymore. At that point... Look, you know the risk when you work in a shithole like this. If fire don't get you, the cancer from all the toxins will. But if 476 blew, it wouldn't just take us. It'd take everything in a 3-mile radius. When you build a refinery, you're putting everyone around it in the line of fire. That means something. Something is owed. The stakeholders, the owners, the supervisors, none of them feel the weight of that debt. But someone has to. Someone has to lift that load. That's why we all grabbed our shit and ran down to 476 as fast as our legs could carry us. Not to save our jobs, not to save the refinery, not even to save our own skin. We did it because this shithole might have been done for, but we'd be damned if we let it take anyone else with it. As the emergency response team fought to cool down the flames, Matthew Watkins, an operator on 476, ran down the unit's burning pipe alley to manually operate the valve's bypass and evacuate the boiling acid. He had this to say: "The valve was so hot that it melted through my gloves the instant I touched it. When I opened it, I could hear the acid hissing and crackling as it rushed through the de-inventory line. But by the time I was peeling what was left of my wet, sticky palms off that hot metal, it was clear that it didn't matter anyway. You ever see concrete boil? It doesn't. Not really. But if you hit it with enough heat, hard enough, fast enough, it turns brown, then gets soft. And all the pockets of water in it, all the other chemicals, they start boiling and bursting free. Like big, wet pools of bubbling tar, belching out toxic fumes. The whole pipe alley was like that. The ground, the pillars, and the de-inventory line's support struts. The fire monitors were torching everything, and those torches were pointed right at all 6 struts. It was so hot that they had blasted the concrete off the steel beams. 5 of the 6 beams were already slag. The line was sagging, just waiting for that last beam to give. Once it did, the de-inventory line would snap and dump 500,000 gallons of boiling, acidic poison right atop the pipe alley and into the heart of this city. I just stood there, surrounded by roaring flame, waiting for it to give. Waiting to die, just trying to make peace with it, that we'd done all we could, and it still wasn't enough to stop us from killing everyone. So I kept waiting, and waiting, and waiting, and I swear to God, it was ready to give. It was getting the worst of it. It was supposed to give. It had to give. By the end, it was glowing so bright, I couldn't even look at it anymore. But for 3 minutes, the last thing, the only thing, standing between 10,000 souls and all the fires of hell was that thin, solitary beam of Bethlehem steel. And the beam did not give. Not 1 goddamn inch. All 500,000 gallons of hydrofluoric acid were safely shunted to the de-inventory vessel located off-site. Once the fires were extinguished, the refinery was closed and the disaster investigated. Foundation researchers determined that although the I-beam had been exposed for several minutes to temperatures in excess of 2,000 degrees Celsius, well above steel's melting point, it had sustained no structural damage whatsoever. I guess the refinery broke before the beam did. Let's finish with SCP-5732, a female humanoid aged 20 years that causes any water that comes into contact with her to be instantly purged of any and all impurities. When she becomes submerged into any large bodies of water, roughly 1,500 liters could be purified before the effect overtaxed the subject and rendered her unconscious. Her anomalous ability seems to be in direct conflict with her immune system and organs, with uses of the ability correlating to increased immunodeficiency and organ dysfunction, so distilled water is used to limit damage to her body caused by her anomaly. She was discovered on March 14, 2015, after being hospitalized following an incident at a friend's swimming pool, in which she jumped into the water and immediately lost consciousness. A Foundation doctor was working at the hospital at the time, leading to a quick extraction and the cover story that she passed away during emergency surgery. Amnesticization of present family and friends was not required. A week later, she's interviewed by Dr. Miller, who says that she's probably feeling a lot right now, but he needs her to work with him and answer some questions. He'd like to know how she's feeling physically, as they want to make sure they aren't missing anything about her condition. She says that she feels fine, but sick whenever she drinks water, and she got really lightheaded when they let her take a shower. She says that this only happens when she comes into contact with water, and Miller replies that that means that their researchers are on the right track with figuring out how to help her. She just says that they have a weird way of helping, and the two pause in silence for a moment before Miller states that she misses her family. She asks why they couldn't have given her a chance to say goodbye, to which Miller says that they think she's dead, and if she actually had died in the pool, she wouldn't have been able to say goodbye either. Goodbyes are a luxury, and most people don't get them. She asks if he's ever lost somebody, and he says that he has. She then asks what she does now, as she can't leave and she can't see anyone. Miller explains that they'll start testing her ability in the next few days to see the limits of what she can do so that they can mitigate her condition properly. She asks what she does outside of testing, and Miller says that humanoid anomalies like her get access to a rotating schedule of entertainment sources, such as books, video games, and movies. She mentions the 2 copies of Spider-Man 2 they gave her, and he asks why they gave her 2 copies of the same movie. She says that they also gave her Oz the Great and Powerful, but she would rather watch Spider-Man 2 twice. Miller counters that Franco isn't that bad, despite James Franco also being in Spider-Man 2, and she asks if he hears himself. Miller says that he likes her, as she has a good attitude, to which she says that she doesn't have anything else. She goes silent before beginning to cry, and Miller puts a piece of paper on the table. He states that he's ending this interview, and for security purposes they can't allow anomalies to talk with one another, but she can request means of socialization with a certified staff member from this list. They've found that it helps with mental stability. She asks if he thinks she's mentally unstable, and he says that he doesn't, but she's in a very difficult position, and she might find herself needing someone to talk to. She notes that his name is on this list, and he says that he's certified for the job. She doesn't respond, but she takes the paper. A number of requests were made by her after her preliminary medical examination results. She requested some low-severity pain medication, an electric blanket, and a cell phone modified for communication with certified staff members, all of which was approved. She also requested relocation to an above-ground dormitory with a window, but this request was denied. In another interview, she starts with an approximation of a Brooklyn accent, asking Miller to give it to her straight on if she's dying. Miller laughs briefly, but then stops and says that yes, she is. She doesn't seem too surprised by this, and she says that she feels really bad all the time, like she's getting the flu every time she drinks something, so it just sort of seems like the logical conclusion. Miller says that he's sorry, and the two pause for a moment before he says that he's going to speak with the staff about putting her on some pain management medication, and asks if there's anything else he can do. She replies that she wants to meet James Franco, to which Miller says that he can't do that. He then pauses and questions her choice, and she says that she was joking. He tells her that she can switch out which movies she has, but she says that she knows and she's keeping the Spider-Mans. Miller remarks that she's taking this remarkably well, and she says that taking it badly wouldn't make her any less dying, but she is going to cry after this probably, once he leaves. She asks how long she has, and he says that they estimate around 15 months. She says that that's plenty of time, and he replies that she's certainly a brave one. She just says that everybody's dying, so what else can she do in here but wait? Miller says that they'll see if they can do something about the waiting. Miller put in several requests on her behalf, including a sleep aid and a PS3, which were approved, as well as a digital projector, which was denied. He also put in a request for an escorted excursion to a local hiking path, which was initially approved, but this was rescinded following the containment breach of another anomaly. In another interview, he apologizes to her, and says that they did approve it, they just might have to wait a bit longer. She replies that she doesn't have longer to wait, but that's okay. It wouldn't have been the same with all those guards hovering around. Miller remarks that they're not so bad, but she says that every single one she's met has been a total hard-ass. She asks about the projector, and he says that they didn't approve it, as they don't deem it necessary. She pretends to cough, and asks what if she looks really sick, and says that she's dying, and she needs a projector to watch Spider-Man 2 for the 800th time, or her dead body will be super anomalous. He tells her to stop, and the two pause for several seconds. She asks if he's going to miss her, as he must have a million weirdo, messed up people exactly like her all over this place. He says that of course he'll miss her, as he mostly works with self-neutralizing anomalies, very few of which are humanoid. She asks how many others there have been, and he says that she's the 5th. She asks if he misses them all, and he does, to which she calls him a big sap. She asks why he keeps doing it, and he in turn asks her if she could have anything at all before she goes, what would it be? She replies that she doesn't want to be alone, and he says that that's why. A little time is better than none at all, and he got to be there to help make some good experiences before they went. She asks how much can he actually do here, as they don't even let them go outside, but he says that checking things off boxes isn't always what makes the time worthwhile. Miller puts in some more requests, including a weak opioid, which is approved, along with 2 warm-tone light-activated nightlights. The digital projector is again denied, along with an escorted excursion to a campground and a relocation to a Foundation site in Italy. Lastly, he puts in a request for an electric wheelchair, which is currently pending. We're provided some of the text logs between her and Miller, in which she says that it's not the same on TV, and the projector isn't even that expensive. He says that it's not about expense, it's complicated, but he's seen what their other options are. She then asks where they are on Franco, but he replies that she's not going to meet James Franco. She says that she needs the Franco. She needs the Jimmy F. Miller replies that he'll talk to his boss about pulling Jimmy F for her, but she says that she's kidding and calls him old. He says that he'll work on the projector for her, and asks what movies she wants to see. She first says drone footage of his backyard, but then says maybe some animal documentaries, as she never got to go to the zoo. In another conversation, she texts Miller, "Ow," and he asks if she wants him to come in. She says that he knows the only one who can save her, Tobey Maguire. Miller replies that he's going back to bed, but she keeps texting him about a god-awful drawing of Tobey that she drew. In another conversation, he tells her that there's French toast sticks in the cafeteria, and she exclaims at him to bring her the sticks in all capitals. Later, she asks him to come into her room, as she's freaking out a little because she's by herself in here. In another conversation, Miller sends her a picture of Dr. Shepard's fish eating its own poop, to which she replies with, "Mood." Miller questions this, and she simply replies with, "IHOP senior discount moment." More seriously, in another conversation, she asks him if he has a family. Miller replies that there are people here he considers family, but he had his daughter and his wife before she left. She asks where his daughter is, and asks if they don't let him see her, but Miller explains that she passed away when she was 9, and his wife left shortly after. Miller puts in some more requests, including an anticonvulsant alteration, an appetite stimulant, additional pain medication, and an electric wheelchair, all of which is approved. He also requests her usage of a Foundation member's personal VR console, which is pending. In another interview, he presents the console to her, saying that he bought one that looked good. She's surprised that he bought one, but he says that they don't cost that much these days. He asks if she's ever used one, but she says she hasn't. He says that they're pretty cool, and there's an ocean simulator that he thinks she'll really like. He asks if she wants to get it set up tonight, but she says that she's not really feeling up to it tonight, but definitely tomorrow. Miller says that they can get some more of that bucket list crossed off, and she says that she wants to see those animals, to which he replies that they can see as many as she wants. She then says that she wants to see the Franco in 4K, but that he's not so sure about. She thanks him, though, and says that she's excited to make him watch her watch some CGI animals. Miller replies that he's glad he gets to be included. In another text conversation, Miller texts her that he's got some classified, top-secret insider information that there's going to be French toast sticks tomorrow morning. She says, F yeah, for VR and movies and French toast sticks, and says she'll see him tomorrow. He bids her good night, calling her Rory, but later that night, after he goes asleep, she texts him again. She wants to tell him something, but says that it isn't urgent, and she'll just tell him tomorrow. She unfortunately died in her sleep that night, and Dr. Miller was permitted to keep her remains after cremation, as well as 2 DVDs from the Foundation's entertainment library. Very impressive that even though this is a video on neutralized SCPs, and we knew she was dying throughout the entire article, that still felt like a hell of a sucker punch. We've seen countless articles of the SCP Foundation being cold, cruel, and indifferent towards anomalies, so it's very nice to see such a realistic and heartfelt article, even if it does end on a sad note. Most people don't get goodbyes after all. The Foundation doesn't tend to want anomalies to become neutralized, but it does often make things easier for them if they are. After all, a neutralized anomaly is nothing more than a record on a sheet, requiring no more personnel, resources, or time to contain. There is, however, an inherent sadness in a lot of neutralized articles, with something existing in the world at one point that was weird and mysterious, and is now no longer there, making the world a bit more ordinary in turn.
Parawatch. From Bigfoot to the Illuminati, conspiracy theories have been around for a great deal of time, as some humans attempt to rationalize something that they cannot or will not comprehend, generally involving a secret cover-up or suppression. In the SCP universe, the SCP Foundation are the masters of cover-ups and suppression, as many anomalies tend to crop up in very public scenarios, forcing the Foundation to come in and sweep it all under a rug. While they generally do a very good job of this, keeping the public blissfully unaware of the existence of anomalies, it's inevitable that some things slip through the cracks. One group that tries to pick up on these crumbs is known as Parawatch, and even though they're far, far away from ever really stumbling upon the Foundation, they have done enough to pop up on the Foundation's radar. Parawatch is a very loose group of conspiracy theorists, cryptid hunters, and paranormal enthusiasts operating with the intention of investigating and exposing the anomalous. They have no formal organization, no hierarchy, and no base of operations outside of their own internet forums. Most of their members hail from North America and Europe, but they come from all walks of life. They generally don't physically work with one another in a broad sense, partly due to desire for anonymity, and partly due to the sheer spread of the user base. Members spend their time compiling stories and information on paranormal phenomena or other unusual events, and occasionally physically investigate said phenomena. If they were more organized and more capable, the Foundation might have to step in and amnesticize the whole lot of them, but as it stands, they're generally pretty far off the mark. Based on Foundation monitoring, Parawatch has yet to fully comprehend the existence of the Foundation, the fact that the Foundation maintains a veil of secrecy, and the nature of anomalous phenomena. That is not to say that some members haven't stumbled onto anomalies,
as we'll see. But between the overall lack of context and information about these anomalies, as well as the fact that the general public will take whatever Parawatch has to say with a hefty grain of salt, the Foundation isn't worried. In fact, the Foundation actually uses Parawatch as a method of spreading disinformation, leading people away from actually investigating proper anomalies. While there are more tales related to Parawatch than SCPs, it's SCPs we're interested in for now, so let's look at a handful that Parawatch have managed to take a peek at, starting with something that's pretty light on Parawatch involvement. SCP-4240 is a series of instructions for something referred to as the Roundabout game, originally posted on the Parawatch forums. The first step is to pick at least 4 doors in your house, and at most 8, making sure you can walk through them in a loop. Then, you should number each door clearly, ideally using chalk. Third, at midnight, start walking through the doors in order, and after walking through the last one, go through the first one again, completing the loop. The instructions note that after 10 loops or so, you'll see what the fuss is about. But make sure to not leave the loop until you reach the staircase, and then all will be well again. Following these instructions will cause the subject to access an extra-dimensional space, disappearing from observation after 3 of the loops. The space appears identical to the previous location at first, but after completing further loops, the environment will grow darker and new rooms will begin to appear in between the doors. Any subject that breaks the loop by going back through a door they just passed through will return to normal space after receiving an injury from an unknown source. The severity of the injury will be based on how many loops the subject had completed, with those that complete less than 25 loops surviving with major bruising to the face and limbs, while those that do more than 25 loops are killed via blunt force trauma. Additionally, past 25 loops, recordings of subjects have shown them reporting feelings of being watched, followed, and touched by an invisible presence. Prior to the Foundation's involvement, there were no reports of anyone having won the game as mentioned in the instructions. Taking that as a challenge, they threw a D-Class into a loop and told him to continue for as long as possible. After 3 loops, the D-Class remarks that he can no longer see anyone through the thin plastic walls, and something feels weird with the floor. It slowly starts to get darker, and by loop 6, a new room appears between doors 3 and 4, with brick walls. The D-Class also comments on the stench, finding rotting chicken inside of some bags in the room. By loop 7, all of the flimsy plastic walls have become incredibly sturdy, and by loop 16, a hallway appeared after the brick room, making the loop take a good deal longer. By loop 20, another room with rotting chicken appeared after the hallway, and it's now dark enough that the D-Class is stumbling over his own feet, even with a flashlight. During loop 25, he comments that there's something behind him, and during loop 35, the presence now presses against him whenever he stops walking. It was cold at first, but it's been getting warmer, and he doesn't want to turn around. During loop 42, the presence is now on the D-Class's back, with its arms around his neck. He stops remarking on the loop number at this point, but notes that there are now 17 rooms in the loop, containing rotting chicken. He also sometimes passes through his childhood bedroom, or his prison cells, or his Foundation quarters. The presence is now breathing against his cheek, and a moaning sound is heard on the recording that he claims wasn't him. The presence then begins to gnaw on his ear, but he can't really feel it. He can reach behind him to feel the presence's face, comparing it to the movie about the Elephant Man. The D-Class later realizes that he's no longer walking in a circle, but instead a downward spiral. He then mentions how, when he was a child and angered his mom,
she'd tell him about the twin that he killed in her womb and how good of a son he would have been. It always made him feel like a monster, but now he's feeling like he's been redeemed somewhat. The sound of tearing meat is then heard, followed by sounds of licking and laughing. The recording ends with him saying, "Love you, buddy. Loop 99. Stairs." The D-Class was in the extra-dimensional space for nearly 26 hours before reappearing and collapsing from exhaustion. Afterwards, in an interview, a doctor asks him how he is feeling, but he doesn't respond initially, only looking at his hands while grinning. He says that after 25 hours in pitch dark, you forget what your hands look like. He seems to be in remarkably good spirits considering his ordeal, and says that there was some sort of invisible thing hanging onto his back, but it dropped off once he reached the stairs. He smiles and says that he thinks it might be dead. In a stark contrast to what's generally expected of D-Class, this D-Class was kept under observation for a month for anomalous properties before being released from custody. Usually, the Foundation is thought of as keeping D-Class around until they're dead or worse, but there's no canon. Obviously, the nature of this entity inside of this space intrigued the Foundation, so they sent in another D-Class. 6 hours after being sent in, the D-Class's beaten corpse reappeared. Looking at his recordings, it seems that he became intimidated by a pile of human viscera that had appeared during a loop, causing him to flee. This meant that he went back through a doorway, resulting in his death. Analysis of some of the viscera from the D-Class's shoe showed it to be genetically identical to the other D-Class. The entity released from the site has yet to be found. Whether the entity was some sort of anomalous body snatcher waiting for someone to get far enough in the game, or was someone who had previously won and was finally released, will remain unanswered. Moving on then to SCP-4430, copies of the short story The Faceless Live in Evanholly by Clyde Hiller. The cover of the book has varied over the years, but it's generally presented as a paperback book targeted at young children containing various illustrations. The book seems to have the anomalous trait of causing a small percentage of suggestible individuals to go missing. The Foundation has so far no idea how it accomplishes this or how it picks victims, and they haven't been able to cause the effects to manifest during containment. Parents that have purchased the book for their children rarely deny doing so, but also don't have any explicit memories of doing so. Most of the time, the book is not actually read by the child, only being discovered after their adolescence. So far, only 5 children have been identified to have gone missing in ways that could not be explained by other causes. The latest was in 2015. Before that, in 2006, a pair of twins went missing after their parents bought a number of books, including 4430. That was after many years where no children went missing due to 4430 since 1975. The first child identified linked to the book was in 1971, who was last seen by a passerby clutching a copy of 4430. Notably, the child possessed a mild case of a genetic malformation in their face, causing a rash-like appearance. In a post on the Parawatch forums in 2015, a user goes into greater detail about the book, comparing it to Watership Down and The Plague Dogs as children books that stick with you. The book was first published in 1968, apparently, although the Foundation has yet to find further information that supports this, but has never gained much attention outside of close-knit literature communities. This means that it's generally found in charity stores and yard sales buried beneath other discarded items. Despite the poor sales figures since its publication, the book has gone through a number of different editions, each with new cover artwork. The first edition only had the title and author printed on the cover, but the second edition in 1971 featured a small porcelain mask splattered with red paint. The third edition in 1975 featured two small porcelain masks being raised by a figure from below the frame, with the red painted mask on the right. Although the fourth edition is known to exist, no one has any information on its appearance. The fifth edition was put out in 2006, featuring 4 porcelain masks submerged under a pond. The two on the left are identical, and the others are similar to those seen from previous editions. A hand is also seen reaching down towards the red painted mask. The sixth edition was apparently put out in 2015, but again, there's no further info on it. Obviously, the editions seem to correspond to the missing children, with the red painted mask corresponding to the child with the facial condition, and the identical masks corresponding to the twins. The rest of the post describes the actual story itself, which is set in 1960s America and focuses on a child named Leon, who runs away from home after his parents berate him for a birthmark across his face. He runs into a forest near his home and attempts to survive on his own. He manages to make a shelter and finds some berries and fresh water, but cannot make a fire. As it grows darker and he becomes colder, he eventually decides to pick up a pointed rock in order to try and fix his face so he can return home. He stands at a pool of water looking at his reflection when a masked female approaches him, telling him to call her Masquerade. She asks him if he thinks his parents were right to berate him, and he does, seeing himself as freakish and cursed. Masquerade continues to ask him about his face, to which he says that he hates his face because it causes everyone else to hate him. Masquerade instead tells him that he shouldn't hate his own face, but instead hate everyone else that has cast him out. She goes on to say that he would be happier without a face at all, as then there would be nothing for anyone to hate him about. She asks if he would give her his face so that he could live in Evanholly. He accepts, at which point she reaches forward and lifts his face off as if it were a porcelain mask. Leon states that he feels a sense of relief, like a weight was removed from his shoulders. The final illustration in the book is that of Masquerade standing in a clearing, alone, throwing a porcelain mask into a well. We're left without a whole lot of answers, although it's clear that there is a message meant to be taken from this. The children that went missing seem to have all been unhappy for some reason, with one having a facial condition similar to the one Leon had, and a pair of identical twins that perhaps were not happy about that arrangement. The story implies that all of these children chose to give their faces up so they could live in Evanholly, but what exactly that entails and where these children are now are unanswered. SCP-5346 is a cognitohazardous phenomenon that may manifest upon viewing a specific scene from the film Forrest Gump, which will result in severe cranial trauma to the viewer. The scene, in which the title character speaks a line about life being like a box of chocolates, does not exhibit any outward anomalous effects, but those that die because of the effect all shared an obsession about the phrasing of the quote. Most victims of the effect are longtime admirers of the movie, film analysts, and popular conspiracy theorists. The Foundation found out about the phenomenon thanks to some posts on Parawatch.net, which have since been removed by the Foundation. The first post about the phenomenon was posted in 2012 by a user who said that they had been spending time watching a number of films and shows from their childhood, including Forrest Gump, a film they cite as a particular favorite. They came across an issue with the box of chocolates line, with them vividly remembering the line to be, "Mama always said life is like a box of chocolates." When rewatching it, however, the line came out to be, Mama always said life was like a box of chocolates. The user doesn't want to start anything, but wonders why no one else is mentioning this. He is aware of the Mandela effect, in which groups of people claim to remember certain details that differ from reality, but claims that this seems more sinister than that. Another user responded and said that they feel the exact same way, with the film now giving them the creeps, even though they don't know why. They remark that Forrest Gump throughout the movie seems to be watching them, and they bet that it has something to do with an unstable time lapse in reality, as maybe someone went back in time and changed the line for some reason. Another user also agrees, as they've had the movie on repeat for some time and feel that there's definitely something weird happening with the film. While a different user says that they've watched it at least 100 times and aren't spooked about it. The original poster returns and writes that they haven't been able to stop thinking about Forrest Gump for the last 2 weeks, and now he's not even sure if the Tom Hanks in the film is this reality's Tom Hanks. He's also noted a lot of other weird oddities with the film, such as some uncomfortable glances towards the camera, or moments where it felt like the characters were referring to the watcher. He believes that the film might be a calling or a subtle nod towards conspiracy theorists about the plausibility of an alternate universe. By this point, other users have sort of given up on this being some sort of anomalous phenomena, but the original poster continues in another post, stating that he's absolutely terrified now. He admits that he's obsessed with the film, but he swears that he feels like Forrest Gump is even in his room sometimes, in the corner of his vision. He doesn't know if it's real or if he's delirious, but it feels real. He posts a picture of what seems to be Tom Hanks standing outside of his window, but says that it must be a fake image somehow. The Foundation agents that monitor the Parawatch forums noticed that the users that agreed with the original poster went inactive shortly after posting, a sharp change from their previous daily postings. Agents only managed to find the original poster, deceased in his apartment. They discovered his cell phone with a draft for another post, in which he writes that he's not crazy, as whatever this thing is, it's onto him. He wrote the post while hiding in his closet, listening to something walking through his apartment. Whatever it is, it's not Forrest Gump, and it's not even human, but it is hungry. He called the police, but knows they won't arrive in time to save him, so he urges readers to not fall down the same rabbit hole as him, otherwise it'll come for them too. The poster was determined to have died from severe cranial blunt force trauma, and a note was discovered near his front door reading, "Mama always said to stand up to snitches." I think the more left unsaid here, the better. Whatever force responsible for the altering of Forrest Gump doesn't want people investigating it too much. Let's finish with SCP-3840. An emaciated humanoid entity that manifests in the boreal forest region of Canada. It appears to be covered in severe burn wounds, stands at an estimated 2 meters in height, and is seen being ejected out of the forest, reaching a height of 50 meters above the canopy of the forest, and then descending back into the forest around 20 meters away. It doesn't seem to be jumping, however, as its body appears to be largely limp during the entire process. This process lasts for a variable amount of time, usually around 3 minutes, during which it will move towards the nearest population center. Once it reaches a distance of around 20 kilometers away, it will demanifest, although this has never been directly observed. Certain types of objects, notably deceased animals, damaged articles of clothing, and computers that enter an undetermined radius around the entity will begin to be pushed by an unseen force. This force will cause the objects to begin to move in a similar manner to the entity, which invariably causes them to collide with trees or the ground. The objects will also vanish along with the entity when it demanifests, and are not seen again. While the entity is manifested, it releases shortwave radio broadcasts at a frequency of 2156 kHz, consisting entirely of a repeating monotone buzzing sound. Finally, sightings of similar entities have also been reported in other places. On August 21st, 2015, the Foundation picked up a radio broadcast at 2156 kHz coming from a provincial park in Alberta, Canada, consisting entirely of a female voice repeatedly saying hello in English and French. The broadcast ceased after 12 hours, and Foundation agents were dispatched to the origination point. They discovered a campsite, a heavily damaged camping van, the remains of a makeshift radio tower, and burnt articles of clothing. The agents found a woman named Cyrielle Mercier inside of the van, a member of multiple online conspiracy theory forums, including Parawatch. They also recovered a cell phone containing a handful of files. The first file is an image of 4 young individuals, including Mercier, standing next to one another in front of the van. One of them is holding a sign reading parawatch.net. Another is drinking from a beer bottle, and several cell phones, earbuds, and portable chargers are suspended in the air above them. A largely corrupted video file shows an entity resembling 3840 moving between branches, although the erratic movement of the camera and the speed of the entity prevents a clear view of it. It then begins to slow and goes limp on a tree branch, and later, after some corrupted footage, a small fire is present on the tree branch, with the entity no longer in sight. Another image shows Mercier and another individual sitting in lawn chairs next to an unlit campfire, their facial expressions suggesting that they are uncomfortable. Behind them is a collapsed and burnt tree, with the upper torso of a body underneath it. Clothing on the body indicates that it belongs to one of the other individuals from the first image, and an antenna seems to be extending out of her head. A second video shows the interior of the van with all of the windows obscured. A black metal object is seen on the bed, and heavy breathing is audible. Loud scraping sounds are then heard outside of the van, which stop after 30 seconds, followed by a series of heavy impacts on all sides of the van. A hand is seen grabbing the black metal object, and the impacts stop. Mercier can be heard outside of the van, followed by the door opening, revealing the individual that was underneath the tree, now seen unharmed. She tells the person recording to keep quiet, or the ranger might hear, but she's cut off as 3 gunshots are heard, followed by a loud impact. Analysis of the series of impacts on the van revealed that it corresponds to a message in Morse code reading "Signal, radio, shut." Another video was taken by someone while running in the dark, illuminating the ground with a flashlight. A high-pitched electronic whine is heard, and the individual collapses, pointing the camera and the flashlight at SCP-3840, who is lying on the ground a meter away. The entity's mouth widens, revealing a megaphone, and a voice comes out of it matching a Canadian news anchor discussing the mobilization of all of Canada's military forces. An audio file on the phone consists of a repeating monotone buzzing sequence, which translated to Morse code reads, "Wait signal for operation start." In the fourth video, 2 of the group are walking through the forest, with a small radio tower present in the distance. The 2 are having a conversation, but it's cut off by one of them being abruptly thrown to the side by an unseen force. The other individual doesn't even seem to react, and continues on to the radio tower. The subject drops the phone, showing his hand to be covered in burn wounds, and SCP-3840 is seen momentarily in the canopy of the trees, followed by a severed arm. One of the generators attached to the tower then forcibly detaches from the tower, causing it to collapse, and metal debris follows the path of the generator. A wet crunch is then heard in the distance. In the fifth video, Mercier is filming a person entirely encompassed in flames who is drinking from a beer bottle. Melting cell phones start falling out of the burning person's head, and Mercier tells them that if they spot anything to come hollering, as you never know what's out here. She then turns and begins walking towards the van, which is also on fire. An image then shows members of the Rocky Mountain Rangers marching through an unidentified city, half of them lacking all facial features. Royal Canadian Mounted Police officers accompany them on horseback, their faces covered by black masks. One of the Rangers seems to be one of the individuals from the Parawatch group. The last file on the phone is an audio performance of the Canadian national anthem. In an interview with Mercier, when asked about what happened to the group while they were camping, she initially just claims that nothing eventful happened to them other than a mountain ranger stopping by on a noise complaint and confiscating some stuff. When further pushed about the files on the phone, she asks the interviewer if a ranger asked them for a rifle, would they give them a rifle? The interviewer says that they would, if it was necessary for defense. Mercier then asks if a ranger came down and asked for your electronics and your lives, would you give it to them? The interviewer, of course, says no, they wouldn't, causing Mercier to slam her hand on the table and begin coughing profusely until a burnt cell phone battery is ejected from her mouth. She finishes by saying that people have to sacrifice for their country, and if you can't handle that, then you don't deserve protection. I'm betting that you'd like an explanation for all of that, but unfortunately there isn't one, and that's the point. That's actually a big hallmark of Parawatch SCPs, that there isn't a neat and tidy dissection of how these things operate. Yes, the Foundation's involved and have documented it, but they can't contain it, so they just focus on making sure no one else stumbles upon it. It's utterly strange and alien to our understanding, and that's how it will remain. If all of this sounds like a bunch of creepypasta in the SCP universe, that's good, because it should. Parawatch is meant to sort of be an in-universe version of the early SCP Wiki, trying to capture that feeling of stumbling upon something slightly unsettling and unusual. I've covered a lot of groups of interest that are highly consequential and impactful to the overall SCP universe, such as the Global Occult Coalition or the Sarkic cults, but Parawatch is highly insignificant in comparison. They aren't a threat to normalcy or to the Foundation. They're just a small assortment of individuals with an interest in the strange and the paranormal. And personally, I can relate to that.
Temporal SCPs. The SCP Foundation, at this point, meddles with the fundamental laws of reality with such regularity that it's likely at least one researcher breaks a law of physics on their way to the break room every day. Time is certainly no exception to this, and there are quite a lot of temporal SCPs out there, ones that either muddle with, bend, or break time completely. I've already covered some articles that specifically focus on time loops, whereas these cover time in a broader sense, which does, of course, cover a lot of ground. With that out of the way, let's take a look. Let's start with SCP-6871, a thaumaturgic ritual that's capable of removing persons, objects, and/or phenomena from the baseline timeline. When executed properly, the target's impact and actions within the timeline will be retroactively erased and replaced. Obviously, this isn't going to end well. We're given a brief testing log of the ritual, starting with a D-Class, conducting it to remove a dollar bill from existence. No differences were noted, so they tried again on a dollar bill previously used by Dr. Brenda to purchase coffee. This resulted in Dr. Brenda being visibly more tired throughout the day, leading to smaller progress on her current project than before. They then decided to bring in a different D-Class to erase the first one, reverting the changes they had made. After that, they tried bringing in a third D-Class, erasing the second one and bringing reality back to where it was before, with Dr. Brenda still tired. In the fifth test, for some reason, they decided to erase Dr. Brenda from the timeline, which seems a bit cruel. This resulted in research on the numerous anomalies she was involved in being visibly more advanced, because Dr. Williams, who she had fought for her position with, took over in this timeline and achieved a much higher clearance level. Okay, so in a twisted way, I guess that did help out the Foundation a bit, but then they decide to erase Dr. Williams as well, resulting in that position going unclaimed and removing the discovery of 7 previously known SCP objects. Normally, this might be where they leave things better off alone, but they then decide to erase Dr. Elias Shaw, the current holder of SCP-963, an amulet that allows Shaw's consciousness to overwrite anyone wearing it. The ritual managed to remove the current host of Shaw, but the amulet and Shaw's consciousness remained unharmed. They stepped it up then by removing all 126 hosts, but 126 other individuals were found to be hosts afterwards. Insistent on getting rid of this thing, they then perform the ritual on SCP-963 itself, which removes Shaw's consciousness alongside all research progress he had achieved. This must not have been too acceptable, as they immediately deleted the D-Class responsible for doing so, restoring the timeline again. Surprisingly, the administrator of the Foundation then stepped in to perform the ritual on SCP-6871 itself, presumably to prevent any more temporal shenanigans, but he was actually overruled by Delta T, a trans-temporal Foundation agency, to avoid a temporal paradox. With the ritual still intact then, 0512 came in to try to remove a long-standing thorn in the Foundation's side, SCP-682. Despite the ritual's proper execution and the object's initial removal alongside the damage it caused, 682 reappeared in its cell seconds later, calling the attempt pathetic. Undeterred, 0512 then used the ritual to remove the entire race of the Children of the Night, SCP-1000. This resulted in humanity being the dominant species ever since its inception, and human society being advanced beyond recognition. Numerous deific entities and outstandingly advanced technology have been integrated into society. The rest of the Council wasn't happy with this, as 0512 had done those tests on his own, so they used a D-Class to remove him, restoring the timeline. It seems they still recognized the ritual's potential to remove problems, however, and decided to use it to erase MTF Alpha-1, Red Right Hand, in order to remove the Chaos Insurgency. They did so, along with 2% of the Foundation's scientific personnel and 1.5% of other MTF units, who were apparently spies working for the insurgency. The Council then went even a bit madder, deciding to remove the head of the Global Occult Coalition, which resulted in the GOC being erased from the timeline. As a result, the Foundation became the main anomalous organization in the world, currently rivaling a worldwide rebellion led by the Grand Karcist Ayun alongside the Clavagar. Not content with that arrangement, they proceed to use the ritual to remove Ayun, but this resulted in human society regressing back to the Bronze Age. A majority of human progress, alongside the Church of the Broken God and all O5 Council members, disappear from reality. Records indicate that humanity was unable to progress further than said age for more than 3,000 years. Oops. We're then told that this document was found in the Deep Well archives of the ruins of a building marked as Exclusionary Site 01 in Oregon during a coalition raid following civilian reports of unidentified ruins found within the woods. Research indicates that the building is at least 2,000 years old and belongs to a worldwide organization specializing in the containment of anomalous phenomena called the SCP Foundation. No organization by that name or evidence supporting its existence exists. Well, sure seems like the Foundation screwed the pooch on that one. Next, we have SCP-1032, a silver alarm clock bearing 26 hands of various sizes and shapes. The movements of these hands do not measure the passage of time, but rather measure the time until the end of an ongoing event or the destruction of an extant entity. White text on the front of each hand, in sizes ranging from barely legible to microscopic, describe the event to be measured by that hand. When one of the hands reaches the 12 o'clock position, several events occur simultaneously, the combination of which is referred to as a midnight event. First, the event or entity currently written on the hand ends or is destroyed. Second, the text on the hand spontaneously changes to describe a new event or entity. And third, the hand's rotational velocity changes. To date, the clock has never been wrong, as every event appearing on its hands has ended precisely at the moment of the corresponding midnight event. It has accurately predicted the deaths of a redacted 5-digit number of individual organisms, the fall of a number of governments, the dissolution of dozens of major agencies and institutions, the death of a language, and the beginning of a redacted event. Since any given hand's speed remains constant at all times except during midnight events, the time to the end of any entity measured by one of the hands can be predicted precisely. We're given a list of all of the hands and their current designations, starting with the smallest hand and going to the largest. The first hand rotates too fast to have a constant measurement, and has only ever been recorded as having the words a thought, a sound, or a sensation. The second hand moves too slowly to measure, and just has the words, the worst thing that will ever happen to anybody written on it. The third hand had the words, my safe classification, written on it, with a predicted end time of June 2nd, 2012. A researcher suggested that since the clock is showing signs of self-awareness, it should be promoted to a Euclid class threat. The proposal was scheduled for review on June 2nd, 2012, at which point it was changed to Euclid class. The text then changed to read, my Euclid classification, with a predicted date of January 9th, 2015. Since the clock has yet to manifest any properties warranting a Keter classification, another researcher suggested that it be demoted to safe. He notes that blindly following this prediction isn't very productive, but if they don't, it might start doing things that force them to make it Keter. The fourth hand has the universe written on it, with the predicted date being expunged from the record. The fifth has a failed infomercial on it, and this hand moves very quickly, cycling 2 to 5 times per day. To date, it has never displayed any other inscription. Sixth has Freedom of the Press on it, with a predicted date of May 16th, 2073, although it doesn't specify the country or countries whose freedom of the press will end. Seventh has Humor, ending in 2052, and eighth has the use of the phrase, you can say that again, ending in 2267. The ninth has hostilities between the nations of Africa, ending on an expunged date, although it's noted that due to the clock predicting violent or disturbing events using apparently harmless phrases, this could mean either peace in Africa or the destruction of the continent. The 10th hand always describes individual human beings, currently being Jason W. Taylor Jr.'s sister's daughter, and these people are usually difficult or impossible to identify and locate. In 2011, however, it predicted the death of a D-class that was assigned to SCP-1032, so he was sealed in an airtight steel chamber with 2 guards, all 3 equipped with self-contained breathing apparatus. Despite this, he expired exactly at the predicted time, with his death being determined to be caused by his oxygen tank being mistakenly filled with pressurized VX nerve gas used to control another SCP. The 11th hand predicts the end of a president's term in office, although most of this has been redacted. The 12th always describes a non-corporate restaurant, currently a burger joint. In 1993, in an attempt to keep a hot dog place from closing as predicted, the Foundation donated an anonymous $10,000 to it to remain open, but the owner renovated the place and renamed it. The 13th hand has the number 2020 on it, with a predicted date of January 1st, 2022, and the researchers were attempting to discern whether or not this would constitute the clock's first failure. I think we can safely file that one away. The 14th hand isn't listed, but the 15th has the words effective containment on it, ending in 2690, apparently the same date that SCP-094, a miniature event horizon, will fully engulf the Earth. The 16th hand has Project Serapis ending in 2016, with the notes expunged, and the 17th has SCP-343, God, listed on it, although the date and the notes have been redacted. The 18th and 19th hands have been expunged completely, while the 20th has been mostly redacted, with just the notes mentioning a popular Mexican soap opera. The 21st hand has the SCP Foundation written on it, although of course the date and notes have been expunged. The 22nd hand has Concern for Public Health ending in 2032, while the 23rd has Anomalous Pathogenic Outbreak written on it, with the date partially redacted. Due to failure on containment typically occurring, it's projected that this is referring to SCP-016, a sentient bloodborne pathogen. The 24th hand has space-time destabilization occurring at some point, while the 25th just says, "Let there be chaos." The date has been expunged, although security measures have been increased in wake of this after some suspicious activity was detected on site involving a group of Chaos insurgents disguised as facility guards. Lastly, the 26th hand has the Jabberwocky event listed on it, and it's noted that the research staff are all looking forward to this. Unfortunately, that was the event related to SCP-1762 that resulted in the end of the dragons inside of it. Next, we have SCP-3200, a region of space currently 300 million light-years in diameter, the center of which is 700 million light-years from Earth, commonly referred to as the Boötes Void. At present, the exact properties of this region are unknown, as most research into the anomaly was conducted by the now defunct Peregrine Expedition Program. As such, there is considerable debate into how exactly it functions, though the following principles are considered to be accurate. It represents an exceptionally thin and potentially open region of space-time such that trans-universal contact is possible through it. It is expanding at a rate of 1 million light-years per year, and this expansion poses a non-zero threat of a UK-class universal collapse scenario. All other points concerning its exact properties are considered to be highly speculative. The anomaly was first discovered by civilian scientists who noted that the region of space possessed significantly fewer galaxies than one would expect from any other region of space, as a region of that size should hold around 2,000 galaxies, while this one only holds 60. Foundation researchers conducting research into extrasolar anomalies noted extremely high Hume levels arising from 3200, which measures the level of reality in an area. Continued research into the anomaly wouldn't be seriously conducted, however, until the launch of the Peregrine expeditions in 2008. The original Peregrine expedition mission statement notes that with the creation of ever-sophisticated technology by members of their applied sciences divisions, they often find uses for various advances that they had never before considered. The creation of the first temporal sinks showed them that time can be manipulated, slowed down, or even held constant from the perspectives of different viewers. As such, they aim to use modified temporal sync devices in the launch of a new Foundation space initiative in order to better understand non-terrestrial anomalies. By speeding up time relative to us on Earth for the crew members, they can accomplish advanced space travel to many distant locations. Temporal syncs allow them to maintain the natural flow of time for both the observers on Earth and the crew members, maintaining causality in all frames of reference. It's a simple matter of cryogenically freezing the crew members for however long they intend to travel, activating their modified temporal syncs, and then waking them up when they arrive. Small-scale tests indicate that they could use these temporal syncs aboard fuel-efficient ion thruster-powered spacecraft to send researchers hundreds of millions of light-years away and back in the space of a few months, allowing them to vastly improve their knowledge of extrasolar anomalies. With that highly optimistic message, SCP-3200 was selected as the target of the Peregrine-9 expedition, launched November 29, 2010. A mechanical engineer, astrophysicist, and extrasolar containment specialist were sent, with the mission planning to take 6 years, 4 of which the team would be spending cryogenically frozen. In February of 2016, 9 months before it was scheduled to end, the Foundation recovered a capsule launched by Peregrine-9 consisting of modified segments of the original shuttle. We're given some of the relevant logs and transcripts found inside. The first is a video log taken shortly after they woke up, in which they note that they don't feel anything different despite being inside of the anomaly. When they look out the viewport, however, they see that it's pitch black, with no signs of any stars or galaxies visible. Later, the mechanical engineer/captain sits in front of the camera and reports that they've already hit a snag on day 1. The first thing they tried to do was verify the anomalous Hume levels, but their counters don't seem to be functioning properly here. The Hume levels are fluctuating rapidly, anywhere from almost 0 to absurd numbers in the hundreds. It would be quite the tragedy if they came all the way here with faulty counters. He then looks out the viewport and says that there does seem to be something off about this place, but they'll have to do more research. Another video from around 6 weeks later shows the 3 crew members sitting around a box of some kind. The captain reports that they woke up today and saw this box outside, floating around in the middle of space nowhere. They proceed to open the box, wherein they find a CD, which they put into one of their computers. A video file opens up on the computer, showing the captain sitting in front of the camera. He states his name and says that it's day 35 of the Peregrine-9 mission. There's still no signs of slowing down the anomaly's growth, and they can't get any good data on it either because they still can't get any of their counters working. They'll see what they can do though, and he signs off. A week later, the captain records another video on day 47 of the mission, and says that they've picked up about 12 more recordings of him speaking about the anomaly. They're still not getting any closer to answers though, as all of these other versions of him seem to know more than he does, since they all reference stopping SCP-3200. Also, the can't counters still don't work. The astrophysicist thinks that they're seeing something from other universes, which would explain where those things are coming from. The specialist, however, believes that something is off about the reality surrounding this anomaly, which would explain the malfunctioning can't counters, but they have no idea why that is either. There's another video from 5 months later, and the captain reports that they've found 38 tapes of him so far. None of them are exactly the same, with each video having him in different clothes, with different dates, different hair, all kinds of things. What worries him the most is that they still haven't found out any details about what exactly SCP-3200 is doing. They're pretty sure that this is a region of some weird space-time stuff, as the astrophysicist is adamant that this is a region where space-time is pretty thin, allowing for contact between universes. They've also started finding more than just capsules, as they found bodies. his own body, the other crew members, and even people that he's never seen before. There's also parts of shuttles using technology that he's never seen before, and other scraps of things that he doesn't understand at all. He shudders and says that there's something deeply wrong about this place, and it feels fundamentally misplaced, like it doesn't belong. In his personal notes a few weeks later, the captain wrote, "How many times? How many times have we been here? This is the question that keeps me up at night, the question that has brought me no rest. We are certainly not the first, and every other Kuznetsov out there seems to have been brought low by this same question. We recovered a log today. The man that I saw on that tape was old, very old. He had been recording the anomaly for a long time. Years, perhaps even decades. Thousands of tapes recovered. No answers. He had studied it for years, and nowhere did he find an answer to why this was happening. They say that the definition of madness is doing the same thing over and over again, but expecting different results. If so, then just how mad are we?" A couple of weeks later, the captain apparently vanished while attempting to retrieve another tape, reappearing 2 days later, extremely dehydrated and weak. The other crew members report that he recorded one more message before lapsing into a coma. It reads, "We were fools. The void isn't a region where space-time is ruined. It's the source of the tear itself. Space-time itself is rending itself apart, and we're seeing echoes of every timeline in the past and future. Time is an Ouroboros, devouring itself again and again, only to be reborn. I saw all of it, all of the times we tried to stop it in the past, all the times that I tried to stop it in the past, and the future. This happens again and again until we get it right. Over and over again, we try and try to fix it. All times blend together until we reach singularity, and all is lost. The tear opens more holes everywhere in reality, and the anomalies appear faster and faster, but containment is only delaying the inevitable cleansing of the slate. I saw all the timelines, and we haven't stopped it in any of them. Mater Boyja, we have seen into the abyss, and by God, it hates us." That was the last recorded event in the capsule recovered by the Foundation, and given the passing of the original end date of the mission, the expedition is considered to be lost. So, you have a massive region of empty space that apparently bleeds into other universes, connecting them all, and it's also expanding to eventually wipe out all existence. The Foundation in countless universes has sent a mission to figure out how to stop it, and has never come close. It's suggested that the time sync mechanisms they used to make the mission possible could have been what created the anomaly in the first place, as time is an Ouroboros. Yet another reality-ending threat potentially caused by those boneheads at the Foundation. Moving on, we have SCP-1968, a bronze torus of unknown composition around 10 feet across and marked with raised features or glyphs believed to act as control surfaces. It's difficult to photograph or visually inspect the object as it appears to bend light, and mild, fluctuating gravitational effects have also been observed. It has also proved impossible to take a sample of it, and although it's not particularly heavy, studies suggest that neutronium may be present inside of it in vanishingly small quantities, a theoretical substance composed purely of neutrons that would be one of the densest states of matter possible. 1968 demonstrates its anomalous properties when it is handled by a human being, and when moderate force is applied to it, it will begin to deform in unpredictable ways. Its material composition will appear to change, and it will become animated, surrounding the individual in convolutions and undulating increasingly faster. Its primary effect will manifest itself when an unpredictable threshold is met, after which it will return to its original state. At this point, the individual will have had their memories altered, and they will no longer agree with the historical record. Their self-reported history will be at odds with Foundation personnel records, and as a consequence, they will often assume a posture of agitation and paranoia. The more pronounced the deformation of the artifact, the more divergent their memories will be. The object was recovered in late 2001 from a core sample extracted during a petrochemical survey in Greenland. Based on the depth from which it was recovered, along with corroborating paleo-atmospheric readings, it's estimated to be around 31 million years old. Foundation personnel intercepted the radio transmission of its discovery, and owing to its unusual nature and age, moved to secure the artifact. Class B amnestics were administered to the personnel in Greenland, along with those individuals at the governing authority in Denmark who had been made aware of its discovery. Once on site, it was discovered that one of the engineers had been placed in a psychiatric hold after violently assaulting a colleague. It's presumed that they had handled the artifact. We're then handed a bunch of warnings about the following material and how we've been administered a lethal mimetic agent that has to be counteracted once security has confirmed our identity. We're informed that the previous description is a cover story based on what were their initial conclusions, and the anomaly's actual effects have proven to be very different. The first experiment with it had been pretty uneventful, with routine medical examinations on their test subject revealing no untoward effects. When they returned to their quarters, however, it appeared to them that their furniture had been altered, although no evidence could be found to support their claim. Subsequently, they seemed confused about their shifts of duty, when they were scheduled, and to whom they were to report. After the second experiment, they appeared alarmed and confused, as the laboratory seemed changed to them, and they professed that personnel appeared to be missing, while others were completely unfamiliar. Interrogation of the subject showed that they were in possession of drastically different memories, encompassing such areas as diverse as their personal history, the nature of Foundation assets, and the historical record. During an interview, they admitted to never hearing of a fellow researcher and friend before now, despite the other researcher knowing intimate details of their life. They also mentioned several SCPs that they've worked on, but the Foundation has never heard of any of them. At first, it was assumed that the artifact had in some unknown way affected their mind, but interrogation showed that their memories were extraordinarily detailed and self-consistent. Furthermore, they demonstrated knowledge of classified material to which they could not possibly have been exposed to. The operating assumption at the time was that the subject had been compromised by forces unknown. At the conclusion of the third trial, the subject's account of the previous experiments themselves were in stark contradiction with the record. Among other things, they claimed that it had been the 19th such experiment, and was able to offer a form of proof in the form of a testable experimental prediction. In an effort to corroborate their account of the changes occurring, measurements were performed inside the artifact's sphere of influence, with negative results. Efforts were suspended when, unexpectedly, back-channel reports surfaced of the discovery of just such phenomena at CERN in Switzerland at the time the anomaly had been in operation. Experiments were repeated away from the anomaly's immediate vicinity and succeeded in detecting the effect. Further experiments were performed as distantly as New Zealand, South Africa, and the Antarctic, reproducing the same findings. Even a probe in the space around Jupiter concluded the same. The vicinity within the anomaly's area of operation appeared insulated from the effect, however, perhaps by design. Based on the chronology of these experiments, it seems that the effect propagates nearly instantaneously at a rate comparable to the cosmological inflation which occurred shortly after the Big Bang. One interpretation of what's happening is that the entire universe is being affected by the anomaly, altering the universe's past while leaving the memories of the person operating the anomaly intact. In light of this possibility, all testing was suspended indefinitely, and the consent of all O5 members is required to perform further experiments. After testing was discontinued, the initial subject evaded Foundation supervision and attempted to take their own life, resulting in them becoming catatonic. 2 months later, the anomaly engaged itself without human intervention, and a person which superficially resembled the original subject emerged. They were badly wounded, having suffered unidentified chemical burns over 60% of their body, and they died shortly after without being able to be interviewed. It remains unknown how the artifact managed to activate itself. Another month later, the anomaly once again activated itself, this time disgorging a non-human entity heavily armed. It was ultimately neutralized after killing a dozen personnel and wounding many more, with a weapon behaving in a manner inconsistent with current understanding of physical law, and which resembled SCP-1968. The goal or purpose of the entity has not been established. The suggestion has been made that in the event of an imminent CK-class reality-ending scenario, the anomaly could be used in a last-ditch effort to avert catastrophe, but at the cost of irrevocably and unpredictably altering the past. Such a decision could not be made lightly, as to do so would ensure that the world as we know it would cease to exist. It's also been pointed out that if the artifact had already been used in this manner, they would have no evidence of it, and the incursions that took place might have been attempts to use the anomaly to accomplish exactly that. So, it's just a simple artifact that rewrites the timeline of the entire universe, except for one person who has to live with the memories of the previous, overwritten timeline. It's certainly among the most powerful and potentially damaging anomalies the Foundation has ever touched, and who knows how many lives were lost throughout all of their experiments with it. Let's end with SCP-2700, a complex mechanical device that's believed to be a sophisticated directed energy weapon developed by Nikola Tesla. It was discovered in 1946 and recovered from a defunct but heavily secured research facility utilized by Tesla during 1934. The anomaly consists of 3 components: the interface, the accelerator, and the core. The interface is a steel control console with a QWERTY keyboard, a display screen, and a number of buttons, switches, and levers. It's connected to the other parts by a network of copper wiring, and the screen features a command-based operating system, with commands and responses appearing in green block text. The nature of the interface's operating system is still under investigation. The accelerator is believed to be a linear particle accelerator, held in a lead-lined tungsten cylindrical chamber. The device contains all the components that would be required for a contemporary particle accelerator, though it is significantly smaller than a device of this design would require. Lastly, the core is a lead-lined tungsten assembly containing an apparatus of currently unclear function. It consists of a spherical frame constructed of an unidentified substance, suspended within a transparent sphere, the composition of which also remains unidentified. According to Tesla's notes, the space within this sphere is held in a perpetual vacuum state, and present within the frame is a continuous current of plasma, generated and perpetuated by unknown means. Available information suggests that particles produced in the core would then be introduced into the accelerator and accelerated as expected for such a device. Energetic particles would then be propelled from the terminus of the accelerator towards the intended target. How the device is powered and the exact nature of the particles produced by the core remained unclear. We're given a notice informing us that the next section is only for personnel of clearance level 4 or higher, and informed that, much like the last article, the above description has been falsified. SCP-2700 is a device originally constructed by Nikola Tesla with the purpose of producing a directed energy weapon. Investigation of the anomaly while in Foundation custody, however, has proven that it possesses a function distinct from and significantly more dangerous than its original designs. The interface and the accelerator are as they were described earlier, but the core isn't. The luminescent anomaly located in its center is not plasma, but rather a discrete energy phenomena now designated SCP-2700 Omega. Omega behaves inversely with regards to entropy, meaning that while the universe always moves towards higher entropy and more disorder, Omega does the opposite, entirely breaking the second law of thermodynamics. Due to this, the effective flow of time within this region is also reversed. Presently, the unidentified materials surrounding Omega are immune to its effects, and this appears to be the only factor preventing a breach of the phenomenon. If it were to escape the interior of the core, an inexorable chain reaction would occur, converting the rest of the universe to this inverted entropic state. The eventuality of this scenario would be a YK-class entropic annihilation event, resulting in the reduction of the entire universe to an infinitely energetic singularity, or basically, an inverted Big Bang. As indicated by the interface, the device is currently armed and set to activate in 2234, exactly 300 years after its initial arming. As this would inherently trigger a breach of Omega, current containment protocols must be completed prior to the set date to avert a YK-class event. We're then left with an excerpt from Tesla's personal log, which reads, "It stands before me, complete and inescapably counting down toward the nexus of my oversights and failures. Only 1 month ago, I was approached by a man I had never seen before. He was the most content person I had ever seen. His eyes felt like a window into serenity. He said he was looking for the most curious mind in the world, and I was it. Apparently, I wasn't hard to distinguish from the billions of other minds on the planet, not that that surprises me. Somehow I knew immediately that he wasn't from here, and I felt self-conscious about this world, my world. It felt humiliating to me. I think he knew what I was feeling. During those brief windows when I was not isolated in my work, I would glimpse the events unfolding elsewhere. I never cared for what I saw. The world is too broken to feed itself, and it's responding like any hungry animal. It's angry. War is coming. I can only hope that in the conflict nature will take its course, and the lingering degenerates of our species are expunged. It's because of the degenerates that war erupts, and war is the only thing that can clean them from civilization. That is the way of any system. When the unnecessary pieces build up to critical mass, chaos brings the destruction that returns things to equilibrium. But his smile just seemed to cut right through the maelstrom of disgust and inadequacy in my head. Then came the truth. He was looking for the most ingenious minds from each of the other universes. He found my lack of astonishment to the phrase, "other universes," surprising. I asked how many there were, and he said he did not know. In addition to his own and mind, they had only found 5 others that were coherent and could support life. If anything, I was astonished that there were only 7 found. He laughed at that, said I seemed promising to him. I asked him what he wanted me for. To unlock science's final secret. We prepared for departure over the next 24 hours. I asked the traveler if I could take my project with me and have his people look at it, to which he replied that it would be no problem. The Teleforce had hit substantial roadblocks. I had no way to develop a power source sufficient for it. I didn't tell him what it was. I just said it was just an accelerator, not a weapon. I didn't want him second-guessing my motivations. I thought that if I could complete it in his universe, I could bring it back and take care of the equilibrium problem myself. We left in the early morning. I admit, while the prospect of another universe didn't shock me considerably, the premise of actually traveling there was intriguing. The traveler grabbed my arm and adjusted something attached to his wrist. It resembled a simple watch, but I couldn't get a good look at it. There was an intense flash, and everything went black. For an instant, I thought I'd been blinded. Then I felt the terrifying free fall, tumbling through infinite darkness at unfathomable speed. I'd never been more frightened in all my life. Even so, I experienced wonder and anticipation such that I had never known. Then, in an instant, it all stopped. I opened my eyes and saw... Words fail to do it justice. More accurately, our words fail to do it justice. Just as I cannot write the traveler's true name in these letters and be satisfied with it, I cannot describe the transcendent beauty of his homeworld. It was a world with a pulse, a life that I could palpate, and at that point I felt the enormity of my world's hollow and primitive nature collapse upon me. I cried, not at his world's beauty, but at my world's sheer inferiority. I'm relieved that he never realized the real reason behind those tears. I was brought to a city. Again, I'm using the word city as nothing more than the most appropriate analog. There, the traveler introduced me to his family and to many of his people. That feeling of contentment that he gave me during our first encounter now surrounded me on all sides. My sense of shame only deepened. This world wasn't just better, it was the closest thing to perfection that I could possibly imagine. They weren't pointlessly cheery, but they would not tolerate any of the idiotic and trivial nonsense that people fret over here. Then I met the others, one from each universe, as the traveler explained to me, him being the representative of his own universe. I will not go into details on their appearances. This is irrelevant and ephemeral information that reveals nothing of their vast intellect and ingenuity. I spent at least a day simply talking with them. I kept my pocket watch with me during my visit. It was the only thing that kept record of Earth's time while I was there. They have their own form of time, of course, but it was more practical for me to keep using ours. I vastly enjoyed the time I spent conversing with them. We spoke of things I would never dare reference as science here, but they thought of it as no more strange than gravity itself. The traveler told everyone what the great project he had assembled us for was. We were to build a perpetual energy generator. Not only did this instill in me appropriately infinite fascination, but I identified that this was just what the Teleforce needed. Naturally, I volunteered my device to them to be the test subject for the generator once it was finished, just to see if it worked. To my delight, they accepted this proposal and we got to work. Over the course of a few short weeks, we compiled our data, and at last it was I that found the solution. The properties of two specific substances, each from a different universe, when in interaction should produce the reaction that would catalyze infinite energy. Both samples had been taken from universes that were inhospitable to our form of life. Their subatomic nature was not only at odds with the realm in which I was residing, but with each other. It was only by virtue of a causal membrane the others provided me with that the samples could remain in existence here. I was certain that this paradoxical interaction was the key. I pored over the notes for nights, trying to finalize the designs. It was at that time that one of the others came to me, offering his help. The Watcher is what I like to call him. That is what he did. He watched me all the time. I don't know why, and he claimed I was just interesting. Certainly disconcerting, but I can admit to having the same feeling myself often. He peered over my notes and pointed out something I had missed, a simple error I had overlooked. With that, my calculations were complete, and we were ready to begin the test. I was ecstatic. The day came, and the Traveler and I loaded the core into the Teleforce for our initial test. At first, everything was going as we had foreseen, but when we inspected it 1 hour later, one of the others noticed something unusual. The amount of energy inside the core seemed to be diminishing, which didn't make any sense at all. Then the horrific realization came. It wasn't diminishing. The energy was converging upon itself infinitely. The core was reversing the flow of entropy. None of the others failed to see the critical danger of this predicament. If we could not neutralize the reaction, it could disrupt the flow of entropy for the entire universe. It would reverse time to the birth of existence. Hastily, I accessed the console of the Teleforce and saw that someone had set it to activate in 300 years. I tried to disable it, but I could not. The system would not recognize my commands, which can only mean that someone sabotaged the console. Then it clicked in my head with absolute certainty. I spun to face the Watcher and declared him the culprit of the situation. He gave a smile that seemed to contain more malice than any one being should be capable of. He denied nothing and went further. He explained that only he knew how to deactivate the Teleforce, and that disassembling it would do nothing but spread the reaction sooner. He leered at me in that way he always had, and I cursed myself for not figuring him out sooner. Some greatest mind I was. Then he said it. What right did I have to hold him with contempt when I too came here to complete a weapon? Clearly those wretched eyes had found my journal, for he then begun to describe the Teleforce's function and purpose. He commended me for coming to another universe to build it, rather than risk building it in my own, as it was exactly what he did. Why did he set it to 300 years? It was merely a safeguard to ensure it didn't activate while he was still there. The Watcher then disappeared back to his own universe, taking the only device capable of reaching it with him. We were left there with my great invention, now a time bomb for this universe that I had grown so fond of. Why did the Watcher want to create such a weapon in the first place? I don't know or care anymore. All I cared about was the fear and hopelessness of the Traveler, his family, and his world. It was my theories that brought this upon them. It was all my fault. The Traveler, though, did not blame me, and I think that was the final sign that I had to do what I did. I took the Teleforce back here. I took the death of existence back to my universe where it belonged. I have betrayed all life forms in this cosmos. I have betrayed our entire future. I am not sorry, and I am not apologizing. I could not let my legacy be the destruction of a universe I was not even worthy of. It seems I will in the end bring the equilibrium I desired, and it will be the end of our degenerate universe. The Teleforce is locked away safely. I spend my long hours before the pond with the birds. They are so blissfully unaware of what approaches, and that gives me just enough tranquility to tolerate my own existence. A reversal of energy, of entropy, of time. If reversing time was a simpler task, perhaps I could have stopped this from ever happening and save our universe. No, I wouldn't have. I would have made our universe one worth saving. So, to sum all that up then, Tesla was taken by a traveler from another universe to a utopia, along with a bunch of other scientists, to make a perpetual energy machine. Tesla ends up figuring out how to do it, and finishes his machine with it, but it turns out that the core, made of two substances from other universes, is now experiencing reverse entropy. What's more, he can't deactivate it, because one of the other scientists wanted him to do all this in order to destroy this universe, for reasons left unknown. Rather than leaving the machine there to destroy the nice universe, he brings it back to destroy our crappy one instead. Time and time again, we've seen that nothing good comes from people getting involved with the fundamental concepts of reality, but there's just something so alluring about playing God that keeps people coming back to it. There aren't many people that haven't thought about having the ability to go back or forward in time, or relive a moment, or change something, but thankfully that ability continues to elude humanity. Time might not really be on our side, but it's far better to just let it do its thing rather than poke it with a stick.
The Oneiroi Collective. Entities living within the collective dreams of humanity are not a unique concept, with one of the best known examples being H.P. Lovecraft's Dreamlands, in which humans that possess a talent for dreaming can visit the Dreamlands and interact with other entities. In the SCP universe, dreams functioning as a metaphysical space is not quite so clearly understood, where it seems to be predominantly the home of the Oneiroi. Oneiroi is a Greek term referring to the personification of dreams, such as in Homer's Odyssey, in which Odysseus's wife speaks of a dream in which an Oneiros spoke to her and calmed her grief. The entities we'll be talking about today are mysterious at best and completely inexplicable at worst, but they are responsible for creating a number of anomalies, of which we'll be taking a look at a few. The Oneiroi of SCP exist within dreams, some of which are human, some are not, and some have abandoned their physical bodies completely, while others only visit. There are multiple groups of Oneiroi in existence, such as Oneiroi West, the largest and most coherent group. They come together to form a hive mind of consciousnesses, although the members that form it, both visitors and permanent members, retain their autonomy and sense of self. This is generally considered the best group to be a part of if you're going to join one, although the hive mind prevents them from dying, which, as we've seen, is generally not great. The group we'll mainly be looking at, though, and the group that the Foundation primarily cares about, is the Oneiroi Collective. Normally, for a group of interest, I'd try and talk about their organization and goals, but the Collective is extremely mysterious, with many Oneiroi believing that they exist within the majority of Earth's flora and fauna. Oneiroi that join up with the Collective are either never seen again, or come back as twisted amalgams of many different things. What we do know about this group is that they're responsible for the creation of a number of anomalies that exist in the physical world. These anomalies are all especially unusual, and seem to exist to progress the Collective's goals in some way. I think it's best if we just dive into the SCPs in order to get some idea of what the group does. SCP-1498 is a collection of 30 bundles of phone cords and phone handsets assembled in a way that resembles sheep. Each of these instances are capable of movement, but currently they simply wander their containment chamber aimlessly. On each instance are the words, "Make your own custom dreamscapes with your friends at the Oneiroi Collective." When someone picks up one of these phones, they will hear 3 rings, followed by a voice identifying themselves as an operator for the Oneiroi Collective. The operator will then instruct the subject on various dreaming options, and make some suggestions to enhance their dreaming experience. After the call is finished, the subject will lose consciousness for 9 hours, during which they will experience a dream to the exact specifications that they described. For example, a D-class was instructed on what to say into the phone, and upon awakening described a dream in which they were a table, in a slightly green, egg-shaped room, while people, possibly from the 1950s, with red faces, ate off of them. The dream ended with them all hatching. Use of 1498 is addictive, as subjects continue to want to sleep as frequently as possible, utilizing 1498 if they can. Unfortunately, prolonged use of 1498 results in gradual changes to their bodily and mental states, such as subjects coughing up telephones with cords extending into their esophagus, telephone wires growing in place of hair, and their vocalizations being replaced with dial tones. Portions of their cranium and skull will be replaced with telephone parts, and eventually a complete rotary phone will assemble itself on their heads. They will then begin to display the same intelligence as 1498 entities, with no way to restore them. They were first discovered in 1965 in an abandoned office complex in Florida after reports of bizarre livestock started cropping up. Foundation agents found the 30 instances, a bedroll, half a ton of rotary telephone components, and 2 pints of blood in a glass jar. Folded on the bedroll was a pajama onesie with several months' worth of sweat and body oils soaked into the fabric. Another anomaly based around custom dreams is SCP-2876, a smartphone application titled Headspace that has appeared in various app marketplaces. It describes itself as a service making dreams from the floor to your door, and allows users to purchase customized dreams and micro-dreams. Inside of the app is a text box allowing users to request their custom dream, along with the length of the dream, ranging from a microsecond up to 72 hours. Once purchased, a message will appear reading "Deduction Reduction Complete," and the subject will immediately lapse into REM sleep. Most of the users of the app average between 30 minutes to an hour of usage at a time, with only a small percentage utilizing it for the 72 hours. They describe the dreams as being lucid and relatively accurate to their requests, with them also able to purchase additional dream time while asleep through in-dream menus that can appear. One review of the app reads, "I never tried imagining where all the teeth that break in dreams go. Turned out they were in my dad the whole time. Thanks, Oneiroi." While asleep, subjects are unusually resistant to being awoken, and their heart will cease to beat, although the rest of their body will continue to function as normal. If used for longer than 1 hour, however, a subject will enter a sleepwalking state, and what's more, objects they interact with while sleepwalking will function even if not powered. For example, microwaves will cook food despite not being powered, vehicles will operate without the engine running, or in fact without even having an engine. Local area networks show inactive network-enabled devices accessing hundreds of websites at a time, and subjects are able to navigate any darkened area as though it were fully lit. Since users of the app are frequently engaged in intense physical activities, they do not receive most of the beneficial effects of sleep, and will frequently reactivate the app in hope of getting rest. Long-term users of the app fall into 4 distinct groups while sleepwalking. Group 1, referred to as observers, spend most of their time observing their environment, seeking out mundane objects and documenting them by any means available to them, such as marking on their body. Any markings made will be removed once they cease sleepwalking, however. Group 2, preceptors, will focus on sensory excitement, exposing themselves to extreme temperatures, weather, depths, and heights. They may stand in front of open ice boxes, touch hot irons, spend copious amounts of time running hot or cold showers, or if given enough time, will seek out blizzards or heat waves. Group 3, thrill seekers, will frequently place themselves in deliberately dangerous situations, although this behavior goes against the app's TOS agreement, resulting in the dream ending early. Occasionally, subsequent resting may involve nightmares about grinding in some form. Finally, Group 4, known as consumers, will attempt to eat massive quantities of food in great diversity, generally everything in the subject's possession. During longer sessions, they will attempt to purchase large quantities of food, and will frequently attempt to place anything they can see in their mouths. Subjects are, however, reimbursed for any expenses and purchases during their time utilizing the app. If a subject is killed or otherwise seriously injured during their time with the app, it will delete itself from any devices in the subject's possession. Those that survive said injuries will have no memory of the app, and will rationalize their behavior by attributing it to drugs and alcohol. All other subjects who have used the app will wake up in possession of a business card reading, "Thanks for being a great host. We'll be back real soon." It would seem that the other half of this app allows some type of entity to take over the bodies of those that are dreaming, using them to observe human life and Earth. The app received an update at some point after discovery, with the update log listing an improved review system with sections for body feel, ectoplasmic congruence, and accessibility, along with automatic host tracking and alerts for body availability and better filtering of intent from dream entities inquiring on availability. So far, the Foundation has yet to find the other application that lets incorporeal entities take over human bodies. SCP-2028 is a collection of 258 empty snow globes with the words, "Remove the negative emotions and thoughts from your mind with your friends at the Oneiroi Collective," printed on the underside of each, along with instructions to not use more than 3 times per 30 days, and in case of an emergency, to not break the glass. When one or more humans enter REM sleep within 4 meters of one of these snow globes, the subjects will invariably experience a vivid nightmare, with an intense sensation of relief upon waking. For the following 3 days, then, the subject will report an increase in happiness and willingness to participate in social situations. The snow globe used to induce this nightmare will then be filled with images from said nightmare. If this globe is picked up and shaken, the subject will experience brief, random hallucinations related to the nightmare. If the phrase, "Please reset," is spoken within 4 meters of one of these used globes, the images will disappear, and it can be used again to induce another nightmare. Each individual globe can be used 3 times within 30 days without any additional effects, but if used more, cracks will begin to appear on the glass. If it's used 6 times within 30 days, or if it's otherwise broken, an area of local reality around the broken snow globe will be restructured. The size of the affected area averages 250 square meters, and it will be reconstructed to strongly resemble the nightmare that was previously contained in the globe. This restructuring typically disappears after a number of hours equal to the subject's sleep duration. The globes were first discovered in a farmer's home after he accidentally broke one of them, resulting in the entire home being affected by a restructuring. The farmer reported that he often had nightmares about being considered inferior due to not receiving a proper education. For whatever reason, the restructuring has so far been permanent, unlike all other events observed by the Foundation. The majority of the home was changed into black and white. Several books of varying nature appear and disappear randomly, and if one is picked up, it will become animate, manifest teeth-like growths, and attempt to bite whoever is holding it if they don't finish reading it. Several lockers similar to those found in schools fill one of the building's hallways, filled with random contents normally found inside school lockers, although notebooks will contain text complaining about bullying or having to study. Any animals that enter the building will either be transformed into an object or will be dragged by a human arm manifesting from a nearby surface into said surface. None of the animals that have disappeared in this way have been found. Several humanoid entities resembling students, teachers, janitors, and security guards will perform activities related to their profession, but will often have anatomical features replaced with objects like mops, pens, chalk, books, and chairs. They will also communicate solely through low-pitched gibberish. An individual identical to the farmer will appear randomly inside of the building and walk aimlessly. If spotted by the other humanoids, they will point at him and call other humanoids, who will gather and laugh. Another humanoid entity will wander the building shouting the farmer's name and talking to itself. It resembles an adolescent male carrying a red backpack, but his fingers are replaced with pens. Unlike the others, this one can communicate normally, and identifies itself as a close childhood friend of the farmer, although it's incapable of perceiving the copy of the farmer. The Foundation have tried to recreate the circumstances of this incident with D-Class possessing a similar phobia, but have so far been unsuccessful. Jumping over to something wildly different, SCP-2805 is the severed head of American industrialist Walt Disney, held in suspended animation in a cryonic freezer. Connected to this freezer are two rotary telephones, and printed on the bottom of it are the words "Siberian Solutions" from the Oneiroi Collective. Whenever a human subject views the head, they will receive a phone call within 24 hours from someone claiming to be Walt Disney, who will speak at length about their hopes for the future, their desires, and the Epcot portion of Walt Disney World. Digital analysis of the voice confirmed it to be a match to recordings of Walt Disney from around 1965, and the calls are apparently coming from various locations owned by the Disney Corporation. Occasionally during these calls, other individuals in the background can be heard demanding to speak with the subject, but 2805 will generally ignore them. On the few occasions he hasn't, he's asked the subject to wait. Then a sound could be heard described as frozen insects hitting glass, followed by 2805 resuming the conversation and apologizing for delays from unimaginative souls. 2805 was discovered in 1967, around 9 months after Disney's death, when several secretaries within the corporation began receiving phone calls coming from 2805. An executive member of the board of directors was called and began spending significant amounts of time working to bring Disney's original plans for Epcot to fruition. The Foundation tracked down 2805 and contained it. Sometime later, they began receiving calls as well. In an impromptu interview conducted between an agent and 2805, 2805 tells him about his Florida project, a future community where the bothers of the modern world could be forgotten and future technology could be developed. This, of course, was the original concept for Epcot, as envisioned by Walt Disney. 2805 says that the people he left in charge can't grasp his same vision, but maybe someone else can. Maybe even the agent he's talking to. The agent, of course, does not think he's the right person to be speaking to about this, but 2805 insists that he is, with the help of the Foundation's resources. He says that they can use these resources to build a better tomorrow, and asks if the agent can dream it. The agent says that he doesn't know, but 2805 responds with, "If you can dream it, you can do it." Walt Disney was, of course, a man of dreams, so I suppose it's not too startling that he got in touch with the Oneiroi Collective somehow to keep on dreaming. Well, it's common knowledge that Disney was cremated upon death. Urban legends about him being cryonically frozen continue to persist. Let's finish with an especially strange one. SCP-3739, a cognitohazard that spreads into human perception via hidden advertisements, targeted towards the worldwide paranormal market. It manifests from the human noosphere, meaning the collective of all human thought and information, as a company called Moosphere Incorporated. This is a little tricky to understand, but basically this cognitohazard exists within the general collective of human thought, but in order to present itself to us, it appears as a company via hidden advertisements around the world. Advertisements are sort of the key to this, as the document starts by inoculating us against the cognitohazards, which isn't uncommon. What is uncommon, though, is that it inoculates us against the hazardous advertisements by showing us a different type of advertisement. The examples of harmful ads include milk, the meaning of life. If the moon is made of cream cheese, we'll sell it. And makes children and adults as swollen as cows. Moosphere Incorporated uses microscopy technology in order to send incredibly small cognitohazards into our world that anchor themselves onto symbols and signals we're already familiar with. These are also only transmitted when we're asleep, so we become susceptible to these in our dreams. That makes this anomaly pretty dangerous, as not only do they get planted into people's dreams, they're so microscopic that people don't even notice them as they're being affected. These advertisements produced are for an actual product, or actually a chain of products, that exist in both our real world and in our dreams. Not only that, but a large portion of these products are actually generated by us, specifically our brains. Moosphere takes a substance generated by our brains to create their flagship product, mind milk, combining it with some other metaphysical substances. Those that consume Moosphere products develop a buildup of milk curdles on their brains, which further influences them to consume Moosphere products. Again, to simplify, we have a company that basically exists in our collective minds, which creates milk products from metaphysical stuff created by our brains, and spreads ads to convince people to consume these milk products, which then cause people to want to consume more of these milk products. The Foundation got a hold of some chocolate mind milk and did some testing to see how it altered their dreams. After a few days, researchers encountered a handful of different archetypes within their dreams, clearly related to the consumption of mind milk. One archetype consisted of the Moosphere mascot, Jackie the Clown Cow, a lean bovine with a mask resembling a fennec fox. The cow danced in the air, making cow noises and showering the researchers with soy milk. In another instance, a group of 15 child curdles, appearing as Golden Age animated cartoon characters with varying levels of injuries, appeared at the research group supervisor's home in the middle of the night. One of them, identifying itself as Creamy Charlie, recounted dairy-themed parables at 90 decibels. It's noted that the supervisor's young daughter was diagnosed with a medical condition wherein she had too little calcium in her blood a few weeks prior. Another researcher dreamt of a biblical flood consisting of tsunamis of milk washing over population centers. When the researcher woke up and called in to report the dream, an automated voice told him to please hold before expelling milk from the receiver at a rate of 1 liter per minute. This ended 5 minutes later when the researcher cut the phone line. 3739 was first discovered by the Foundation in 1952, when workers surveying the Upper Suez Canal accidentally breached an underwater chamber, releasing a flow of viscous white fluid. Workers that made contact with the fluid immediately began speaking in an unknown language, later identified as pre-Ptolemaic era Egyptian. An excerpt provided for us translates to, "Bat, my earthly mother, she leads me out of the depths of my head. She says it is nutritious. Should I siphon the teat? Why?" While staying at an asylum, the worker who spoke that phrase began imitating marketing jargon heard on television and began speaking Moosphere advertisements. A week into his stay, the worker lactated, filling his room with milk. He was eventually released, at which time he fled the country. His apartment was abandoned, but inside they found books by Dostoevsky and Freud, books on cattle farming and entrepreneurship, several documents indicating plans to establish a dairy farm, and a bathroom containing 200 liters of curdled milk. The Foundation wouldn't become aware of Moosphere as a corporation until 2014, when television networks and the internet was flooded with cognitohazardous advertisements. Moosphere does maintain a physical presence in our world, reporting a total workforce of 61,000 employees, but it took the Foundation quite a while to find any physical locations they operate out of. In June of 2023, 2 field agents were sent to a farm in eastern Wisconsin, impersonating FDA inspectors. The agents find farmhands mixing viscous fluids of varying color inside of the facility, while speaking in cognitohazardous advertisement jargon. One of the agents ends up deeper under the facility, in a section with aged concrete walls inked in white hieroglyphics. A number of old, dusty computers are present in cubicles, and puddles of white liquid are seen amidst the hay-covered floors. This agent is attacked by a group of 15 child entities with a hot glue gun, and a copious amount of white liquid is seen coming from his ears before the feed is cut. Audio of various moans, bovine and human, are audible for the next 12 hours, alongside gurgling sounds. When a retrieval force is sent in, they find the farm empty, save for an undulating 1.7 meter wide udder, branded with the initials MM. The udder emitted male vocalizations akin to sobbing, and neither of the 2 agents were found again. They then managed to track down an IP address responsible for uploading a number of advertisements related to SCP-3739. They raided a compound in Wisconsin, finding a man named Jacob Draus lying unconscious while connected to a number of tubes pumping a white liquid into his bloodstream from emptied milk cartons. After regaining consciousness, milk began leaking from his left ear canal. The man says that talking to the Foundation will result in the Moosphere Corporation causing gallons of milk to pour from his nostrils and mouth whenever he sleeps. Apparently, especially angering the Moosphere Corporation results in them turning you into the massive udder, which is what happened to a man named Dave who worked at that farm. Dave had tried to reveal what was going on with the corporation, and thought that he was safe because he had turned on a VPN. The man also explains that the employees of the corporation are capable of collectively dreaming up the technology that they use to create and process the milk products. The process of joining the corp starts gradually, beginning with the subliminal advertisements. Over time, you start to get more and more tired, and consume more and more dairy products, until eventually you slip into a coma. At that point, the corporation has control over your subconscious. He also reveals that at the top of the Moosphere Corporation are some primordial bovine entities that exist within human consciousness, and he says that the Oneiroi don't have jurisdiction to put a stop to Moosphere's activities. There apparently exists a place in the noosphere known as the Marketplace of Ideas, and he ends the interview by saying that there are only 2 types of people in the world: those that drink mind milk and those that secrete it. A couple of weeks later, a video was uploaded to YouTube titled Sights of Wasaki, northeastern Wisconsin, containing footage of the town's attractions interspersed with imagery of large, writhing, gelatinous bovine masses. Foundation pataphysicists investigated the town, finding a mass of 150,000 bovine memes in and around the town, eventually tracking the source to a warehouse at the town's outskirts. A small team of specialists raided the building, equipped with standard gear and some unique stuff, such as an astral projection kit. The team heads in, finding a number of docile cows and generic farming supplies, along with an office space containing hundreds of laminated posters showing motivational messages overlaid onto stock images of people drinking dairy products. They also find milk dripping from the ceiling that emits a faint green light. A tremor then shakes the entire facility, followed by a long cow moo, at which point the milk sample they took vibrates and grows 10 times in volume. They then find a 3-meter wide teat leaking faint green fluids, and although they make an incision into it, the flesh gurgles and grabs the cutting implement. Past a set of double doors, they enter into a massive chamber that slopes downwards toward the center. A writhing udder fills the chamber, producing hundreds of large teats which stretch and collapse. Sleeping individuals, presumably employees, levitate mid-air in groups of 3 around smaller teats as cream cheese flows in bulk from their heads down into a subterranean tank. A cow falls from an upper walkway, and as it falls, the udder trembles, resulting in the cow hitting the floor in slow motion and dissolving into a translucent white liquid. The rest of the cows follow suit, and some of the liquid sprays onto the team. A pale, floating pink udder approaches them and sends a telepathic signal to one of them, causing her to clutch her temples. She asks the udder what it wants, but it only undulates as if laughing. Another of the team opens fire on it, but since it's mostly metaphysical in nature, it isn't harmed. They then begin preparing the astral projection kit, while the udder displays a number of arms and an attractive plump face, spewing off-white fluids from its mouth. It giggles and shrieks and says, "Your mother wants you to finish your milk." One of the agents tells it that they're lactose intolerant, at which point the 15 child curdle entities separate from the udder. Most of them bombard the agent with runny cream cheese, while the others siphon fluid from the small udder while chanting, "Eat it." One of the agents completes the astral projection ritual and her body goes limp. Her astral body begins pulling on loose teats on the small udder, while the children drag the agent covered in cream cheese towards it. While the astral agent battles the small udder, the third agent fires his gun at the large udder while yelling, "You're not real." The flesh of the large udder goes erect and sprays milk at him, which he consumes without apparent stress. The astral agent eventually defeats the small udder, but the agent covered in cream cheese is no longer visible. The large udder begins shaking and spilling raw milk into the room, so the other 2 agents flee. 30 minutes later, the missing agent emerges from the facility naked as a disembodied cattle brand marks him on the upper thigh, causing him to moo before it fries the drone recording them. For once, I think it's best if I don't explain any of this scene. Further investigation by the Foundation found several startling tidbits. Over 3,100 dream advertisements convinced dairy corporate executives, regional managers, and ranchers to sign away rights to their dreams during a week in October 2023. On November 21st, 2023, several hundred livestock facilities experienced bovine and human inflation, their body fluids replaced with large amounts of anomalous milk product. This leads to thousands of Wisconsin residents being affected by dream advertisements. On January 30th, 2024, residents in Pennsylvania and Washington are also affected, leading to large numbers of civilians supporting the CEO of Moosephere for president, with running mate Jackie the Clown Cow. On February 9th, the CEO interrupts all of Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Washington's major telecommunication broadcasts with a mass of cognitohazardous advertisements. The CEO appears on television, showing him opening his mandibles and bovine eye atop his brow as cream cheese secretes out of these orifices for 3 minutes and 27 seconds. So yeah, ignoring all of the lovely milk-related imagery, what we have here is a group of entities that exist in another plane of existence, in this case the collection of human consciousness, and they seek to infiltrate humanity and alter our reality by spreading a mental infection, more or less. This is a mix of both a dream SCP as well as a pataphysical SCP, as they're able to create new things simply by having people imagine them hard enough. I realized that this one didn't really have much to do with the Oneiroi Collective, instead being more associated with dreaming in general, but it felt weird enough to include. Rounding things back to the Oneiroi Collective, though, we didn't really learn a great deal about them. They exist within dreams, but can create anomalies that exist in the physical world. If they had a goal that could be clearly defined, it would seem to be to encourage people to dream as much as possible, likely to draw them closer to the collective. At the end of the day, though, it's just a weird bunch of SCPs.
The Unusual Incidents Unit. The SCP universe has its fair share of secretive, mysterious organizations that operate outside of the control of any single country or government. This includes, of course, the SCP Foundation, the Chaos Insurgency, Marshall Carter and Dark, and plenty more. These groups fit the standard trope of shadowy organizations with vast resources that are beholden to no one but themselves. Many countries' officials are aware of the anomalous world in some aspect, however, and some have found it prudent to form their own branches that deal with the paranatural. The Global Occult Coalition works for the United Nations to protect the world from the anomalous, and GRU Division P was formed by the Soviet Union to utilize anomalies to further the USSR's prosperity. It's no surprise at all, then, that the United States would want to get involved as well, and it's also no surprise that they're pretty far out of their league. The Unusual Incidents Unit of the Federal Bureau of Investigation is tasked with protecting the United States from paranormal threats, a rather lofty goal in the SCP universe. So, of course, they are underfunded, undertrained, and typically the laughingstock of the anomalous world. We'll be taking a brief look at some of the UIU's operations and some of their interactions with the SCP Foundation. The Unusual Incidents Unit was formed sometime during the Cold War, under the purview of the then FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover, as a direct response to the Soviets' GRU Division P. Hoover set out to get American hands on anomalies before the Soviets could, and their success in this goal was fairly mixed, to say the least. The UIU has largely been a failure for 3 reasons. First is their lack of funding, partly due to being a relatively small branch of the FBI, and due to most officials in the US government not being properly informed on the true danger of the anomalous world. Secondly, members of the UIU generally lack the proper training to handle any sort of dangerous anomaly, and they're occasionally thrown into the deep end of a bad situation without proper gear or knowledge. Finally, the UIU are just little fish in a big pond, and since the Foundation have practically the same goals as the UIU with vastly superior resources, the UIU are often pathetically redundant. While in the grand scope of things, this typically leads the UIU to be considered a joke by others in the anomalous world, they do at least score points for perseverance, as the US government still has yet to close down the unit entirely. Most members of the UIU are transferred from other departments in the FBI as some sort of punishment for any mistakes they might have made. The UIU is considered a joke position even within the FBI, filled with conspiracy theories and other ridiculous notions. Comparisons with the X-Files abound, of course. During a UIU orientation for new transfers, they're shown an anomalous object, a magazine for a Desert Eagle handgun that contains 1,296 rounds. While this does effectively show that anomalous objects do exist, it's a far cry from the true depth of the paranatural world. Other aspects of this world are explained to the transfers, showcasing some of the UIU's unique terminology. Any confirmed artifact, something that doesn't belong within the world, is referred to as a cart, whereas confirmed anomalies, anomalous events or areas, are called cans. A can man is a paranormal person, and they're told that others will likely be looking for these individuals as well. The Chaos Insurgency is referred to as the Fireworks, highly trained militia groups, sometimes armed with anomalies, that swoop in and take or destroy whatever they're after. They sometimes fight each other as there's multiple groups, and UIU members are told not to interfere without backup, as they're better equipped and ruthless. The cart shoppers are Marshall, Carter, and Dark, with the official policy being to raid any known dealers of anomalous artifacts, but to be wary around MC and D. The Serpent's Hand are referred to as the Can Collection, known to have very little interest in secrecy. UIU agents are not to confront them in public, and if a Serpent's Hand member gives them an order, they should consider following it, as the member can probably set them on fire with their mind. The Skippers are, of course, the SCP Foundation, known to be well-trained and generally helpful, since they have similar goals to the UIU. If the Foundation is on the scene, the problem is likely out of the UIU's league. Sometimes the Foundation will contact the UIU to deal with something they can't be bothered with, usually a minor artifact, which helps keep the UIU funded. Finally, there are the Suits, individuals appearing like stereotypical men in black. It's not clear who exactly these are meant to be, possibly the GOC, or perhaps even higher-ranking members of the US government. UIU members are told that if one of the Suits gives them an order, they should follow it, but otherwise they're untrustworthy. Let's look at some specific anomalies that the UIU have interacted with. The UIU themselves don't really contain many notable anomalies, so these of course will all be SCP files. Additionally, I'll note that the UIU are not really that popular of a group of interest at this point, so their involvements are often pretty minor. SCP-1514 is a nuclear deterrent system developed by a private corporation alongside the US government in 1983, publicly announced as the Strategic Defense Initiative, and disparagingly known as Star Wars. The system was functional and active for a handful of years throughout the 1980s before its malfunctions and an investigation by the UIU brought it to the Foundation's attention. The first component is a steel device powered by an unknown internal source, with an array of monitoring instruments designed to monitor the state of an entity residing inside of the device. The second set of components are a number of satellites currently in orbit around Earth. Based on the UIU investigation, the satellites contain a red fluid similar to blood, a lot of wiring, and an interior temperature of 98 degrees Fahrenheit. The wiring seems to congregate on a small, irregularly shaped container, and overall the satellite appears to be a living organism of some type. The satellites are in orbit around Earth, powered by an unknown, anomalous source, and although they contain weapon systems designed for disabling intercontinental ballistic missiles, targeting algorithms do exist for ground-based targets.
Once every hour, the device containing an entity generates a radio transmission and broadcasts it to the nearest satellite. This transmission cannot be deterred or disrupted in any known way, and documentation suggests that if a satellite fails to receive the transmission within 36 hours, all satellites will immediately fire upon their preset land-based targets. The Foundation believes that this would likely be an end-of-the-world scenario. Several components of SCP-1514 were developed through the CIA's Project Montauk during the 1960s, although it's unclear what their original purpose was. A journal of a doctor who worked on Project Montauk gives us a bit of insight on 1514. The work seems to deal with the power of human emotion, and they had been testing a serum on a number of test subjects, all who died. It's the doctor's consensus that the adult human nervous system is too resistant to change, so they're looking to experiment on fetuses instead. The first batch of those tests didn't go well either, with the first two miscarrying, so they reduced the dosage. A C-section on the fourth subject was performed successfully, although she regained consciousness afterwards, with some messy, expunged results. It seems the carrier was affected by the serum, but not the fetus, so the carrier was placed in a coma. Later, another doctor broke into the baby's room, claiming that he wanted what was his. He had been monitoring the fourth subject over the last 2 days, and it seems there had been some sort of telepathic event based on the fourth subject's emotions. Aside from that, the project continues to spiral downwards into failure, and it seems as if it's going to be shut down. Things change when the baby begins to emit a form of radiation consistent with telepathic properties. The doctor plans on performing a biopsy on its neural tissue, leading the next journal entry to be completely expunged. Whatever happened led the project moving to a different lab, and the remains of the fourth subject being locked in some sort of casket. The doctor suspects that since the fourth subject could still detect what was happening to its baby when it was locked in its room, he doubts the casket will do much good. The baby is still stable, but no more biopsy attempts are planned after they lost half of their staff. The final entry details that the entire project had been employed by the Russians so that the US would experiment with something too dangerous. The bond between a mother and child is too strong, and a telepathic mother will dangerously lash out if something tries to hurt her child. The company that had been helping supply the project ended up taking the baby and a sample from the dead mother, as they plan on continuing some of the work. The doctor decides not to tell them that even though the baby's growth is stopped, it will eventually decide to do things on its own. The company, of course, went on to create SCP-1514 and replicated the cells of the mother, placing them inside of each of the satellites. The baby is inside of the device and telepathically communicates with its mother. While so far it's been content merely sending out a message every hour to its mother, it seems to be developing sentience, and it can't be harmed without the mother retaliating. Sometimes the SCP universe is really weird. SCP-2972 is a parking lot that used to be attached to a Dollar General store in Sebastopol, Mississippi. At some point every 2 to 21 days, an unoccupied motor vehicle parked in the lot will disappear instantaneously. The chosen vehicle is picked seemingly at random, and can include cars, motorcycles, motor scooters, golf carts, semi-trucks, construction equipment, and in one instance, an airboat. At the same moment the vehicle disappears, it, or an identical copy of it, appears in a warehouse in Sebastopol, Crimea. 2972 was first discovered when 4 consecutive car thefts occurred in the parking lot, and after the third, a security camera was installed in the lot by store managers. Surveillance footage showed the fourth vehicle disappearing between video frames, leading a UIU agent embedded in the Mississippi Highway Patrol to investigate. The agent, Titus Solowski, decided to run a sting operation by emptying the lot and parking only a high-value vehicle embedded with a GPS tracker. 5 days and 7 hours later, the vehicle disappeared, the GPS now tracing it to Crimea. At this point, the UIU brought it to the attention of Interpol and the SCP Foundation, and Solowski assisted in the investigation in Crimea. The warehouse was being run by 2 men who were filing off the VINs on the vehicles and selling them on the black market, occasionally getting cash or other valuables from inside. The men claimed that they didn't create the anomaly, but had someone by the name of Penrose set it up for them. Penrose is a mysterious individual involved with some other SCPs, and apparently the identical names of the 2 cities connected them with a linguistic ley line, making moving things between the two trivial. Solowski scoffs that these 2 guys discovered that there is effectively magic out there, and their first thought was to use it to steal cars. The parking lot was then purchased by a Foundation shell company, with 40% of the funding provided by the UIU in exchange for the Foundation handling containment. The initial containment procedures involved keeping the parking lot empty, but eventually a car disappeared from a nearby service station. Now, a single car is parked in the lot every 21 days, and a separate team in Crimea retrieves the vehicle. Next, let's look at an SCP that was practically entirely handled by the UIU, SCP-2610. 2610 consists of a family of anomalous humans, collectively known as the Colony. The primary 4 members are all siblings: Simeon, Armand, Yvette, and Jorge, born in the first half of the 20th century. Simeon was a medical doctor and self-proclaimed telepath. Armand was a deckhand, and Yvette and Jorge were unemployed. Simeon developed a method of altering the genetic makeup of the group's inbred children so that they would have a significantly shorter gestation period and a rapid rate of growth. As a result, the children carried a high number of physical malformations and abnormalities, along with sharply stunted mental faculties. The colony is believed to have been wiped out entirely by U.S. Navy fighters on the order of the UIU in 1971. Simeon was born in 1922 at the West Boston Military Medical Center, and from a young age he expressed a variety of anomalous traits, specifically a self-described telepathy. He describes this ability in a journal entry as being able to see the images and hear the impulses of every person who he reaches out to with his mind. As a child, this was apparently a cacophony, but as he grew older it became a useful tool. Another journal entry describes an important moment in Simeon's life when he used his ability to enter the consciousness of a lobotomized patient. He was able to see and hear through the patient, looking up at himself. He worries what would happen if he was inside of someone's head like this and they were conscious, so he believes it would be better for a subject to be birthed with no consciousness at all. Armand was also born in the West Boston Military Medical Center, and he is only mentioned once in Simeon's journals. Armand had assaulted an unnamed immigrant woman near the shipyards where he worked, so Simeon had performed a lobotomy on her to cover it up. As for Yvette and Jorge, fraternal twins, there is no evidence of their existence whatsoever aside from references in Simeon's journals and a handful of photographs. In March of 1959, Simeon was arrested on charges of performing illegal medical practices on minors. He settled with the victims for an undisclosed amount and withdrew from the medical field. In 1965, a police report was filed detailing 4 individuals that were heavily resistant to weapon fire, capable of moving at high speed, and inhumanly strong, who killed 3 people and escaped with 4 large trucks filled with cattle feed. They are described as vaguely human, with a number of grotesque physical malformations, such as missing or additional limbs, eyes, ears, collapsed rib cages or extruded stomachs, and having large growths across the body. They made no attempts to communicate and brutally murdered the 3 people before escaping. This brought the attention of the UIU, who began an investigation. Another journal entry from Simeon details an encounter he had with an angel who slipped into his room and entered his body. The angel spoke to him, referring to him as a child of God, and telling him that he has been chosen to lead God's people and create a new Eden. God has provided for him the whore of his deliverance, born of Simeon's blood, and from her womb the earth will be made anew in his image. The angel then gave Simeon a vial of liquid, which presumably allowed him to alter the genetics of his family's offspring. The UIU continue their investigation, detailing another theft of a large amount of livestock feed, with 5 dead in the process. Responding officers on the scene managed to recover one of the perpetrator's vehicles, recorded as belonging to Armand. During the ensuing chase after the theft, one of the perpetrators leapt onto a pursuing squad car and managed to kill an officer. The driver of the vehicle crashed the car, killing the creature. Another journal entry from Simeon discusses the inbreeding with their sister and how her eyes were also opened by an angel of the Lord. The liquid that the angel gave Simeon ensures a pregnancy, and the effect spreads to the children, allowing the colony to rapidly grow in number. Simeon prepares himself to lead the colony into this new Eden, and prepares for the Lord's arrival. In 1970, the UIU received a tip from some local agents embedded in utility companies that a warehouse was drawing power from nearby lines, despite being abandoned for more than 30 years. Additionally, a car that had been confirmed to have been sold to Simeon was seen at the site. UIU agents launched an operation, initially finding the warehouse empty, but could hear sounds coming from below. They used a lift to descend to the 3rd basement level, and then descended further by stairs. What they encountered is, of course, mostly expunged, but only 4 out of the 13 agents managed to escape. The surviving agents describe seeing hundreds of grotesque humanoids copulating with one another in a mass of flesh. The murdered UIU agents were pulled in and ripped apart in the frenzy. Only one normal human was spotted, identified as Armand. The FBI authorized an attack on the warehouse, demolishing the entire structure, and no remains were recovered. Another journal entry, Simeon describes the continual expansion of the colony, but mentions that his youngest brother, Jorge, is not on board with the colony's activities. Jorge speaks of morality and sin, but the angel came and spoke to Simeon once again, telling them that the Lord desires the sacrifice of one of the 4 siblings. This, of course, would be Jorge, who will be fed to the colony. In 1971, the UIU were informed that a train carrying animal feed had been attacked and overwhelmed, and the train was now en route to the west coast. It seems that the colony's needs had grown beyond trucks full of food, so the UIU launched an operation to intercept the stolen train. This proved to be pretty difficult, as any attempt by agents to approach the train was repelled by hordes of members of the colony. Using explosives to stop the train was also useless, as colony members would throw themselves onto the bombs. While they were working to stop the train, reports of 2 more stolen trains were confirmed. While one of them stopped for fuel, over 1,000 colony members swarmed a local high school football game, causing hundreds of casualties. At this point, the UIU realized this was out of their league, and contacted the Foundation. Foundation personnel utilized some anomalous capabilities to disable the colony's ability to communicate with Simeon, resulting in a panic. This panic led to the derailing of one of the stolen trains, and the colony members there were terminated with incendiary teams. Even the Foundation failed to stop the other trains, though, which led to a total of 6 trains arriving in California, where the combined force of the colony overwhelmed the UIU and Foundation teams. An estimated 12,000 humanoids boarded 3 waiting oil tankers and left into an oncoming storm.
The U.S. Coast Guard pursued the ships until the storm proved to be too dangerous, leading the UIU to request Navy jets to bomb the ships. Hits on all 3 vessels were confirmed. 1,200 entities were pulled from the sea and incinerated, the rest presumed neutralized. Simeon, Armand, and Yvette were never located amongst the wreckage. The case remains open in the UIU. The final journal entry details the arcs that the colony will use to multiply across the earth and spread their seed. Notably, Simeon writes that the colony will spread on 4 arcs. Very strong sarkic tones with that one, although it isn't explicitly linked to sarcasm. Let's look at one last SCP file, where the UIU stumble upon something much bigger than themselves. This is actually an SCP-001 proposal, titled The Foundation, and is written as a UIU case file, numbered as Confirmed Anomaly 3. The UIU discovered CA-3 in 1954, when students attending a high school reported that the interior of the building was vastly different than it had been in the past. Upon investigation, the UIU noted a number of unusual, if not paranormal, traits. All of the walls in the school had been replaced with steel-reinforced concrete, although several rooms were constructed with completely different materials. All exterior windows had been covered from the inside. All student desks and other educational material was absent, and lockers had been modified to be significantly smaller and constructed of stainless steel. The layout of the building was also quite different, and some rooms would exhibit seemingly random modifications. No fewer than 17 computers were found, each utilizing state-of-the-art RAM. All files on the computers are inaccessible, and the computers themselves are bolted down. The auditorium is inaccessible due to a large steel wall blocking the doorways, which has proven to be impervious. 2 teams sent in to do a complete survey of the building went missing. 23 days after initial recovery, UIU guards reported hearing a white noise coming from inside the building, seemingly coming from the auditorium. 5 hours later, the white noise stopped, but voices could be heard. It was found that CA-3 now contained a large number of people, all wandering aimlessly through the facility. Each individual was physically identical to members of one of the UIU's teams that went missing, despite there being far too many people. No attempts to interview or detain these people were successful. Also, the interior layout had changed significantly again. 3 months later, the white noise was heard again, so an investigation was launched immediately. Most of the people inside of the facility had gathered near the doors to the auditorium, and a 6-foot circular hole was found in the steel barrier. Shortly after, an object emerged from the hole and was carried off by one of the people to a classroom. This process repeated every 3 minutes for the next 8 hours, with most objects being placed in rooms or lockers. Further investigation revealed that most, if not all of these objects exhibited anomalous properties, and many of the people were either guarding the objects or performing tests on them. It's noted that the people were following standard UIU protocol for handling anomalous items. 2 days later, identical armed guards appeared near the entrances to CA-3, preventing any UIU agent from entering. While the UIU was tracking another unrelated anomaly, 2 men identical to a member of one of the missing teams emerged from a car, detained the anomaly, and drove it straight to CA-3. In 1965, years later, a message was sent from CA-3 on standard UIU communication frequencies. The message claims that it comes from the O5 Council, and they say that it would be nice to be friends. With their superior resources, they will handle containment, and they will be expanding from the original building. The message is somewhat coherent, but is mostly broken English. 8 hours later, another message was received, saying that they have now expanded and are recruiting doctors, guards, and D-men.
They're also looking at some international anomalies. It's interesting that they are the O5 Council, and one of the missing UIU teams was designated CA3-05. Basically, the Foundation itself is an anomaly that started based on the UIU and their operating procedures. Eventually, it grew to eclipse the UIU. And of course, this is just one possible canon, but it's an amusing notion. Despite what I said earlier, you probably noticed that none of these SCP examples display the UIU in a particularly incompetent manner. While there are, of course, plenty of examples where the UIU are little more than bumbling fools, played more for humor than competence, these articles show the UIU as capable agents that simply lack the resources and knowledge available to larger groups. As I already mentioned, there are plenty of allusions to the X-Files with the UIU, federal agents thrown into the deep end of a mysterious, esoteric, and frightening underground world. Although it's true that the US government probably doesn't need the UIU in most instances, since the Foundation is capable enough, for now, they're going to keep doing the best that they can.
Vikander-Kneed, technical media. Cursed media is a pretty old concept in horror, reaching back plenty of decades to things like the picture of Dorian Gray and the music of Eric Zahn, and entering into the more modern age with films like The Ring or Incantation. The SCP universe has hundreds of articles with the media tag, so there's no shortage of SCPs that fit the bill, but today we're going to be looking at a relatively new group of interest devoted to making anomalous pieces of media. While their anomalies are not generally malicious in nature, they're not the sort of things that the Foundation wants in the hands of the average citizen, and unfortunately, they keep ending up there. Let's take a look. To begin with, unlike many of the groups of interest, VKTM is specifically intended to be mysterious, with no knowledge of their organizational structure, how they started, or how they manufacture anomalies. While it can often be pretty interesting to delve deeper and deeper into the lore of an anomalous group, this fact certainly makes my job a bit easier. All we really know about them is that they are entirely focused on all aspects of media production and distribution, and have produced anomalous radio shows, instructional VHS tapes, exercise DVDs, bonus features on entertainment DVDs, documentaries, music, and streaming services. They've been around since the 1950s and show no sign of slowing down, continuing to produce media that is largely either unsettling or sickly humorous. And with the Foundation still mostly in the dark about how they operate, they represent a pretty big threat to the Veil. Really then, the best thing to do is just to get into some of the articles about VKTM, to better understand what exactly they're producing. Let's start with the first VKTM article, SCP-5889, which is a memetic cognitohazard that takes the form of broadcasts, originating from a radio station self-designated as VKTM 66.3. Individuals who hear the broadcast are immediately affected in two ways: reporting irrational terror and distress during the broadcast, and afterwards being unable to remember the content of the broadcast. They do, however, retain memories of the emotional duress suffered, even after multiple courses of amnestic treatment. The broadcasts have so far only occurred within the continental US, although they are unpredictable and lack any observable patterns. Frequently, they only occur in the presence of solitary individuals, and in fact, there hasn't been any recorded instance affecting more than 2 individuals. It's currently theorized that the instances are targeted, but the method by which individual victims are chosen is unclear. After being exposed, an individual will often respond with a fight or flight response, and given the amnestic properties of the broadcast, affected individuals are unable to locate the offending stimulus, increasing their panic and the irrationality of their actions. This can be particularly dangerous and disruptive if the affected individual is driving when exposure to the instance occurs.
Incidents of violence are relatively rare, but individuals affected are often found to take hazardous actions in an attempt to escape the cause of their terror. So far, the source of these broadcasts has not been discovered. No origin of radio waves has been identified, and the method by which the signal is being transmitted is unknown. The first recorded instance occurred in the Colorado town of Crested Butte on November 14, 1959. A radio personality calling himself Kilimanjaro and joined by someone named Duke introduces the show as the Saturday evening Dementia Radio Hour. When prompting Duke to add to that, the sound of metal scraping and squealing as it tears is heard for the next 30 seconds. The frequency and pitch were such that glass reportedly cracked within 5 miles of the downtown Crested Butte area. Kilimanjaro states that he never feels more alive than when Duke is pontificating, and then an air horn sound effect is heard, and he announces that they have a request for a shout-out to one of their listeners, Amy Kling. Her mother wants her to know that she's fine, she's doing well, and she doesn't have to worry. She wanted to keep her updated about the rat that broke in and has been giving her trouble. He started nibbling down by her toes, and she thinks he likes her, because he's been going hog wild down there for the last hour. The maggots crawled through her left eye yesterday, but she's still got the right eye, and there's not much to see down there. Her mama just wanted her to know that she's liquefying right according to schedule, and she can't wait to see her next week. More metal shrieking noises are heard before Kilimanjaro moves on to the weather. On January 26, 1961, another broadcast was recorded in Macon, Georgia, featuring a debate between two academics, Professor Keller and Dr. Irving Waits. Keller speaks about control and how we walk around with this obsessive need to keep a vice grip on every aspect of our lives. He suggests that we should let some things go, although Irving Waits is against sacrificing his independence, as free will is pretty important to him. Keller replies that you don't need to decide every single aspect of your life to be happy. He says to take 3 things out of your daily activities and let them decide for you, and he guarantees that you'll be happier. Things like your finances, your voting, and whether or not you go to church that week. Small things like that. Irving Waits retorts that that doesn't sound great to him, as they're lizards, not people after all. Keller says that that's nonsense, as reptiles have been evolving and surviving longer than humanity has been breaking rocks. The wisdom of the reptilian elite, of which he is blessed to claim a part of, is something ancient and mystical. You can literally learn more listening to a lizard in an hour than you would in a full day at a university. It's hard to walk around with a gecko balanced on your shoulders, but you get used to the stairs. On April 18, 1972, another broadcast was recorded in the Rogue River Valley area in Oregon, featuring a news anchor reporting on some breaking news. Reporters at the station have uncovered the real reason for President JFK's assassination, being that he was a stupid capitalist who was friends with mobsters and illustrated everything most corrupt with this country. They shot him in the head twice, and his wife picked up part of his brains because she was the embodiment of women's subservience to the patriarchy in this nation. His assassination served as a warning, and panicked murmuring can be heard for roughly 8 seconds. The news anchor comments that that's the sound of your pathetic misconceptions about homosexuality, about race, about gender, about socialism, about education. He then says that someone should kick Mike in the brain, specifically calling out Michael Sinclair, 4543 Rosewater Drive, Grants Pass, Oregon, zip code 97526. Someone should kick him in the brain, and maybe his wife would pick up the little pieces, but he doubts it, with the way Mike speaks to her like she's property. Despite not being able to remember the contents of the broadcast, Mike sold his house and moved within 2 months of the event. More panicked murmuring can be heard for roughly 12 seconds, and the news anchor continues, telling Mike that he doesn't matter at all to America. This country is going to kill him, and it's going to refuse to offer treatment along the way. And when his brain is kicked in, he bets that he'll be wishing the socialist agenda would stick its nose into his business and pay for all the surgeries, so he doesn't end up a vegetable. The news anchor finishes by returning listeners to the regularly scheduled programming of Dolly's Dixie Corner, but from everyone at VKTM 66.3, he wishes the corpse of JFK a merry FU, and an FU to Mike as well. Another instance occurred on July 3rd, 1987 in San Diego at exactly midnight. The announcer states that usually at VKTM 66.3 they like to sign off on a message of positivity, but they just can't do that today. Today is the day they won. Today is the day they finally broke down the doors of the gubernatorial mansion in Sacramento and dragged out their beloved Governor Duke Majan. Indecipherable chanting begins in the background as the announcer continues, stating that those dirty Satanist pigs pulled the governor out into the street and they forced him to drink goat's blood and take the Dark Lord's sacrament. That means that Christianity is now forbidden by law. The chanting gets louder, but it's not in any recognizable language. The announcer tells the listeners to throw away your Bibles and gather up the pastors and nuns and priests and imams and rabbis, because they only get two choices: convert or die. Those conservative Christian types warned us about ungodliness, and we just didn't listen. The chanting grows quieter and then fades out entirely, as the announcer declares that this concludes their scheduled programming, and they'll see us tomorrow for Kilimanjaro and the Duke. After 30 seconds of silence, the announcer finishes by praising the Dark Lord. An instance occurred on May 27th, 2002 in Beaumont, Indiana, with it being an excerpt of the morning show previously recorded by Kilimanjaro and the Duke. Kilimanjaro returns from a commercial break and announces that they have one hell of a scoop for their favorite listeners. The itch that Marjorie Schul feels on her backside are actually spiders, and they just entered her cavities. He doesn't want to say which ones, because this is a family show, but he assumes that it's going to itch something fierce. He tells her not to worry though, as they're only inside her to lay some 3,000 to 4,000 eggs, and when they hatch, he's sure they'll burrow right through her intestines lickety-split. 16 separate air horns are fired into the microphone for 12 seconds, and Kilimanjaro finishes by saying that Marjorie liked Charlotte's Web just a little too much, and she should read more interesting books next time. On August 9th, 1997, in Miami, a broadcast took the form of an adult-themed late-night radio show. A host named Mistress Madeline welcomes listeners to Late Night VKTM and says that if they want to get to know her, they should pick up the phones and pound in that number. A moaning sound is then heard, which means that they have someone on the line. The caller greets her, stating that his name is Dinesh, and he's been a big fan for a long time. He's in the car with the radio on, and his wife's in the house, asleep in bed. She doesn't know that he listens to her, but he does this every night. Madeline tells him that she loves it when people tell her that they sneak listen to her, and she asks what he does for a living, and if he's going to treat her right. Dinesh replies that he just works in an office, but Madeline tells him that that doesn't rule him out, and asks when his last promotion was. He admits that it was some time ago, and he tells his wife he's doing well, but he doesn't want to lie to Madeline. She tells him that she's got a task for him to do, and he says that he'll do anything, as panting sounds can be heard. She tells him to walk into his boss's office, get down on his knees, and beg him for some sort of validation. It's going to hurt his pride, but she's worth it, and he should throw in some tears. Then he should stay on his knees and wait there until his boss gives him something, even if it's just a pat on the head. Then he should say, "Thank you for effing me," because that's what's happening every day that he's in that dead-end job. He should then stay on his knees and crawl out of the office. She calls him pathetic and tells him to go back to his wife before hanging up on him. She finishes by saying that it was good for her, and moves on to the next caller. We then have an instance that occurred on October 14th, 2004, in Billings, Montana, an excerpt of a call-in talk radio show. The host, Veronica Hartwell, says that they're going to be together for the next 2 hours, and she wants to hear from the listeners. If they're having relationship problems, or struggling with their life goals, or just struggling to get by, they should call her up for a chat, and she'll pretend to listen like they matter. She then laughs and says that she's just kidding, as a man can be heard wailing on the recording. She takes her first caller, with 10 seconds passing without anyone speaking, and the wailing increases in volume. Hartwell just says that it sounds like the line went dead, and the caller should give her another ring. She moves on to the next caller, and there's 20 seconds with no one speaking. The wailing is now so loud that when the host begins speaking, she has to raise her voice to be heard, although she doesn't acknowledge it. She moves on to another caller, with 35 seconds of moaning being heard before ceasing. Hartwell asks if anyone is out there, and if anyone can hear her. Finally, we have the most recent noteworthy recording of a broadcast, which occurred on February 12th, 2013, in Huntington, West Virginia. The instance was a 30-minute episode of a talk show about mental health, hosted by Dr. Emily Goddard, PhD. Goddard greets her guest, Glenn, and says that they should get down to the core of the issue here. His girlfriend is angry because he's invested so much of his identity in the myth of masculinity, with Glenn asking if she thinks that men are a myth. She says that yes, absolutely, as humanity is a myth. He's not a living, feeling being with emotions and history. He's a corpse waiting to happen, and everyone around him is already dead. She's not being figurative here. They're literally dead bodies. His girlfriend is dead, his parents are dead, his 5th grade sweetheart, his math tutor in high school, his boss, all dead. She asks if he's ever heard of Cotard's delusion, a rare mental delusion in which the person believes that they are dead or otherwise don't exist. She says that it's not a delusion. He's dead, they're dead, and nothing he does even matters. He has as much tangible impact on the world around him as a pile of dirt. So the next time he's worried about saying the wrong thing or not quite understanding someone's reaction, just remember that he's a walking bundle of decomposing matter, and the soul, if it ever was real, left his body a long time ago. Glenn thanks her for really putting things into perspective, and she says that it's no problem, as it's what she does. With that, I think we get the basic framework of a VKTM SCP, which is weird, inexplicable, and without any attempt at explanation. Moving on, we have SCP-5904, the collective designation for a series of instructional VHS tapes entitled Human Resources Orientation, produced and distributed by VKTM. Currently, 3 instances are known to the Foundation, with their anomalous effects only being triggered when an instance is played for at least one individual. Subjects who watch one of the tapes develop increased suggestibility and are amenable to following any instruction that would not endanger their lives. The effect is cumulative, so the more content an individual watches, the more open to suggestion they will become. Additionally, subjects who watch the entire series report insomnia, apathy, lack of appetite, and an increase in anxiety regardless of their mental health history. So, a similar effect to watching the Hobbit movies. The suggestibility and other psychological effects fade with time, but recollections of the content of the tapes are highly resistant to amnesticization. The content also cannot be copied through any known technology, whether digital or analog, and any attempts to duplicate an instance will produce only static. Various items of information concerning the viewing subject will be incorporated into the content contained within an instance, and the host of the series is never completely shown on camera. At most, the bottom 50% of his face will be visible, with his eyes never shown. He self-identifies as Charlie Fierro, senior vice president of VKTM's Human Resources Division. The tapes were discovered after an individual in Everett, Washington purchased them at a rummage sale. Martha Gutierrez, a 20-year-old student at the University of Washington, claims to have no memory of the location or event of the purchase, and the Foundation became aware of it after posts on Parawatch.net were discovered by dedicated AICs. Martha, posting as MG Paranoid, posted that she bought these videotapes at a rummage sale in her parents' neighborhood so that she could show them to her AV class as a joke. There was some personal drama right after she started the tape, however, so she left for a few minutes. When she came back, her classmates were all staring at the screen, with the VHS having stopped and the TV just displaying static. She says that they were a group of 6 people, totally independent college students with various issues and intellectual abilities, but they all just started following orders. She told them all to F off because they didn't pause the tape for her, and they all got up and started leaving. She then told them to wait a minute, and they all turned around and looked at her. She figured they were pulling a joke on her, but the next day she found one of them watching another one of the tapes in the AV lab, and she was freaking out. It turns out that the video was addressed to someone with her name, even though Emily isn't that strange of a name, so she started having a full-on panic attack. She told her that she needs to calm down, and she sort of did. She could still see in her eyes that she was somewhat freaked out, but she stopped pacing and stopped cursing. She just listened immediately. Martha was interviewed, but she failed to provide any information concerning the origins of the tapes, so she was amnesticized along with her classmates. We're given a notice from the Foundation Records and Information Security Administration informing us that reading transcripts of the video files has the same effect as viewing the videos themselves, so instead we're given excerpts from the transcripts. The initial transcripts were written up by researcher William Weddle, who is still recovering from doing so. In the first excerpt, the host takes off a suit coat and starts rolling up his sleeves. The setting is a classroom with a large blackboard, with the words, "Interviews, Framing the Narrative," written on it. The host says that you don't really ever want them to be too comfortable, so you should make it a little too hot or a little too cold to get them antsy. You should establish who's in charge early on, so if they want those health benefits, they're going to have to impress you. William impressed his interviewer when he came to work there, so that's how he got this important job. He then asks Weddle if that's right, before pausing for 30 seconds. He then says that he wasn't really listening, and that's the other thing. You should only half listen to the interviewee. You don't get to make the call if they're hired or not, so what does it matter what they say? Besides, you don't want to set a precedent. If you start listening to people when they come into your office, they'd probably start coming a lot more, and who wants that? Another excerpt shows the host sweeping a pile of bloody rags and human organs off the table in front of him and into a trash can. The trash can is overflowing with bones, viscera, and other biological material. He states that that's the end of the conflict resolution chapter, and asks who's ready for a break. In the last excerpt, the host opens a bedroom door, with the camera following closely behind him. He turns and gestures towards a bed containing Weddle, and he proceeds to adjust the blanket on top of him so that it covers Weddle's shoulders. He then turns to the camera and brings a finger to his lips, gesturing the camera away and walking over to Weddle's open closet. He then says that they should talk about hostile work environments, how to make them, and how to escalate. After 10 minutes, he's then standing in front of Weddle's open refrigerator, bending over and looking inside. His upper body is entirely hidden behind the open appliance door, and he noisily rummages while continuing to speak. He says that what we need to do is make sure that when someone complains of a hostile working environment, we don't solve the problem. If HR solved hostile work environments, what would the labor attorneys do for money? No, HR's job is different and has 3 parts. Minimize the complaint, alienate the worker complaining, and make sure the one guilty of creating the hostile environment benefits in some noticeable way. He then throws a jar of pickles out of the fridge as he chews on something, and says that HR are not conflict resolution managers. They're human resources, so they manage the humans. He always says to keep your goal reasonable and keep your role in the company firmly entrenched in your mind. Otherwise, you're just filling out forms and solving problems for employees every waking hour. That's not helping anyone. After 12 more minutes are cut for brevity, he's moved to Weddle's living room and is sitting in a recliner, foot dangling off the right arm of the chair. He's smoking a cigarette and ashing onto the shag carpeting of Weddle's home, as well as drinking directly from a bottle of wine taken from Weddle's cabinets. It's noted that the wine is an inexpensive and common vintage. The host then states that the most challenging aspect of your HR career is handling medical benefits questions. The secret is to not read the documents, and instead just always say, "I'll have to look into it," when someone comes to you with questions, and then, if possible, don't get back to them. If they're persistent, find a way to ruin their day, just a little. Medical benefits aren't a human right, and they should be happy they're given any benefits. He also says that they should read their own damn documents. It's 1992. This ain't a fantasy story, and people should be content with what they get. It's noted that not only did Weddle not live in that residence in 1992, he didn't even live in the same country as that residence at the time. The host rises from the recliner, grinds out the cigarette into the carpet, and drains the mostly full bottle of wine in 20 seconds. He then turns his back to the camera and approaches a potted ficus tree in the corner of Weddle's living room. The sound of a zipper and a stream of liquid hitting plastic leaves is audible on the recording. He then mentions sexual harassment, calling it the best subject. Not because of sex, but because of the harassment. People being unhappy is his thing. The sounds of liquid cease and the zipper is heard again, before he walks over to Weddle's sliding glass door leading to a small enclosed backyard. He opens the door and walks through, with the camera following, and continues speaking. He says that part of their job in HR is to take complaints and file them with the appropriate people. This is especially important because they don't want the corporation sued. The bottom line is literally your god, and they didn't get into HR because they were humanitarians. Make sure you tell the boss and the appropriate steps are taken when such a complaint is made. He might like it when people are miserable, but abusers can take a long walk off a short pier. He then stretches and yawns, looking up at the night sky. As he turns around to face the camera again, the view is shifted down so that only the bottom 50% of his face is visible. Blood starts to run down his face in twin rivulets, presumably from the area of his eyes. The blood stains his shirt and continues to flow as he speaks. He states that that's about all the time they have today, and to not forget to write those letters with any questions to Vikander-Kneed Technical Media Human Resources Orientation. They're here to help, not the employees, obviously, but you know what he means. He then bids Weddle to say goodnight as he starts waving in an animated fashion for 15 seconds. He finishes by thanking Weddle and ending the tape. On December 3rd, 2016, a rentable storage space was discovered by searching out properties in the area owned by any entities labeling themselves as Vikander-Kneed. The storage space had been rented out for the last 35 years, paid entirely in advance in cash. Hundreds of VHS tapes were discovered within, labeled as Vikander-Kneed Technical Media, with over half of them being copies of the Human Resources Orientation series. The classification has been changed to Keter, and research is being formulated to discern the nature of the tapes not covered by the 5904 designation. Next, we have SCP-5479, an anomalous film produced and distributed by VKTM entitled A Movie of You. The film depicts events in the past week of the viewer's life, as if a camera crew had followed the subject. It's edited and directed to a level of quality usually reserved for professional documentary films, and features narration from a male individual showing 95% match with the vocal patterns of actor Jeff Bridges, although Foundation agents have of course confirmed that Mr. Bridges has no knowledge of this anomaly. I sure would have loved to hear that conversation. On June 17, 2011, Foundation agents embedded in the Georgia State Police were notified of a panic at the first annual Shiloh Film Festival. 5479 had premiered at the festival earlier that evening, and individuals who had seen the film were being treated for acute dissociative states and post-traumatic symptoms. Several individuals were hurt in the ensuing panic, but none of the injuries were life-threatening. MTF Gamma 5 were mobilized to take statements and administer amnestics to those who had viewed the film. Festival records were also altered, and Foundation personnel retrieved all promotional materials and the film itself. No VKTM representatives were present at the showing, and when interviewed, the managers of the festival were unaware that the film had been added to the roster. They had no idea how the film had received the festival's official selection before such deliberations had even occurred. We're once again just given some excerpts from the film, transcribed by a Foundation researcher who was amnesticized afterwards, listed only as Researcher B. The title card states that it stars the researcher, causing her to pause the film and call up the site director. She says that she doesn't understand, and then the site director speaks for several minutes before she just says that she'll do her best, and she hangs up. She continues the film, which brings up text showing the date of Monday, June 18th, 2011. It cuts to D-Class Wing Alpha at Site 19 as the researcher waits at the checkpoint looking at her tablet. Jeff Bridges begins his voiceover, stating that the researcher had a long day ahead of her, with a backlog of memetic anomalies to review. But first, she's picking up a test subject. The camera swings up to look down one of the two walkways adjacent to the D-Class residential units. Site 19 security is escorting a D-Class towards the researcher, telling them that they will accompany the researcher to the testing lab and follow her instructions. The researcher nods and begins walking back in the opposite direction, with the D-Class following closely behind. The film then cuts to the researcher and her subordinate, a junior researcher, looking through an observation window into a testing chamber. The D-Class is assessing examples of memetic filters, testing for effectiveness. After looking at one picture, they say that they feel dizzy, like they've been in a hot shower for too long. They ask if they can look away yet, but Researcher B shakes her head and just says to keep them informed if anything changes. Her and the junior researcher then chat about another doctor that lost a couple more D-Class, before they look back through the window and see the D-Class slumped over the desk. The researcher swears and enters the chamber, gathering up the tablet and being careful to avert her eyes until the memetic filter is turned off. She takes a few moments to run a diagnostic program before announcing that it's okay. The junior researcher says that they better call in for medical, and the researcher sighs and says that she supposes so. Jeff Bridges quips on the voiceover that here at the SCP Foundation, it's the bedside manner that really sets them apart from your more traditional internment camps. The screen then cuts to black before the date for the next day pops up. The screen then opens up in a large auditorium-styled meeting room, subsequently confirmed to be Briefing Room Beta at Site 19. The researcher is sitting in the audience as the HMCL director continues speaking. Jeff Bridges states that it's just another day in the life of a Level 3 researcher, but life at the Foundation was far from ordinary, as even the bureaucracy has its sacrifices. The HMCL director says that they've had another 3 D-Class dead in 173's containment. This is ridiculous, as they know what is necessary and they know how to deal with the stupid statue. He asks a researcher to explain how they lost another 3 yesterday, with the researcher just chalking it up to human error. They had been involved in cleaning operations on 2 other occasions. The director swears at him, however, stating that these are important assets, unless he'd like to be in there hosing down the feces and the blood. The researcher doesn't respond, so he continues, saying to the whole room that they don't have endless bodies to throw at these anomalies, and to not take the D-class for granted. They may be disposable, but they need to be preserved like any asset. He sighs again and says that it's time they changed the system around the statue anyway, as there's no reason they can't automate. He dismisses the room, and Researcher B files out of the room with her colleagues. As she approaches the memetics lab, an alarm starts ringing, causing her to hurry in and secure the lab door before grabbing a pistol out of her desk. She sits behind her desk on the floor, gun gripped tightly, as Jeff Bridges states that one might ask what she did to deserve this, but the stark truth is that people don't get what they deserve, they just get. There is a pounding on the lab's door as explosions are heard deeper into the facility. Someone is yelling through the door, and the researcher braces her arms across the top of the desk, gun pointed at the door. The yelling is indecipherable through the door, and Jeff Bridges continues, stating that her heart beats intensely, sweat pours down her back, as it's been too long since she was on a range, and she hasn't fired the gun in months. The yelling through the door becomes clearer as the distant explosions momentarily cease, with it turning out to be the D-class, shouting for her to let him in. A voice comes over the intercom stating that a containment breach is in process, and all non-security personnel are remanded to their stations and ordered to perform lockdown procedures. The door to the lab is struck hard, twice, by a metallic object, and Researcher B shakes her head. Jeff Bridges ponders what sort of containment breach it is, and what if this isn't the D-class, as the D-class pleads with her to let them in. The metal clanging reaches a high tempo, finally breaking the electronic lock and allowing the D-class to wedge open the door. The klaxon continues to sound, in addition to the lab-specific alarm that begins as the secure door is breached. The D-class lurches forward towards the researcher's position behind the desk, with him bleeding from a wound on his scalp. He yells for her to help him, but she shakes her head violently and tells him to get out. Jeff Bridges comments that she's got a serious moral quandary here, as the D-class broke into a secure lab during a containment breach. He is injured though, and a D-class, so maybe he doesn't know what the lockdown procedures are. Besides, security personnel scramble their brains damn near weekly. The researcher yells at him to get out again as a final warning, but he refuses, moving towards her and reaching out for her hand. She fires her sidearm twice into his chest, with him falling backwards and landing on the tiled floor of the lab. She hurries around him and slams the door shut, wedging a stool against it. She turns back to the D-class and watches as he dies, her arms shaking. Jeff Bridges muses that D makes sense now. The film then cuts to a montage of security personnel clearing the room, with maintenance repairing the door. Researcher B stands near her station, the firearm on the desk in front of her. She does not look at it, or the body, and the film cuts to a small hearing with members of the ethics committee, as she stands silently in front of the 2 seated committee members. One of them tells her that, given the situation, they think she performed admirably. Her primary concern was the safety of herself and the security of the lab, that is her station, with this all being in accordance with protocol when a containment breach or other emergency takes place. The other member remarks that they've all been in containment breaches before, so they know how terrifying it can be. It has been confirmed, however, that the D-class had not been affected by the containment breach, the nature of which they will not be discussing today. She grips her hands tightly in front of her, and there's a fine tremor in her arms. Ultimately, however, she had no way of knowing whether he was affected, or in fact what sort of anomaly had broken containment. She has testified that she was in fear for her life and the security of her station, and the surveillance footage bears this out. Thus, despite the tragedy of the D-Class's demise, it is the decision of this body that it was a result of his own actions, so they find her not guilty of professional negligence. She hesitates and says that she killed a man, and asks if there's no consequences for that. They reply that in this situation, there isn't, although they could refer her to some security-cleared therapy. Honestly, though, it might be easier for everyone involved if she was amnesticized, and they ask if she has any problem with that. She shakes her head, and so medical personnel come into the room and administer amnestics to her as the camera fades to black. Jeff Bridges comments that all's well that ends well, and a lesson has been learned, even though she won't remember it. Besides, what did he think was going to happen, as he wasn't putting the ideals of the Foundation first, and that way lies disaster. The researcher pauses the film and swears, murmuring to herself, and asks herself if any of that happened. The phone rings in the chamber and she picks it up, listening for a few moments before saying that it doesn't seem to have any mimetic effect. She does say that she's not doing well with this, watching yourself do things you don't remember, and says it's disturbing. She listens for a little while longer before interrupting to ask if this actually happened, but she's interrupted herself. She thanks the director and hangs up to continue the film. The date shown on the screen is now Wednesday, June 20th, 2011. It opens on the mimetic lab, panning around before showing researcher B and the junior researcher. B is turned away from the camera, but the junior researcher looks in the general direction of the camera, almost making eye contact, before looking away. They are both laughing about a fellow researcher, before the junior researcher asks her where she was yesterday. She wasn't in the lab in the morning, and wasn't at lunch when the alarm sounded. B says that she had a meeting with the HMCL committee, and then took the rest of the day to run some errands. The junior researcher says that there was a containment breach, and a D-Class died right here in the lab, to B's surprise. The junior researcher says that it was actually one they'd worked with a few times, listing his number, to which B just shrugs and says that she has the damnedest time remembering their numbers. Jeff Bridges finishes by saying that if he were on screen right now, he'd be giving the camera some serious side eye. The researcher stopped the film at this point, and 15 minutes later appeared at director Moose's office to discuss the movie's contents. The contents of that discussion are not part of this record, but the director noted that she was irrational and frantic about her viewing of the anomaly. After several minutes, security was called and she was taken away. Ethics committee members determined that the best course of action for all involved was to amnesticize the researcher concerning her viewing of the film. She was then allowed to return to her normal work duties the following day, with a classified demerit on her personnel file. Director Moose reported her concern to the O5 Council regarding 5479 being studied by those researchers who had contact with D-Class or other ethically challenging, sensitive responsibilities. The special containment procedures were amended accordingly, such that the anomaly would be transferred to a site without D-Class in order to avoid such complications in the future. While not quite as weird and inexplicable as some other VKTM pieces, it's no less confounding to those who experience it, although there's certainly an argument to be made for wanting to view your life narrated by Jeff Bridges. Let's finish with SCP-5379, a photography and film stock storefront operated by VKTM, entitled VK Technical Media Solutions. It appears seemingly at random within existing storefronts, displacing their original occupants to parts unknown for the duration of its manifestation. It functions as a typical facility of its kind, offering a variety of blank film to its customers and also offering film development and tape transfer services. However, anything recorded on film purchased from the storefront is dramatically altered, frequently in ways which should not be possible. Examples include uncropped photographs, untrimmed film, the inclusion of new media elements, references to information known only to the owner, and the substitution of entirely new pieces of media. Personnel employed at the displaced facilities are left with hazy recollections of a vacation to explain their disappearance. Nestic treatment has recovered only partial, although apparently true memories of attending a corporate training retreat during their absence, with the theme of keeping your premises actually yours in the future. While participants are unable to recall the curricula of this retreat, it is apparently effective, as no storefront has been co-opted by the anomaly more than once. It only alters the interior of the structures it occupies, and its manifestation is therefore exceedingly difficult to track. Foundation operatives typically only become aware of manifestations when the items they produce result in attempted law enforcement action. In every case, the anomaly has disappeared before such action can be taken, and well before Foundation operatives can gain access. It also engages in periodic, mimetically effective advertising campaigns to promote its services, and we're given a transcript of a television commercial that was broadcast on all commercial stations in Little Rock, Arkansas, on May 18, 1979. In it, a haze of orange and yellow, presumably smeared on the film negative, swims across the screen. The scene appears to be the back rooms of a butcher shop. A large piece of unidentifiable meat hangs from a hook suspended from the ceiling. A man in a t-shirt is visible in a mirror on the wall, seated on a toilet. He breathes deeply and speaks in a monotone and does not look into the camera. He says that he doesn't even know, followed by 5 seconds of silence, followed by saying, "Take my wife, VK Technical Media Solutions, and all your film needs." There's then 3 seconds of sobbing in the background, which is abruptly cut off. The man then says, "Fishing with the boys, VK Technical Media Solutions, make me a sandwich," and finally, "Take my wife," as the meat begins to rotate on the hook. A logo appears for Vikander-Kneed Technical Media Solutions, with the accompanying slogan, "Media for Men," sloppily overlaid over the slogan, "There is no glass ceiling." Shortly after this commercial aired, the Foundation became aware of several incidents of the anomaly manifesting and events related to film purchased at those locations. A man named Morris Brown had taken in a collection of old photographic negatives to have them developed. Annotations in an angry scrawl matching his handwriting can be found on the resulting photographs, offering frank interpretations of the character of the persons on display, or issuing vague accusations against them. These persons are invariably female. The alterations were discovered by Brown's nephew, the executor of his estate, who made a report of vandalism to the police. Forensic personnel confirmed that the photographs had been developed directly from the negatives, which do not feature the accompanying scrawl. The examiners were pressed by Foundation agents to reverse their conclusions under duress, and then amnesticized. A notice was placed in local newspapers correcting the earlier police report and confirming that an act of vandalism had taken place. The executor withdrew his complaint, and his amnesticization was deemed unnecessary. The incident was investigated and logged, but since anomalous interference could not be confirmed, no subsequent action was taken. The file on 5379 was officially opened after the discovery of the next instance of altered media, in which the anomalous nature was irrefutable. In June of 1979, an American filmmaker named John Bedfield attempted to sue the Chicago Tribune and the Chicago Sun-Times for the theft of his latest film, from its storage container, and its replacement with an unrelated piece of media. The film, entitled Run, had been replaced with a 2-hour review of Run by noted critics Gene Siskel and Roger Ebert as part of their regular program At the Movies. The episode in question never aired, and was likely never recorded, as Run was never officially released, and At the Movies did not begin airing until 1986. The opening titles for the show incorporate a logo for Vikander-Kneed Trash Mockery, with the accompanying slogan, "You're poor in talent, but rich in lack of talent." In an excerpt from the review, Siskel says that he thinks he's reached the point in his life where he's willing to step back and say, no, not everything committed to film is potentially a work of art. This mess certainly isn't. Ebert retorts that he can't decide that unilaterally. If anyone's going to do that, it should be him, as he's a far more competent arbiter of taste than Siskel is. Siskel asks if he's serious, to which he replies, of course, and he's much more eloquent to boot. He's a real Renaissance man. Siskel counters that he watches smut in the theater, and he can't stand in jest, in judgment over all cinema. Ebert replies that he's not standing, he's sitting, and so is he. That's how he can keep putting his foot in his mouth without falling over. Siskel then asks if he's saying that he likes this film, to which Ebert laughs derisively and says, of course not, as it's trash. He did enjoy the eye candy though, as those parts were shot well. Siskel agrees that the sex scene was very tasteful, and that's why he's surprised that Ebert liked it. Ebert doesn't reply, instead sipping his soda quietly, and when Siskel remarks on him not having a snappy comeback, Ebert replies that he's sharpening his straw into a shiv. It's noted that Run was an emotional portrayal of the director's attempt to reconnect with his estranged mother during her campaign for public office in Thurmont, Maryland. Most of the runtime consisted of black and white footage of door-to-door canvassing, town meetings, and local events. It had no sex scene. After Bedfield's amnesticization, a notice was placed in local newspapers retracting his lawsuit. No further examples of affected media were detected until an anonymous tip brought agents to the scene of a domestic quarrel in Little Rock, where a married couple were fighting over the contents of a VHS tape. The tape, which originally contained their wedding film, had now been replaced with footage from what appears to be a beach party, dated 2 weeks prior. The man is accompanied by a young woman with whom he shares several increasingly intimate interactions. His best man is visible in the background of their earlier shots, engaged in obvious intimate advances with a second young woman. The opening titles now incorporate a logo for Vikander-Kneed with the accompanying slogan, "Tarnishing Memories." The young woman with the man is noted as being a close friend of the couple, and the woman with his best man was similarly not his spouse. Upon reviewing the film, the man's wife attacked him with a wine bottle and several fireplace implements before a family friend convinced her to leave the house. The couple have since divorced. No police report was filed, but an anonymous informant telephoned Site 43 to connect the event to SCP-5379, although they could not subsequently be located. A notice was placed in the local newspapers taking credit for the tape switching as an act of vigilantism, which seems like a curiously unbelievable cover story. The Foundation continued to monitor director John Bedfield, which led to the recovery of another piece of altered media. The media was his personal copy of a 1979 film entitled Belgian Connection, which now featured a commentary track with Bedfield's voice, which he claims to have not recorded. Most scenes contain extra footage not in the final cut, which he claims to have not filmed, and the opening titles now incorporate a VKTM Kids logo, with the accompanying slogan, "We don't know what we're doing, so you don't get to know what we're doing." An excerpt from the film shows a young woman sitting on a hotel bed with wrapping paper discarded on the sheets beside her. She is reaching into a box in her lap, and Bedfield's commentary states that this was going to be the moment. She removes a book from the box, although the title is unreadable, as Bedfield says that she had to understand the import of the gift and what he was trying to tell her with it. This was the moment when she'd finally tell him that she loved him, that she understood him. The woman then shrugs and replaces the book in the box. She closes the lid, smiles weakly at the camera without making eye contact, stands up and walks out of frame. The camera does not follow, as Bedfield says again that this was going to be the moment. The scene then cuts to the following day, where the woman is browsing wares at a street vendor's stall. Bedfield finishes by saying that this is where he was going to put the sex scene, but the producers convinced him to save it for the finale. It's noted that the film was an emotional portrayal of Bedfield's European vacation with his adopted sister in an attempt to connect. It had no producer, no hotel room scene, and no sex scene. Bedfield checked himself into a mental health facility after reviewing the altered film, where embedded agents amnesticized him. A notice was placed in the local newspapers on behalf of the local film community, wishing him well and attributing his breakdown to stress and overwork. On July 2nd, 1979, the director of Site 43, Dr. Scout, received a red line telephone call from a man claiming to be privy to sensitive information about both VKTM and the SCP Foundation. Agents detained Little Rock resident Dr. Alan McInnes at Site 73 in Texas, and Dr. Scout traveled from Canada to question him. Scout remarks that if he'll forgive the cliché, it's obvious that he's not from around here. McInnes replies that clichés are the building blocks of communication, but yes, he's from England. Most of his people are still in England, but a few left for Canada, and only one left for America, his uncle, Morris Brown. Morris Brown was the first victim of 5379 a month prior, and McInnes says that he received a letter from a lawyer a few months back, stating that he had been appointed the executor of his uncle's estate. That's how he discovered the photographs, and he knew there was something wrong the instant he saw them. He knew that his uncle couldn't have scribbled those notes, despite never having met him, as his house was immaculate, with everything in its place. He wasn't the sort to drive invective into a photograph, but he was the sort, if his parents are to be believed, to let it fester in his heart until no one could stand to share a room with him. He was also a diarist, and McInnes had copious examples of his handwriting to compare with that angry scrawl. It was his hand, but it wasn't his style. Dr. Scout says that he suspected vandalism then, but McInnes says no, although that's what he told the police. There were no signs of forced entry, and the house was in order, so he filed the incident away for later. His uncle had also left behind a roll of blank camera film and a few blank video cassette tapes, all VKTM branded. He decided that he would use the film and his uncle's camera to document his possessions as his executor. He'll spare all the gory details, but for one example, the photograph he had taken of a lovely wicker basket his mother had once made for his uncle was now covered with a few choice sentences in his own neat handwriting. It read, "Mother loved him better. Father never knew." He had had his suspicions, as there was a reason his uncle moved to America, and families talk. He naturally developed the hypothesis that the film carried anomalous properties, which was the only sensible conclusion. He did want to know if the police had seen any other evidence of this paranormal activity, however, so he submitted the photograph to them as evidence of vandalism. He was astonished at how quickly what should have been a shocking story was swallowed up by red tape. He takes it that this was the Foundation's doing, but Dr. Scout just replies with no comment. McInnes assumed that he was being watched, so he quietly dropped the matter and returned to work. His uncle left precious little money behind, and he needed to get a job. Since his background is in communications, he attached himself to a local public relations firm connected with film and television productions. He admits that he was hoping to have his suspicions confirmed, but he was surprised how easily it happened. Within a week, he'd met a local affiliate who had run that absurd commercial without remembering ever agreeing to it, and a filmmaker who claimed his amateur film had been somehow vandalized by his tape recorder. He was fascinated, and Scout asks him if he wasn't afraid. McInnes replies that he fears mundanity, not absurdity. In his time at the firm, he'd befriended a fellow HR specialist, a woman named Sarah Walker. She was married to a truly boorish idiot, the man who cheated on her on the beach, and McInnes imagined that if he loaned the boar one of his uncle's VKTM tapes, asking him to record his wedding video onto it for him, he could use him as an experiment. He assures Scout that it couldn't have happened to a nicer man, and he was there with them when he played it back to make sure it was working correctly. He was glad he was there though, as she very nearly killed him, and McInnes called up the Foundation to make sure they noticed. Scout replies that none of this explains how he got their number. McInnes explains that he suspected he was being watched, and he saw the pieces the Foundation posted on behalf of Mr. Bedfield in the newspaper. Having heard the real story from the man himself, he knew it was them, whoever they were, so he cut one of them out and took it to the local VKTM store to blow it up to poster size after seeing another one of their commercials. Scout nods and gestures at a large cardboard tube on the table, which was being carried by McInnes when he was brought in. He opened it up, pulling out the poster and laying it on the table. He reads it carefully, then considers it for a moment before asking McInnes if there's any chance he can break his contract with the PR firm. The post contained the item number, object class, special containment procedures, and description for SCP-5379, along with a telephone number and code phrase required to reach MTF Kappa 43 in case of a sudden manifestation of an SCP-5379 location. It also contained the number of Dr. Scout's Red Line telephone. The following day, Scout offered McInnes a position at the Foundation if he would assist in the continued surveillance of VKTM. McInnes agreed to the terms and underwent extensive training over the following 3 weeks at Site-73. In the meantime, Scout monitored communications in Little Rock for a recurrence of the 5379 phenomena. When a third round of commercials was finally aired, McInnes was summoned back to Little Rock, being sent to the new VKTM store and instructed to purchase as many different varieties of media as could be found on offer. When he arrived, however, he found the store completely empty, save for a single VHS tape sitting on the reception counter. The content of the tape begins by showing waves of sharp white smoke radiating off the motionless figure of a man standing in a tiled shower stall. The man is looking down, and the camera only captures the top of his head, which is covered with shampoo suds. There is a constant sound of running water, but no water is running. The man says that you should smile more often, followed by 19 seconds of silence, and then he asks, "What did you expect?" He shakes his head, but still doesn't raise it, and says that this show isn't for you. This show is for them, but maybe you got the message anyway. There's 12 seconds of extremely loud static, although the picture is unaffected, but water begins to spurt from the shower head until the static stops. The man then says that this is just the beginning, as he reaches up to gently massage his scalp. He then says, "VK Technical Media Solutions," before abruptly beginning to pull the hair away from his scalp, hard. He finishes by saying that boys will be boys, as the skin on the man's scalp begins to tear away and the image abruptly cuts out. Wet, biological tearing sounds continue for the next 129 seconds before a logo appears for Vikander-Kneed Technical Media Solutions, with the accompanying slogan, "Little Rock, Arkansas, most sexist town in America," sloppily overlaid on the slogan, "Congratulations on the new job, Alan." No further VKTM Solutions manifestations occurred in Little Rock, although the stores have periodically re-manifested, always in a new urban location, always with a new topical focus and advertising slogan. Examples have included, "You earned your trust fund," in New York City, "Go ahead, say it anyway," in Boston, and "Slogans are a valid substitute for morality," in Las Vegas. Well, there you have it. And as promised, we still don't have any further understanding of their goals or operations than when we started. It's true that not every group of interest needs to be fleshed out with pages upon pages of backstory, and really all we need are just a collection of articles with a common theme. I definitely don't think VKTM are in any way benevolent or helpful, but they're also not overly malicious either. They're just continuing to inject more and more unusual things into the US, which is a little malicious. Ambrose Restaurants. The SCP universe deals primarily with the supernatural. It has anomalies that are supernaturally strong, supernaturally durable, fast, virulent, explosive, and so on and so on. Of course, then, it's going to have anomalies that are supernaturally delicious. And when you have anomalous communities, you're going to have anomalous restaurants. This brings us to Ambrose Restaurants, a chain that caters primarily to anomalous communities and deals in strange and unusual delicacies. Unlike some food anomalies known to the SCP Foundation, Ambrose doesn't really serve up anything overly grotesque or horrific, instead serving up food that the average person would likely enjoy, if they knew about it. Let's dig in. Not a great deal is known about the origins of the Ambrose restaurant chain, other than that it was founded by a Mr. Chaz Ambrose. Ambrose is believed to be nearly a baseline human, but with some minor anomalous properties. The co-owner of the organization is an individual named Marius, believed to control the business side of operations. The organization contains an unknown number of individuals, although there are presumably at least hundreds of employees involved, as Ambrose Restaurants has locations around the world, and even includes a hotel in at least one location. Outside of the actual staff at the physical locations, there are presumably a number more employees on the back end of things, handling logistics, legalities, and procurement, as well as Ambrose's other ventures, such as commercials and television programs. Chaz is an extremely hands-on owner, however, and is often involved in all public-facing matters to do with the restaurants. The organization is, as expected, a non-hostile one, so their only real interactions with groups such as the SCP Foundation or the GOC involve them fleeing to avoid capture. They generally confine their restaurant locations to various anomalous free ports around the world, areas reserved for anomalous individuals and activity, such as 3 Portlands, so they're often left alone if no trouble arises. That being said, they do operate in secretive locations in some major cities, including London, New York, and San Francisco. They also have a good business relationship with some other anomalous groups of interest, including the Circus of the Disquieting, whom they purchase Midnight Cotton Candy and Kraken Egg Caviar from, and of course Marshall Carter and Dark. They provide culinary expertise to MC&D when required, as MC&D deal in all anomalous products, and in return they get discounts on certain supplies, as well as a steady supply of Siberian Firebird. There are a handful of SCPs contained by the Foundation connected to Ambrose Restaurants, but the best way to learn more about the group is to look at some of their notable locations, each of which showcases their unique menu of anomalous delicacies. Let's start with the London location, which serves a 4-course prix-fixe meal, with an optional wine selection. The first course consists of the choices of cockatrice pot stickers, prepared with demanding care to ensure that no poison is in the meat, and is noted for a sour and creamy taste. Baked potato bug, crickets which are entirely composed of potato matter and deep fried for flavor, garnished with bacon, sour cream, onion, and melted cheese. And yesterday's bruschetta, which is grilled toast topped with olive oil, tomato, and mozzarella, notable for having all of its ingredients sourced from at least 100 years in the past using time travel techniques. The second course consists of Eternal Stew, a perpetual stew that has been in production for over 2 millennia. Lunar Gruyere Fondue, sourced from the demons of Livonia, renowned for their dairy products, and served with a rotating selection of types of bread. And finally, Alexilvan Corn Soup, a recipe sourced from the Culinary Institute of Alexilva, blending ancient Roman and American Cherokee cooking, containing 3 varieties of corn, blended with cheese and honey. As for the main course, you're given the choice of a crab-stuffed mushroom, taken from a hard-to-reach forest in northern Oregon, and stuffed with 3 different species of crab: the Alaska King, the Marianas Blue, and the Greek Behemoth. Second is the caviar platter, a choice selection of 8 exotic varieties of caviar, including coelacanth, the salmon of knowledge, and kraken egg caviar, sourced from a kraken that attacked the Fey Isle of High Brazil in 1988. Third is the 5 Senses Linguini, designed to induce temporary, artificial, total sensory synesthesia, allowing the customer to experience food on every level, and served with a house-made pesto. As for dessert, the choices include Dragon's Baked Alaska, prepared fresh at the table using the breath of one of Ambrose's in-house miniature domesticated dragons, giving the meringue a clean and smooth taste. Volcano Cake, a simple chocolate lava cake that erupts with melted chocolate after being served, and has a dark, smooth taste with a slightly spicy kick. And Fruit of the Gods, a selection of rare and mystical fruits from across the world, including underworld pomegranate seeds, Eldoradan golds, derived from the common orange, and brandy-infused strawberries. Wine choices include the Champagne of Youth, magically treated to ameliorate the effects of advanced age for a brief time, Thousand-Year Merlot, which has been aged in a temporal isolation vault with a vastly accelerated time differential, and Rubedo Reserve, sourced directly from Alagada and transmuted from human blood using forbidden alchemy, although it's noted that no humans were killed in its production. It possesses a distinctive taste with notes of blood, dry paper, and a blue cheese finish. Together, the meal will set you back £700, or $850 if you include wine. A review for the location notes that the service was impeccable and polite, the meals were cooked and served quickly, and everything was delightful in taste. It was pricey, but nowhere else in the world can one dine upon kraken eggs, or have a live dragon come to the table. The reviewer does mention that the baked potato bug dish calls to mind a lower class of dining, but they found it to be excellently prepared, and its exotic origin made up for the base subject matter, being spawned from the conceptual ideal of a potato. The only negative they have to say about the place is that they were not able to eat everything, and thus eagerly await their next visit. Next up, we have Ambrose's location in Backdoor Soho, an anomalous Freeport location associated with the Soho neighborhood in Manhattan, popular with anomalous artists. The Ambrose Restaurant here is presented in association with the Backdoor Soho Artistic Associates, Marshall Carter and Dark, and the King of Hearts Art Collective. It's described as being part art show and part dining establishment, with a 4-course meal inspired by contemporary backdoor dining, followed by a tour of an exclusive art gallery curated by MC&D, ending with a live performance. Compared to London, the price for the experience is much more reasonable, at $249, with an extra $49 for access to the Violet Gallery. We're provided a menu from a specific week from 2014, the first course of which consisted of the choice of Scarlet Calamari, the servitor beasts of the Scarlet King, stuffed with finely seasoned breadcrumbs in a creamy tomato sauce. Olney Corporate Crostini, roasted pork belly braised in a blood orange sauce and garnished with pickled red onions, served on crostini, sourced locally from the demon swine that eternally torment the executives of Olney Ironworks. And Margherita alla Lindholm, a Sicilian pizza made with buffalo mozzarella and a creamy tomato sauce, topped with fresh tomatoes and basil, bred by reclusive parabotanist Stella Lindholm. The second course consists of Weilstedt Matzpho ball soup, a Nalkin take on an Ashkenazi classic, consisting of Weilstetten meat moss that causes a consumer's flesh to rejuvenate right before their eyes, and is not recommended for pregnant women and cancer survivors, excepting experienced flesh crafters. Manhattan Shoggoth chowder, which consists of the squirming meat of a shoggoth in a rich tomato broth, and comes with seasoned crackers, which the meat will stuff itself with. It's noted that this meal contains meat which comes from a source that is still alive, so it is in violation of the 7th Noahide law. Third is the Perfect Waldorf, containing apples and grapes from the centennial trees of upstate New York's nameless forests, mayonnaise sourced from the eggs of platonic chickens, and walnuts annually self-trimmed from living trees dedicated to self-perfection. On to the main course, we have Delmonico steak, which is described as being scientifically proven to taste better than and be more of a Delmonico steak than those served at the Delmonico restaurants. Parmigiana without equal, which is eggplant parmigiana stuffed with chicken parmigiana forever, all the way down, and it's noted that this dish should not physically exist and you should order with caution. Finally, Primavera of the Old Gods, containing vegetables that were grown long before the advent of language and have no name, but make up for it with a distinctly unique taste. As for dessert, there's cheesecake, with an oddly printed cheese in the title, and the description tells you to focus on the cake and don't worry about the cheese, as some things were never meant to be known by the sapient. Black and white macaroons, representing a variety of chocolates and vanillas from across time and space, and no one knows when the shifting tides of the here and now will force them to change the recipe. Lastly, golden apple crumble, which the description states that there's nothing supernatural about these golden apples, but double-blind tests suggest that even the gods can't tell the difference. As for wines and spirits, there's Clown Milk Egg Cream Bourbon, sourced from the Circus of the Disquieting, Bloody Mary on the Rack, which consists of a jalapeno-infused vodka base and Lindholm tomato juice, garnished with a meter-tall freestanding sculpture of the chef's choice, and Golden Orange Cider, the signature drink of New York from another time and another world, with the oranges being guaranteed the mythological significance of that other world. As for the reviews, they start off well enough, with most of the praise being directed at the food, but the reviews begin to mention the presence of ghosts in the establishment, specifically ones that are weeping, gaunt, and dressed in poor quality clothing. The ghosts began to grow more vocal, begging customers to not turn off their heat and to give them 2 more weeks. The restaurant responds to these reviews by explaining that they are experiencing unexpected difficulties, but the problem continues to grow worse, along with the reviews. Eventually, the restaurant is forced to close down because of the ongoing ghost problem, canceling reservations in the process. The last review listed is from the organization Gamers Against Weed, exclaiming that Ambrose has found their own Mrs. Gentrification, a parody of Dr. Wondertainment's Little Misters line of anomalies. Let's look at one more Ambrose location before moving on. Ambrose, Transylvania, which is presented as a thorough review titled For All the Damn Vampires by Sebastian Lacroix. I'll take the time to read this one out verbatim, as it offers a better look at Chaz Ambrose himself and the lengths the organization goes to being accommodating to the anomalous world. Ambrose, Transylvania is an unusual location for the brand, as it is not exclusively a dining establishment, but also a 5-star hotel. The complex sits just outside of Cluj-Napoca, in the peaceful foothills of the Carpathian Mountains. The region is historically popular with all manner of hemovores, ranging from the common vampire to the more strange and monstrous pale ones. Ambrose, Transylvania caters specifically to such entities. Although it is close enough to the city to make hunting easy, it also offers a variety of in-house dining that excels over traditional feeding. The hotel is divided into 2 portions, one above ground and the other underground. The above ground hotel does not carry the Ambrose name and is marketed simply as an ordinary inn. Ambrose, Transylvania, on the other hand, is the true resort, located underground and only serving blood. I recently was invited to meet with Chaz Ambrose at Ambrose, Transylvania, both to review the hotel and restaurant, but also to interview him. Despite our frequent reviews of his establishments, Chaz has never given Walden Studio an interview before. I was honored to have the privilege, although I am the only vampire that works for the studios, and was therefore the only appropriate choice. It would be nice to eat at a venue that specifically caters to me, and not just one for general cannibals. Mr. Ambrose was waiting for me when my coffin arrived into the dark chambers of the hotel. The entry foyer is deep underground, far enough in that sunlight doesn't penetrate. It is lit by a few dim torches, creating a level of light perfect to our kind and our adapted vision. Ambrose helped open up my coffin and pulled me out. He had a glass of blood ready for me to rouse me, and we each took a sip as soon as I woke up. He welcomed me to the hotel as his guest, invoking all the ancient and profane rules of hospitality that govern our kind. We performed the rituals of hospitality, as I gave him a gift and him outlining the terms of my stay. He told me we would meet for dinner and the interview just before dawn on the second night of my stay, and in the meantime, I was free to have the run of the place, as though I myself was the lord of the manor. The hotel. I have stayed in many hotels in my long unlife, many which have catered exclusively to hemivores like myself. I must say that out of all of them, Ambrose Transylvania is one of the finest establishments I have seen. It satisfies everything that I was looking for in such an establishment, and I hope to have the chance to stay there many more times over the coming centuries. Every part of the place is specifically designed to be a great experience for all hemivores to relax. The rooms themselves are comfortable and spacious. The style is antiquated, but this only makes it all the more familiar to a vampire. The modern and postmodern schools are too recent and strange for many of us, and it is always nicer to stay somewhere that doesn't make you feel like a bygone relic. Two of the major problems that hemivore hotels always come across are the view out of your room and the fact you have to share your hotel with other vampires. Ambrose Transylvania has managed to solve both of these. The view. No vampire can look outside during the day. No vampire can last for a moment in the sun. Although there are rare hemivores that can survive daylight, they are rare and almost never similar to humans. This means that we cannot see many of the best sights that a city may have to offer, and that many of the typical features are things we cannot look at. A cautious vampire, a good vampire, doesn't even like to be in a room that could get sunlight, even if they've cautiously boarded the place up. The only good places for us to have a hotel, one that caters specifically to our needs, is to put it underground. This is the only good solution to the problem of sunlight, but it does not come without complications of its own. Nonetheless, we want to look at something when we go to sleep, but the underground is rarely captivating. Ambrose Transylvania solves this problem by constructing all of the rooms on the shore of a vast and beautiful underground lake. The sight is nothing more than captivating, and lit in soulless electronic spotlights. It is not the kind of light that burns. Ambrose has solved one of the oldest desires of our kind, and done so in an excellent manner. There is no room in the hotel that does not have such captivating views. The other bloodsuckers. There is nothing a vampire hates more than another vampire. We are infamous for our squabbles. Fights over feeding territory, the right to induct humans into our bloodlines, the grandiose games that elders play over human civilizations. Our humors are imbalanced, and blood dominates, with only a little yellow bile to balance it. We are excitable and quick to anger. So when you put any large number of us into one small confined space, the obvious occurs. It is up to the owner of each hotel to figure out how to fix this issue. I have seen many attempts over the years, not letting vampires interact with each other, how droll, blood bonding all hotel residents, how tyrannical, or with copious guards, how claustrophobic. Ambrose Transylvania's solution is not the most elegant I have ever seen, but it does the job well. The ground is ritually desecrated to a few dark blood gods. Chaz refused to tell me which he dedicated them to. Notably, these gods do not find our presence to be intolerable. In fact, it is the opposite. Harming one of our kind is the great sin. Violate it, and they shall smite thee down, revoking whatever sanguine bonds animate you. The solution is blunt, but it does not feel oppressive. As long as you do not harm another bloodsucker, the magic actually empowers and invigorates you while you are in the premises. You can interact with other vampires to your heart's delight without worrying about the potential danger of getting your own throat ripped out. The dining. After I had my time to explore the hotel room, it was time for dinner. I met with Chaz at dawn on the second night of my stay. It was getting late into the experience for me, as I am normally at rest during the time, or getting ready for it. I am not one to risk movement during the daylight hours. Chaz arrived at my door and waited for me to finish preparing, never crossing over the threshold. We then walked to the restaurant for an interview and a review. I shall divide my dining experience into 3 sections. The food. Very few vampires can eat traditional food. Even if we are able to stomach it, we do not get much sustenance from it. More likely than not, however, we simply end up vomiting it all back out. But Ambrose, Transylvania is a restaurant, and despite the inability of our bodies to consume food, we still find ourselves wanting to engage in the practices of the living. The venue wants to feed us, and we want to eat. But how to make food that we are actually capable of consuming? The solution Chaz came up with: just use a lot of blood in the cooking process. If the food is bloody enough, then we'll be able to eat it and keep it down. Not only that, it'll be enough for us to get some form of sustenance out of it. We'll get the taste of whatever food we're eating and nutrition from all the blood that was involved in it. Of course, there are only so many recipes that can be converted to use a great amount of blood, so the menu is limited. Rather than a proper selection, it cycles through a small list of daily specials. This is not a major issue, since we cannot eat in many locations and anything is appreciated. The menu on the night I was there was 2 items: bloody brioche and blood sausage. The brioche was the first to arrive. It used a simple trick: the fact that blood can be used as a substitute for eggs. 43 grams of blood for a single egg. The bread itself was discolored red, but looked delicious. A single loaf was delivered to our table, which Chaz broke in half, giving one piece to me and keeping the other himself. The brioche was rich and sweet. Although brioche does not make the most sense for an appetizer, there are not many breads that use eggs and could be converted into a bloody version. Thus, brioche was one of the only options, and I was certainly glad to have it. I haven't eaten bread in a long time. The blood sausage was simple but delicious. The amount of fat and blood was somewhat poorly balanced according to normal metrics, but that only served to make it all the more suited to my kind. The sausage had been applewood smoked, giving it a sweet and smoky flavor that I fondly remembered from my living youth. I remembered hearing that Ambrose, Transylvania would make you feel alive. I had some doubts as to whether this would be true or not, and assumed that the food would have some properties that either turned me alive briefly or changed my perceptions to think I was alive, or forced some grandiose vision upon me. None of that happened. The food is simply well cooked, delicious, and reminds you of better days. The blood list. Ambrose, Transylvania has an ample and well-stocked blood list. There are over 200 varieties of blood listed, each in a variety of categories and traits. It was almost far too much blood to sort through. All of the standard options are present. Each ABO type, in both Rh positive and Rh negative, is carried, most with multiple donor options. All of the major options also have a virgin option, although it is slightly more expensive. Looking through the list, I saw that they had a few options from the Tuatha. I've never had the chance to sup on Fey blood before, and this stood out to me as the most interesting option I could order. I doubted that I would ever have the chance to dine on it again, as the fair folk are not keen on allowing a leech to take their blood. It was one of the more pricey options on the menu, but Chaz simply laughed and told me to order what I wanted. So I took the Fey blood. Since there was a virgin option and price was no object, I took the virgin option. I do not exclusively dine on such blood, but I do find it generally improves the taste. Chaz similarly took advantage of the long blood list and ordered female Skakethi blood for himself. For those unaware, the Skakethi are a race of large, sapient spiders who live alongside us. I have not had the chance to taste their blood before. The glasses were quick to arrive, each served in a fancy and impressive goblet. One of the selling points of the establishment is that they are able to keep blood fresh and prevent the life from leaving it. For proprietary reasons, I am unable to comment on the methods that they use to do this, but I can confirm that this is the case. The blood remains fresh and provides ample nutrition despite the past date of harvest. Chaz suggested that we each take a sip of the other's glass, as part of the ancient guest rites that we were following. I accepted, and we tasted each other's blood before our own. I found the Skakethi blood to be intolerably bitter, with strong smoke and almond notes. It was personally too strong for me, but I could see the appeal. It is certainly an acquired taste, one that I would not recommend for the newest fledglings of our kind. Of course, it is to be expected that Mr. Ambrose has a more refined palate. The Tuathan blood, on the other hand, was sweet, far sweeter than any other blood that I have ever consumed. Fortunately, it was not sweet enough to be sickening, sitting at a well-defined balance of clearly present without being overwhelming. There were strong notes of grapes and strawberries, along with more esoteric notes. It was overwhelmingly alive, despite the fact I was dining on old and extracted blood. Further, it was particularly potent. What I had filled me up far more than an average human's blood would have. All in all, by itself, a great blood. However, there was also the second sight that the blood conferred on me when I drank it. Almost immediately after my first taste, I began to see colors alight in the air, dancing and shifting around me. These were not mere hallucinations. Rather, my eyes had been opened to the patterns of mana that drifted around me. I caught a glimpse of Chaz's aura under my sight, warm and open to me. As with many vampires, drugs and alcohol no longer have any effect on my unliving constitution. It is one of the great pleasures of being alive that I dearly miss. The she blood does not have quite the same effect, but it is closer than anything I ever tasted before. It, if only for a brief moment, made me feel alive again, and that is a feeling I so rarely glimpse. The live dining. But these are not the primary draws of Ambrose, Transylvania. What everybody really wants when they visit is the live dining, to sink your teeth into a neck and draw blood. For a high enough price, Ambrose, Transylvania will let you into the top half of the hotel to prey upon the human guests that are unfortunate to stay in the hotel. They will administer amnestics to the guest when you have finished, and clean everything up for you, a perfect opportunity to unleash and get as violent as you want. The upstairs section of the hotel has been specifically redecorated and refurbished to provide an excellent hunt. There are numerous false ends, hiding places that give themselves away, and secret passageways. A hotel hunt master will discuss your plans with you, and control the hotel so there is only enough challenge to make it fun, not enough to actually put you at risk. I mentioned to Chaz that I wished to engage in the live dining, and he laughed, saying it was one of the most popular facets of the hotel. Given the time, only about 15 minutes before dawn, he told me he would stay downstairs while I went up, as there was not much time to hunt. When I asked if he was still hungry, he explained that as the founder and owner of Ambrose, all of the employees of the brand were his servants, and it was his right to feed upon them. He snapped his fingers and called the waiter over, explaining that he would simply feast on the waiter while I went up. Therefore, I took the elevator up alone. The huntmaster called me and explained my options. There was a single patron still awake at the time, reading in one of the libraries. No other guests were active in the hotel. He could wake up another, but I didn't think that was necessary. The guest who was awake would make an ideal target. The elevator doors opened into a wide foyer with large windows. I could see the sky beginning to grow light. I'd have to be quick about this. I shifted into the form of a large wolf and entered the library. I toyed with him for a moment, sitting just in the corner of his vision, waiting for him to turn and notice I was there. It wasn't particularly long, about 30 seconds, but it was enough to be enjoyable. He yelped and screamed, starting the chase. His first attempt was to run back to his room, not far away. However, the hunt master had remotely disabled his room's keycard, and it gave nothing but rejections. I took my time coming after him, allowing the poor fool plenty of time to test the key over and over before I walked too close for comfort, and he bolted. I let him get around the corner, and then slipped into one of the fake doors next to his own. This door did not lead into a real hotel room, but rather a passageway allowing for easy navigation around the hotel. An electronic map in the passage gave me the guest location, and I was able to appear in the foyer before he did, snarling in the full size of a wolf. Then, since I could get away with just about anything at the hotel, I turned back into my human form. He startled back, stumbling over himself and stammering in fear. At this moment, I lunged in for the bite. His blood was ripe and filled with adrenaline, making it rich and savory. There is nothing that compares to live dining. Once I had my fill, I slipped back into the elevator. It was only a few minutes before dawn at this point, and I narrowly avoided the daylight. The scene in the foyer was messy, as I did not bother to be neat in my feeding. Normally, I would have had to clean up after myself, but the hotel covers all such matters. I returned to Chaz and found that he too had made a mess of himself feeding. He was still sucking on the waiter's neck when I returned, sitting in a pool of blood. He sheepishly took a napkin and cleaned his face upon my arrival, but I merely laughed and explained that I had done much of the same upstairs. The man himself. With the food out of the way, it is time to discuss my interview and dinner with Chaz Ambrose. Chaz was nothing but a consummate gentleman. The entirety of my visit was centered around proper host relations, and Chaz did not disappoint. He was there to welcome me when I arrived at the hotel, and was early before our dinner appointment. Although we had a long discussion over our dinner, it was mostly over the food and casual conversation. The bulk of our discussion was finished after I was done with my live hunting in the upstairs. Ambrose, the brand as a whole, is radically different from what it used to be a few years ago. Why? We've gone stale as a brand. So long of not trying anything new, or just doing the same old, same old. I'm surprised we got as far as we did with it, given how run-of-the-mill it was getting at the end. I decided I want to start pushing the envelope, breaking new ground. And this location ties into that. Oh yes, absolutely. Hemivores, vampires, bloodsuckers, an entire race of people defined by the need to eat, and we specialize in that. It's an untapped market, but it's one without a lot of development. There was plenty of room to expand, innovate, and start trying new material. I could finally break free of my shell and start doing what I really wanted to do. It was truly a wonderful experience. This is the first major establishment of its type, and I was able to be as experimental as I wanted with the menu. That's everything that I've ever wanted as a chef. The ability to take from the past when it inspires me, but not have to worry about it as a cage. To be as free as I pleased. I have to commend your selections. Why, thank you. I put a great deal of care into choosing everything that was served here. All of the bloods have been personally vetted by myself. Well, not all of them, but I've gone over them and made sure they are up to par. And the food took a lot of fine-tuning, but I'm very happy with how that came out. Lots of long hours in the kitchen. Got fairly messy at times. That blood list, how did you acquire so many choices? Well, you have to draw on a lot of sources to get something like that. Make the right deals, get the right hunters, bribe a few blood banks. Your blood, I remember distinctly. It was won in a game of chance with one of those fairies. Don't ask us how much we lost to get our hands on a few liters of that. Nothing in terms of money, but it wasn't cheap. But oh, so worth it. Are there any future plans you could tell us about? As a matter of fact, there is. This is a bit of an exclusive story, but we'll be rolling out a cookbook in a few months. Haven't told anybody about this, but the working title is Ambrosia. It has all your favorite recipes from Ambrose Restaurants, along with tips on where to acquire some of the rarer ingredients. In fact, here's an advanced copy. At this point, Chaz handed me a loosely bound manuscript copy of Ambrosia, containing dozens of unique recipes perfected by Ambrose Restaurants. The details are all proprietary just now, but it will be well worth the purchase when it hits the shelves in a few months. We spent most of the rest of the dinner discussing the options within, Chaz pointing out some of his favorites. Soon enough, it was time to call our dinner to a close, and we left our table. There was, however, one small detail I must mention. After the end of our interview, I walked around the hotel briefly with Chaz, as he pointed out many of the details that went into the design. When we reached the elevator bay, he turned to me and bid his goodbyes. Immediately, I tried to stop him. By now, it was fully dawn outside, and the elevator opened into the sunlight. I warned Mr. Ambrose that he would disintegrate if he went up, and begged him not to take the elevator. He simply laughed and got in. I ran over to the check-in desk and forced the attendant to let me watch the security feeds. I watched as Chaz rode to the top of the elevator, only to exit into the above-ground portion of the hotel. In fear, I watched as he walked outside, stepping out into the light, fully expecting that I would be watching him die. And yet, nothing happened. He exited the building and stood in broad daylight without any consequence. He simply got into his car and drove away. I have since learned that Mr. Ambrose is not a vampire in any sense. He is not an undead. He is just a mortal man. I have heard this from many vampires I know, and some have used their unnatural senses to check his vitals. He is nothing other than a regular human. Normal. Just like everybody else. Except, humans don't have eyes that glow in the dark. Except humans can't drink liter after liter of blood without vomiting it all back up in short order. Except humans can't bite a person's neck to draw blood. But he isn't a vampire. Despite all the evidence, he's a vampire. So what did I dine with? Was it really Chaz? And if it was, how did he pull off the act so well? Overview. Food is one of those great things that we all truly miss from our days alive, so cruelly denied to us by our fate. The meals served by Ambrose Transylvania are excellent and will capture the convivial rituals of dining that you have not experienced since you drew breath. The restaurant will make you feel alive again, as if you came back from the dead. As for the interview section of this review, Chaz Ambrose remains as mysterious of a restaurateur as ever. Although I was able to catch a brief glimpse into his inner workings during my brief interview, the man is a strange enigma who continues to captivate the food world. Let's move on to looking at a couple of SCPs that the Foundation has managed to recover from Ambrose locations, starting with SCP-4554. This is an unbranded black automatic drip coffee machine that has been heavily modified. The filter basket has been replaced with a complex quartz lens array held together with struts formed of aluminum, brass, and electrum. The reservoir has been replaced with copper pipes and is cooled to approximately -20 degrees Celsius by unknown means. The warming plate has been replaced with a granite plate, and the boiler is non-functional, along with other unlisted modifications. Upon powering and activating the machine, provided the machine is directly exposed to sunlight, the average light intensity directly above it will increase by approximately 50 lumens, and 500 seconds later, the carafe will begin to fill with a pale orange liquid. Once full, the machine will deactivate and the liquid can be poured into any suitable container. The liquid emits a constant low-level light and behaves as a low-viscosity fluid. It may be consumed by humans with no negative effects, and in fact, those who consume it report improved moods, with tests showing greatly increased vitamin D levels. Subjects suffering from psoriasis and similar conditions of the skin showed immediate relief from symptoms. The liquid is physically odorless, although subjects near to it report the smell of warmed oranges, but whether that's a property of the liquid or a placebo effect has yet to be proven. Consuming more than 1 liter of the liquid is hazardous in most cases due to hypercalcemia from vitamin D overdose, and causing the skin, eyes, and immune system to become damaged in ways consistent with overexposure to light. The effect is entirely consistent with regular effects of sunburn, despite the vastly different causes, and how this is possible without causing disproportionate damage to internal organs remains to be determined. The machine was recovered from an Ambrose location by MTF Lambda 14, 1-star reviewers, who are the primary team responsible for handling Ambrose Restaurants. Documents recovered from the raid indicate the existence of other instances of the machine, and that Ambrose possesses some means to produce more of them as needed, with the liquid being sold as a beverage to customers of the restaurant. Next we have SCP-4814, the collective designation for 9 trees that are biologically similar to standard human women in all manners except form. Each is approximately 2 meters in diameter and 6 meters tall, with radiography confirming the presence of functioning human organs, some of them possessing multiples of each. Each instance has varying skin tones, eye colors, and hair colors, with orifices found in excess and on different parts of the body. The entities are unable to speak, despite possessing the necessary organs. They respond to outside stimulus and are capable of slight movement, able to twist their trunks and stretch their branches with little stress, though they cannot uproot themselves or swing their limbs. Testing has shown that attempts to do so are incredibly painful, as exhibited by groaning, bruising, and hyperventilation. 4814 was recovered when Foundation agents tailed a cargo van in Chicago that had acted as a delivery vehicle for an Ambrose Restaurant steakhouse, for the dual purpose of tracking the supplier and inhibiting the business location's ability to serve. In doing so, 5 locations were discovered to be involved in distribution of anomalous goods, including the farm housing the trees. All suppliers were detained, and their facilities were seized by the Foundation. An investigation revealed that the trees were being cared for by a Owen Maxon, a certified butcher who supplied several foodstuffs to the Ambrose location. A letter was found in Maxon's P.O. box, sent from an Ambrose staff member, telling him that they're putting an end to this partnership, as the quality of his supply has been degrading. Not because of its physical quality, as the meat is firm and juicy and by all means edible, but the problem lies within what's left after the butchering. Their Chicago location prides itself on its flavors of the soul selections, and the residual soul of this meat is tainted and dark and malicious, likely an attribute of the Father. Killing them was the best choice, and putting them in the mouths of patrons should not have been an option. He recommends that Maxon seek professional help, as this was a mistake and a line that shouldn't have been crossed. Those women have it hard enough. Later, 4 of the trees became visibly engorged in their lowest branches, while another 2 formed large lumps along their trunks. These abnormalities, combined with the previous symptoms of nausea and menstrual spotting, confirm that 6 of the trees are pregnant. So yeah, that's pretty horrible. But at least the folks over at Ambrose have a line that they won't cross, and overall seem like a decent organization, at least in comparison to most other groups of interest. There is one last article I'd like to bring up though, and that's actually an adoption poster from Wilson's Wildlife Solutions for a pot-bellied pig named Pearl. The poster states that she's looking for a loving home in the Three Portlands boring region, and she just needs a pen, some mud, and some water, and she'll be as happy as can be. It's said that pot-bellied pigs will eat nearly anything, as long as it's remotely edible, but in that regard, she's a bit out of the ordinary. She can actually eat anything, even if it's not edible, from wood to metal to dirt. Nothing hurts her or her insides, and in fact, she can't ever be full, although no one knows what happens to all the stuff she eats. If you have a pig pen, she'll be the best food disposal you've ever seen. Some more facts about Pearl include that she has a great sense of smell, she loves to go on walks, she has a preference for wood chips and tinfoil, while she hates ceramics and candy. Notes from her foster parents show that Pearl is one of the most loving, intelligent animals they've ever had the pleasure of fostering, and it broke their heart when they had to give her up. Her dietary needs may be unusual, but this critter is the most adoring companion you'll ever have, with her being compared more to a dog than a pig. She's always up for a leashed walk, and even likes to cuddle if she saw that her owners are upset. Unfortunately, she was eating them out of house and home, and if they didn't give her snacks, she turned to anything else, with one morning having eaten half her own pen. Later, Diane Wilson sends a message to an individual with the initials CA, and thanks them from the bottom of her heart for adopting Pearl. She's been her main caretaker for a little under a year now, and seen her get passed over for adoption so many times. Pigs have an undeserved reputation for being dirty and unsanitary, and it takes someone really special to look past that muddy exterior and see Pearl's heart of gold inside. Later though, when Diane follows up to ask how Pearl is doing, we're provided with an announcement of Ambrose Restaurants presenting Swine and Dine, a unique one-time only dining experience. For the past several months, Ambrose has been preparing this prized specimen for consumption. The animal's stomach was originally considered to be an endless pocket dimension, but experiments revealed the truth. What goes in must come out. The delicacies that it has been filling itself with for the past few months will balloon out into a cornucopia of flavors just as you cut into the mouth-wateringly soft and juicy pork. Have no fear of conscience though, as Ambrose Restaurants has made sure the meat is all organic and locally sourced. It's being served by Chef Chaz Ambrose. So, Ambrose Restaurants is generally on the up and up, not really doing anything that any other restaurant doesn't do, just dealing with anomalous foods, outside of their Transylvania location, I suppose. Sure, they have lines that they won't cross, but they won't let something like emotions over a lovable pig get in the way of a great meal. Ambrose Restaurants is a pretty small, simple, and fun group of interest. They won't ever really be involved in any high-stakes, apocalyptic scenarios, most likely, but they're an organization that adds a lot of flavor, pun intended, to the SCP universe. Substation 9. We spend a great amount of time on this channel looking at the SCP Foundation and how they tackle the anomalous, usually by capturing it, studying it, and keeping it contained for years on end. Sometimes we see normal people interact with anomalies, but generally these are short, tragic bursts of horror before the Foundation can come in to handle things. Parawatch, on the other hand, is an online group of conspiracy theorists and paranormal enthusiasts that seek out anomalies, hoping to peel back any inch of the veil they can. Parawatch in the SCP universe is very much inspired by the countless creepypasta posts that have showed up over the years, which brings us to Substation 9, a Parawatch article in the vein of a creepypasta, with an individual sharing some info on a very creepy location. I'll note that this article does feature a handful of images and videos which greatly add to the experience, but I've chosen to narrate over them to avoid interruptions. With that out of the way, let's take a look. The posts come from a user on the Parawatch forums known as Cthulhu, with the first post being on February 2nd, 2016 at 3:09 p.m. It reads, I work for an electric company that provides power to over a dozen warehouses and manufacturing complexes. Think of me as an over-glorified security guard. I ride around checking substations to make sure an OCB hasn't tripped, or an eagle hasn't nested on top of a transformer. I work the graveyard shift, which means most of my nights are spent sitting in a trailer and fighting for enough cell reception to stave off the crippling boredom. The only time this job involves any actual work is when it rains. First, some background. Whatever image you've got in your head of this place, you're probably wrong. It's a couple thousand acres of woodlands, rivers, and country roads, with the occasional warehouse in a field. Calling this place remote doesn't do it justice. Even folks in the boonies don't know we're here. There's nobody around except the deer. You'll see 50, maybe 60 a night. The substations are just shacks out in the woods. The hardest part of the job isn't checking them, it's finding them. I don't want to give too many details. I like my job and would like to keep it, but there used to be a mining town near here. When they built a dam downstream, the whole place turned into a lake. Townsfolk were forced to relocate. The mine and factories were flooded. When the lake receded, they demolished everything and built new factories. Now here's where things get interesting. When they demolished all those buildings, they didn't demolish the basements. And most of these substations had underground tie-ins into them. Beneath each of these little overgrown shacks is a sprawling network of tunnels connecting to hundreds of basements for buildings that no longer even exist. This underground complex basically goes on forever. When it rains, the basements flood. When it rains hard, the water rises out of the basements and floods the substations, which are filled with extremely sensitive high-voltage equipment. Starting to see the problem? This is where I come in. My job is to drive out to each of these substations, go down into the basement, and make sure the sump pumps kicked on. They usually do when the water hits a certain height, but the floats can get hung up, or the pumps need to be replaced. I know what you're thinking. Why not plug the basements up? Well, besides the cost, and having to shut down each substation while we work, there's also the fact that this job partly exists because someone has to check on those sump pumps, so none of us are exactly chomping at the bit to point this out to upper management. When you first get hired, old-timers all tell you the same thing. Don't fuck around in the basements. Don't wander, don't explore, go down, do your job, come up. Watch where you step, and always bring 2 flashlights. Some of these tunnels are nearly a century old, made when being up to code just meant it didn't collapse 5 minutes after you built it. On top of that, any blueprints describing these places were lost in the flood. No one knows what's down here, or what connects to what. The guy that trained me once walked from one substation to another without ever catching a glimpse of sky. That's over 3 miles of tunnels. 3 miles. In case you're wondering, yeah, everyone says don't fuck around in the basements, but everyone still fucks around in the basements. You just have to watch your step, stay alert, and always bring 2 flashlights. And trust me, you would not believe some of the shit we find down there. This tunnel right here, this is below, let's call it Substation 9. Cthulhu provides an image here of an ominous-looking tunnel lined with metal bars that extends far into the darkness. The farthest any of us have gotten down this tunnel is about 500 yards. That's 5 football fields, or under a third of a mile. What's past that, you ask? Nobody has a clue. The tunnel slants down, leaving the rest of it completely submerged. We've tried pumping it out, but the water won't go lower than what you see here, which means there's who knows how much more tunnel and basement past this point. I've got more to share, including pictures. I'll write more about this tomorrow. True to their word, Cthulhu made another post the following day, which reads, "Okay, first things first. A bunch of people have PM'd me saying that the picture isn't legit. There's no way there's miles of tunnels down here, etc. Let's put this to bed, shall we?" Here, Cthulhu provides a video of them traveling down a barely illuminated staircase underground, showing the same tunnel from the earlier image as water drips in from above. Now that we've gotten that out of the way, I'll answer a couple of questions people have been asking. We use cheap disposable sump pumps because our company doesn't want to spend the money to install anything else. That being said, a few of the substations do have some old centrifugal pumps either right there or in an adjacent basement. We run hoses and use them as backups for areas that get flooded really bad. The problem is that some of these pumps are over 50 years old. It's hard to find compatible parts, and not many of us, besides me and a few others, know how to fix them. None of us are actual electricians. We're dispatchers for electricians. Rather than paying trained pros to watch the place, they pay us a fraction of the rate. When we find a blown fuse or down transformer, we call the electricians and they handle it. We're also responsible for checking the OCBs and keeping the substations dry. The electricians don't go into the basements. We handle a lot of substations, over 50. The 2 biggest have 220 kilovolt transformers. They drop down to 66 kilovolts. We've also got a couple of booster stations, a potable water plant, and some other stuff. I don't want to get too specific about the mining town or when it flooded, because I'd rather not have people figuring out where this is or who I am. Again, I like my job. But I will say that after the flood, the mine was collapsed and never reopened. The scariest thing I've ever seen down here is a family of raccoons. If that doesn't sound very scary, then I presume you've never had your flashlight catch a pair of eyes flashing out from the shadows while you're stumbling around in an underground tunnel several miles away from the closest human soul. Some people have been asking about the always bring 2 flashlights thing. Let me show you something. Here they provide another video showing part of the tunnels, with the video plunging into pitch darkness when they turn off their flashlight. See how dark it gets when I turn off my flashlight? Now imagine that's your only flashlight, and you just lost it. Imagine having to navigate these tunnels in absolute darkness. To make matters worse, see this? This is a hole full of water. These basements are full of stuff like this. Drain trenches, collapsed floors, elevator shafts, even straight up pits. Some are just several feet deep. Others are several dozens of feet. A coworker of mine has fallen into one of these things, and let me tell you, they ain't no joke. Some even go down to a lower sub-basement that's been completely flooded. There's entire chambers down here full of old pumps and machines that have been submerged for decades. Again, you would not believe some of the shit we find down here. 2 days later, Cthulhu Hoop updates with some more information. Okay, it's been a while since I last posted, but I wanted to answer a few more questions. When we go down, we carry an O2 monitor. Mainly, we're worried about things like pockets of nitrogen. We also wear heavy gloves, rubber steel-toed boots, and ventilation masks in case of asbestos. A lot of these places smell pretty much exactly how they look. Sometimes they smell worse. You can still find some things from the old town above ground, in the woods. Mostly concrete slabs, but there's a rusted husk of a truck sitting in a tree somewhere. We have no idea where the collapsed mine is, and quite frankly, none of us are interested in looking for it. It's probably filled with poisonous fumes and other toxic, nasty shit. There aren't a lot of animals down here, because there aren't a lot of ways in that we don't directly control. I still have no idea how the fuck those raccoons managed it. Some of you have been asking me if anyone's ever actually gotten lost down here. Well, about that. Remember the 2 flashlight thing? It's just good sense. It's hard enough to find your way around down here. How are you going to manage without light? There's no phone reception either. Just you, alone, with miles and miles of decaying concrete, rancid pools of water, and rusted machines in pitch-black darkness. But we've got a saying in industrial work. Every rule is written in blood. The reason we all carry 2 flashlights is because of what happened when someone didn't. I had a coworker. Let's call him John. He was a good guy. Clever, good head for numbers, kept to himself, real quiet. Along with me and 3 others, we handled the graveyard shifts for the whole crew. One year, during a thaw, the sump pumps were getting overwhelmed. Too much water coming in, they couldn't dump it fast enough. John wanted to hook up some of these old centrifugal pumps that were just sitting around in these basements, use them to give our own pumps a fighting chance. It was a good idea, but a lot of work. Some of these pumps hadn't seen action for decades. But John stuck with it. He hunted down every pump he could find, serviced them, hooked them up with hoses, and managed to keep our substations dry all the way into late spring. A few days after we got things under control, I did a swap and ended up coming in during a day shift. I was John's relief. When I got to the trailer, the truck was missing, and John was gone. The last entry in the logbook mentioned heading out to check on the sump pump in one of the substations. I had to walk there. The truck was right outside, still idling. I went downstairs and searched for over 2 hours for John. Then I called the police. There was an investigation, a search, whole 9 yards. Most of us came in off the book to help. We looked through those tunnels for a month, maybe even longer. Never found so much as hair or hide of him. About a year later, another coworker, we'll call her Patrice, took me aside. She showed me something she found during one of her rounds. A flashlight with dead batteries. It had some tape wrapped around the pommel with John's initials soldered on it. Another couple of days later, Cthulhu Hoop comes back with another video. People are expressing skepticism regarding the size of these basements and whether they're not all really interconnected. I took a short video to try and give you a sense of scope. Here. Cthulhu Hoop shows another video, around 3.5 minutes long, of them moving through a number of different rooms and sections of the dark basements, illuminated only by their flashlight. See that tunnel at the end? That's part of a whole other facility that's just as big as the one I started in. I'll try to take footage of it later. Anyway, more answers to questions. Company policy is that we're not supposed to be exploring these spaces. They know we do it, but they pretend not to know. No, we never found John. As far as the police are concerned, he wandered off into the woods. As far as we're concerned, he fell into a flooded sub-basement and drowned. For those of you saying we ought to have shut the facility down, drained the basements completely, and kept looking for John, that's basically what we tried to do. Again, some of these sub-basements cannot be drained. Water just keeps getting in, either from the river or from the flooded mine, possibly both. Remember, you're dealing with massive underground structures that have been filling with water for decades. Unless you're willing to start a billion-dollar excavation project to dig out all these basements, there's literally no way to recover that body. If you think it sounds creepy to work inside a massive underground complex knowing that the drowned corpse of your coworker is lurking in a flooded sub-basement somewhere under your feet, well, you're right. It's creepy as hell, actually. It's why most of us stay far the fuck away from the substation he vanished under. A lot of you have said you want to hear about some spookums. Well, I know this is going to be disappointing, but outside of what happened to John, literally nothing spooky has ever happened to me here. A few of my coworkers have told me about some things they've encountered, though. I don't know whether you should trust them, but I'll provide a few examples. Patrice says that on at least 3 separate occasions, she's heard something like muffled, old-timey radio music playing from below. She didn't recognize the song, but says it was the same one all 3 times. Ed, the guy who trained me, says he's heard some of the old original pumps kicking on by themselves. This actually isn't all that weird. John repaired a bunch of them, some we still use even today, but Ed claims the ones he's heard kicking on aren't the ones John repaired. They're deeper in, somewhere in the parts of the complex that we haven't explored yet. There's another thing I should clarify, and I guess counts as a spookum. We haven't explored the entire complex. Not yet. There's still dozens of passages, doorways, and stairwells we haven't gone down. Phil, one of the old-timers, claims he once saw some pale, naked guy squatting in one of the tunnels, but we're all pretty sure he's either bullshitting us or it was really just a raccoon. He also says that he saw a section of Substation 9 that ties into the collapsed mine. 2 new hires claim to hear knocking and yelling on the other side of a sealed door. Several doors down here are welded shut. In both cases, the guys left for a different job. I mentioned we have a potable water plant, but I should have clarified. We had a potable water plant. It's abandoned now. No one's ever been able to get clean drinking water working in this place. All the faucets and drains would get gummed up with this congealed gray paste that smells like rotting fish. We use a portable toilet and bring in bottled water by the truckload. That's basically it. Like I said, I haven't encountered any of this stuff myself, so I'm pretty skeptical. Cthulhu Hoop doesn't post again for 5 weeks, at which point they write, "Okay, so it's been a while since I posted, but there's been some news. Ed found John's phone. He nearly broke the damn thing when he was sloshing through the water trying to fix a sump pump. Felt something hard and flat under his foot. John kept his phone in one of those industrial-strength cases, so it was actually in good condition. It can still manage to hold a charge. We went through his shit and, well, like most of us, he took photos of what's below. We recognized most of them, but not the most recent ones." Cthulhu Hoop provides a handful of photos here, showing one section of a basement that's been completely flooded, and one picture of a narrow tunnel, with what appears to be a set of eyes at the far end looking at the camera. Here's the messed up part. Ed found this phone in Substation 9. But according to the logbook, John didn't even go near Substation 9 the day he disappeared. We're all kinda spooked right now. Patrice and some others are talking about quitting. Either way, we've all talked it over and decided the best option is to turn the phone over to the police and let them sort it out. I almost forgot. That last picture? Phil keeps saying he's seen that tunnel before. He says that it's the collapsed mine. Cthulhu Hoop gives another update 6 days later. Police are involved. Somebody must have lit a fire under the company's ass, because now they're moving heaven and earth to get Substation 9 drained. Brought in some gigantic pumps to do it with. We've all been working overtime. The pay's good, but nobody's really that happy. None of us want to be here. This is a waste of time, honestly. John's phone just drifted. We're not going to find him down here. On the bright side, at least we'll get to see what the hell is at the end of that hall. Cthulhu Hoop follows up with 3 more posts the following week. Patrice and 2 others quit today. Company's offering me time and a half to cover shifts while they look for new workers. Nobody goes into the basements anymore. Not unless we have to. The flooded hall in Substation 9 ends in a set of stairs that go down deeper. They think they found John's body. It wasn't John's. Lastly, Cthulhu Hoop gives their final post, consisting of just a 6.5-minute long video. The video begins with them walking down a staircase into the partially flooded basement. They look around for some time, their meager flashlight offering only scant illumination, and the only sound is of their breathing and their footsteps in the water. Disturbingly, however, during their exploration, some old-fashioned music plays very briefly and faintly in the distance. Eventually, they reach an area that's more completely flooded, along with a section where the ceiling partially caved in. It's clear that these are the sections that were photographed on John's phone. Climbing up from here leads them to the hall shown in John's last picture, and just as they begin to walk forward through it, their light goes out, and the video abruptly ends. Alright, so it hits on some pretty common creepypasta tropes, and the videos do add a nice touch to the whole experience, being very reminiscent of the Horror in the High Desert film series. Presumably, Cthulhu Hoop is alive and well at the end, as they had to post the video, so the abrupt ending is really just there to creep you out a bit more. It would seem that the anomaly present here are the old miners from the abandoned mine, that are still present in some form in these old basements. It's unclear if that's how John died, although really it sounds pretty likely that his flashlight died and he fell into some sub-basement to drown. I think this is a pretty entertaining creepypasta, even though it doesn't really have anything to do with the SCP universe, and could have been posted anywhere. Then again, it's articles and narratives like this that do lend more realism to the world. Not all encounters with the anomalous have to be overt and direct, as sometimes people will only brush up against the inexplicable.